tailgating us. Florida tag QX51P9, cracked left headlight, and the We Don't Dial 911 bumper sticker peeling at the corner. So, when are you due?
Who cares? I'm miscarriaging.
Ah, God forbid! Okay, listen. Both of you need to learn how to shut up and actually hear each other. You clearly love each other. You just suck at showing it. Don't be like me. Don't lose the person who truly cared.
Oh, honey.
I rested my head lightly on her shoulder for a second. I've been the idiot who didn't listen. I had someone once, loved me for more than I deserve, but I kept messing up, sleeping in, making excuses, wasting time. She warned me 1,000,000 times, and then she walked away. And every day since, I've blamed myself. I tell myself she's still cheering me on somewhere. It keeps me going. That and caffeine. And Call of Duty, but mostly her.
Oh, sweetie.
You know, Dee, earlier when you slapped my thigh and said, "I'm not burying you today," that hit something because only one person ever said that to me, my ex. Dee finally looked up. Her lips were pressed tight and she was gripping her coffee like it was keeping her steady. She blinked fast, like maybe if she did it quickly enough, the tears wouldn't come out. Wait, I leaned in and reached for her sunglasses. She didn't stop me. I slipped them off. The moment stretched. Diana? She looked at me, her eyes full, shining, saying everything she wasn't. You've gotta be kidding me. Her face softened, just slightly, and a tiny smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. What happened to your face? She picked up a piece of pancake and threw it at me.
That's what you say? After all this time? Oh, wait. I'm just a boring, average-looking girl, right?
I'm sorry, okay? I really am. I looked at you again later, really looked, and I swear, I was like, darn, she's beautiful.
And yet, you didn't even remember me.
In my defense, you changed everything, including your voice. New hair, thick glasses, colored contacts. Your eyes used to be bright blue. Now they're dark green. I think you got a nose job and a ponytail surgery, and maybe chin filler, some cheek filler, possibly some temple work, also buccal fat removal, though that might just be weight loss. I'm not sure.
Wow. And he was mad we thought he was a female?
Hey, he's more of a man than most guys I've met.
Yeah, tell him, boss.
Yes, he's a lazy, reckless, stupid loser, but he's got a good heart. William, why didn't you come after me?
I tried. You shut me down, remember? I was ashamed, Diana. I'd been letting you down for years. I kept thinking if I worked on myself, fixed things, I'd be worthy again, that I'd show up with something to offer.
How's that working out for you?
I did study something, but yeah, the sleeping issues are wrecking me. I'm trying. I really am. I'm sorry, Diana. Please, let's just be friends. That's all I'm asking.
Oh, come on, hun. Give him a chance.
Diana looked at me. She tilted her head, as if considering it, her eyes softening just a little. Then she grabbed the nearest juice cup and threw it in my face, and just walked out. Diana, wait! Ladies, it was lovely meeting you. Here's my card. Let's stay in touch. And if the baby's a boy, can you name him William?
No way.
Cool. Drive safe.
I'm sorry, hun.
I'm sorry, Mama. Why does the card say he's a babysitter?
Our car ride was painfully quiet. Awkward, too. I didn't dare say anything that might upset Diana, so I kept my mouth shut. At least, until I couldn't anymore. Hey,
Shut up.
I just want to say I'm sorry.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. What more do you have to say? Sorry? Sorry you forgot the so-called love of your life? Her face? Her voice? Sorry you never came back for me? Sorry you didn't work harder on yourself? Even though you knew I was in pain without you? But I did the right thing. I moved on. Look at me. Moving on so well, right? I'm doing great. So don't you dare say sorry to me now.
I was actually going to tell you to turn your headlights on, but yeah, that too.
What is wrong with you?
She started hitting me. I mean, actually hitting. Then she let go of the steering wheel just to hit me harder. Whoa, eyes on the road! She didn't care. She kept throwing punches and random objects at me until, thud, we hit something. What did you just do? Switch seats. I'll drive in case someone needs to take the blame.
Good idea. It's your fault anyway.
We scrambled to switch places, and just as I opened the driver's door, someone stepped into view. It was dark, but I could make out the shape. Tall, broad-shouldered, built like Thor on a bad day. Then he hit us with a flashlight, straight to the face, just like in a horror movie. The guy looked about 60, with wild hair, a patchy beard, and maybe 4 teeth total. Oh, and he was holding a hammer the size of Thor's.
You hit my animal.
I understand, sir. Let me check on your animal.
Why? Are you a vet?
No, but I am, sir.
You are? Oh, yes, she is, definitely. We got out and walked toward the creature. It turned out to be a horse, and honestly, it looked completely fine. Still, the man gave me the creeps. Kept staring like he was trying to read my soul with his good eye. I stayed close to Diana and slid my hand into my inner pocket, where I kept the gun Rex gave me, just in case.
I've had this horse since he was a foal. That was 10 years ago. If anything happens to him, you'll regret it for the rest of your life.
He's got baby teeth. No way he's 10, unless he's aging backward.
Are you calling me a liar?
Well...
Sir, his condition's stable. He'll need a shot, but he'll be okay. I'll write you a check to cover the costs.
Who are you?
Someone you'll need 100 years to become half of.
Ouch, Dee Dee. Okay then, all settled. Nice to meet you, sir. Have a great night. The Thor man didn't respond. We headed back to the car. I turned the key. Nothing. It didn't start.
It was working just fine. You're a jinx.
You can spend the night in my cottage, not far from here.
That's so generous of you, sir. But we really have to keep going.
I'm coming.
No, wait a second. We stepped into his cottage, and to my surprise, it was actually kind of cozy. Rustic wood everywhere, a roaring fireplace, and a giant creepy picture frame of him with a woman, presumably his wife, and a young boy. Just then, Thorman was carrying 2 bowls of soup.
Eat.
Oh, no thanks. I'm good.
I said eat.
Yes, sir. Soup is great. Love soup. I pretended to eat, but I wasn't swallowing. Diana, meanwhile, was going at it like she hadn't eaten in 3 days. Psst, what if he's poisoned? What if he's a serial killer?
I'm always ready for death.
Would you want to spend your last few minutes with me?
Good point. But for your peace of mind, don't worry. Rex has our location. Anyway, I have protein bars. Want one?
Yes, please.
Then go get one yourself.
Meanie.
You two bicker like you've been married forever. Got any kids?
Oh, no, sir. We're not married. I mean, I wish we were. Well, we were together. I screwed it up. And she'll probably stay mad at me until the end of my life, which might be tonight.
Don't make my mistake. Me and my wife, we were high school sweethearts, married young, found out we couldn't have kids, and we were fine with that. Didn't even want any. Then one day, 12 years in, she tells me she's pregnant. I was stunned. So I got myself checked. Turns out I couldn't have kids. And I got mad. Really mad. One night, she was sitting right there in front of that fireplace, her back to me. I walked up behind her.
And shot her?
What? Why would you say that?
Then strangled her?
Do I look like a murderer to you?
You want the honest answer or the one that might spare my life?
If you said yes, do you think I'd kill you?
Again, the honest answer or the one that keeps me breathing?
Oh my god! Stop it, William! Sir, if this is some emotional metaphor about not giving up on love, great, message received. But honestly, I'm exhausted. I saw there's a bed inside. Do you mind if I use it? We'll pay for the stay. You and William can bond out here by the fire.
No, I'm coming with you. Don't leave me alone with him.
He's not gonna bite you.
It's not the biting I'm worried about.
Man up. You don't sleep anyway, so you're fine. Not everything is a conspiracy. Sometimes things just work. Arya taught me that. She made me feel like I wasn't a screw-up, like I had a purpose.
And just like that, she disappeared into the other room. It stung, knowing she needed someone to make her feel seen. And it wasn't me. I never gave her the appreciation she deserved. Maybe I was even jealous of Arya for giving her what I didn't. But really, I had no one to blame but myself. So you came up behind your wife and
I killed her.
2 seconds of silence. I nearly passed out.
Ooh, look at your face. Nah, she lived and gave birth to a baby boy. I forgave her. We stayed together, happily ever after. She's actually out doing some shopping. She'll be back any moment. Anyway, I gotta return nature's call. It's poop time.
Just then, we heard Diana scream. I rushed inside and found her backed into a corner, frozen. A cobra was slithering just a few feet in front of her, hood spread, eyes locked on her like it had a grudge. I didn't think, I just moved. I grabbed the snake to throw it away, but then I felt a sharp sting in my arm.
William!
Ow! Okay, that was painful. The Thorman burst in alarmed. He took one look at the scene and calmly scooped up the snake.
Whoa there, that's Mini Snake. She's not venomous, just dramatic.
He tucked her under his arm, and I collapsed against the wall, clutching my arm. Ah, she bit me. I saved your life and got bit. That's gotta say something. And just like that, for the first time since I met her again, she smiled, and that made me happy.
Why are you smiling like an idiot? Come on, we've still got a mission to finish.
Just as we were getting ready to leave, Thorman's wife and kid showed up. So yeah, he wasn't a serial killer, allegedly. Just a strange man with a soft spot for reptiles. He helped us get the car started and waved goodbye like we were old friends. On the car ride, I felt lighter, even though we were getting closer to our mission, which should have made us nervous, but it didn't. So when exactly did you stop wanting to be a doctor and join this weird organization?
After you left, I couldn't feel anything for a long time, so I picked something that didn't ask me to feel. Just perform, fix, solve.
She paused, then added,
Arya was the only one who saw potential in me when everyone else saw a quitter. She personally selected me from hundreds of applicants, spent nights helping me understand the research when I was ready to give up. They were doing real work. Quiet, off the grid, but meaningful. That's why they chose you. And yes, I recommended you. Someone who never sleeps, has a near-perfect memory, a high IQ, and the emotional awareness of a toaster.
You just called me a genius and a toaster in the same sentence.
Because both can overheat and explode if left alone too long.
Just then, my stomach growled loudly. Diana pulled a protein bar from her pocket and handed it over. Oh, you're the best.
Oh, glad you finally noticed.
Right then, a familiar song came on the radio. I reached over and turned it up. It's our song!
No, it's not. Why would our song be Smack That by Akon? With your perfect memory, you forgot our song?
Come on, I'm messing with you. Of course I remember. The shape of you. We were in 11th grade. You were crying because you hadn't studied for the history exam. So we made a deal. Anytime you needed help, you'd sing, I'm in love with the two shapes of you, which meant question number 2. And I'd cough once for A, twice for B, and so on.
Yeah, that worked until Mr. Clever kicked us out. Ugh, that old bitter man. I always thought he had a crush on me.
Wait, what? If that guy really had a crush on you, there's no way he would have failed us.
Well, speak for yourself.
No way! He passed you? And I failed? Now I'm mad all over again. Ah, whatever. I forgive you. Still wish you'd studied harder though. Just saying.
Hey, you knew how things were at home. Dad was always sick, Mom worked nonstop. I was basically raising my siblings. If I hadn't gotten that scholarship, I wouldn't have even made it to college.
Yeah, things were rough. You had so much riding on your shoulders, more than any kid should have. I'm sorry. She gave me a little nodding smile, and for the first time in a long time, I felt safe. We reached a quiet suburban neighborhood, peaceful, almost too peaceful. We parked at the start of the street and walked a few blocks until we reached the daycare.
She's here.
In the daycare?
It's just a front. No real daycare. This is where our competitor's main facility is. All we have to do is go in and negotiate. Civilly.
We rang the bell. A woman opened the door, skeletally thin, with cheekbones so sharp they could cut glass. Her face was tight and hollow, and honestly, kinda terrifying. But I held my expression in front of Diana, who stood calm and professional. She searched us and took everything. Our weapons, our earbuds, even the tiny snack I was hiding. Then she let us in. The entrance looked like a cozy indoor play area, complete with fake toys and posters of smiling cartoon animals. Real baby photos lined the walls too. Those babies better be from Pinterest. If that's their research group, I'm jumping out a window. She led us to an elevator, which carried us 4 levels underground. It was slow, uncomfortably quiet. Okay, so just putting it out there, I once peed in a ball pit. I was 6. I still think about it.
You also peed in the sink when you were 22.
That was one time! The bathroom bowl was clogged, and I wasn't feeling great, and my medication was out of whack, and why are you like this, man? Right then, the elevator doors opened with a ding. We stepped into a cold, open space, warehouse style, and followed her through a maze of metal doors and narrow hallways, one after the other. This is so creepy, Diana. If I had $1 for every time I've said creepy since this started, I'd be a millionaire.
I know. Just hold on. It's almost over.
At the end of the maze was one final door. Behind it, a massive, blindingly white lab, giant machines, blinking lights, wires hanging like robotic vines. With bodyguards all around, I recognized one of them who kidnapped Arya. He looked at me and winked. I saw him mouthing the word idiot like he said before. Then an elevator platform rose slowly from the floor, and standing on it was a man. A very hairy man. hair everywhere. Head, arms, chest, even his eyebrows were so thick, they looked like they could support a falcon. He didn't greet us, just walked to his desk and began typing on a laptop. I was staring at him, at his hands, at the ridiculousness of his brows, trying to guess what he was even browsing. Oh, it came out wrong. Sir, please talk to us and stop eyebrowsing. Diana elbowed me in the ribs.
Let's cut to the chase. Arya is ours.
She's not some object. Let her go. Tell us what you want. We'll do it.
I'm afraid you're too late.
Why do villains always say that? Can't you say something nice like, would you like a mint, before traumatizing us? He clicked a button on the remote in his hand. A panel slid down behind him, revealing a thick glass window. Behind it, Arya was unconscious on a mechanical bed, suspended midair by wires like some sci-fi puppet.
Oh my god, Arya! Please, don't hurt her.
We gave her a generous offer. She refused. Said her principles couldn't be bought. Well, I imagine her principles are laughing at her now, from the corner of her dying brain.
We'll do anything. Just let her go.
What we want is William. He's the final piece, our most valuable candidate, the one who completes our collection.
Diana hesitated. Her eyes turned to me, full of panic. It's fine, I'll go. Either way, I was getting poked and prodded. Might as well get it over with. She nodded, sadly. I stepped toward the man, until my stomach turned. Oh, wait, all this chemical air is making me nauseous. I feel like puking.
No, William, no!
Too late. I threw up all over the floor. And there it was, the tiny metal flask, the size of a peanut I'd swallowed earlier as Diana and I planned. She didn't miss a beat. She snatched it up, bit it open, and grabbed Eyebrow Guy, locking her arm around his neck with the open flask right under his nose. Guards nearby started to move.
Don't even think about it. This flask contains a contact agent. One drop on your skin, and you're gone in seconds.
Everyone, stay back! Stay back!
Let Arya go, now.
Understood. Assistant, release her. Diana, she's fine, I swear. She's just sedated. We didn't harm her. You'll see.
A few assistants appeared, unhooked Arya, and helped her walk toward us, weak but alive.
Oh my god, Arya, you're safe. We were worried sick.
Now, let me go.
Not until William and Arya are safe. Get them out first.
No, I'll stay. Just get Diana and Arya out of here.
Aww. What a noble little sacrifice.
And then, bam! Arya snatched the flask from Diana and shoved her away.
What are you doing?
What do you think I'm doing?
Oh my god, she's a double agent! She's with them!
He's not them. He's my husband.
The look on Diana's...
Who don't stop, who don't question. Soldiers, spies, servants, engineered for obedience. Minds sharper than AI. Bodies that don't break, and loyalty so deep, they'll do anything we say. Whatever the world needs and the law won't allow, that's the future. And we're not asking permission to build it. The difference is, we're going to win. We'll wipe your organization out, dominate the field, and make billions.
You used me.
Oh, Diana, sweetie, I needed you here. I knew you wouldn't join me if you knew the whole truth. So I gave you a mission, a crisis, a little emotional blackmail to save me.
She glanced at me, then tossed a folder toward Diana.
If you want your little lover boy to stay alive, sign these papers.
Diana didn't move. She was still processing everything.
Relax. They just make you the official owner of our newest facility. Unregulated, covert, and completely in your name.
So, if this all blows up, if the authorities come knocking, you would take the fall, not me.
And not me either, darling. Where are you taking me again when this all works out?
Some island with no extradition laws, 5 jacuzzis, and unlimited shrimp.
Ugh, shrimp makes you fart.
Aw, I thought you didn't mind mine. Just like I don't mind yours. Your farts are my perfume.
Oh, you're disgusting. I love it.
I know you'd love it.
They both cackled like cartoon villains. But I wasn't done. I pulled a second metal flask from my mouth, hidden under my tongue when I puked earlier. I cracked it open, grabbed Diana's hand, and ran. We sprinted toward the exit. As we ran, I punched in the passcode I'd memorized earlier, and before the door closed behind us, I dumped the serum all over the handle. Hey, idiots! I just covered the whole doorknob with that poison! Go ahead, touch it! I dare you! Then I grabbed Diana's hand, and we bolted.
Do you even know where we're going?
Don't worry. I remembered every turn in that maze, and now that the doorknob's covered in that stuff, they're not getting through anytime soon. Just then, 2 guards rounded the corner. That was fast. Don't worry, Diana. This way. I led Diana down a different path, a narrow side hall. When the guards followed, I quickly shut the steel door behind us and yanked the release lever I'd spotted earlier. That should keep them busy. If not, we better run faster. 4 hours later, Diana and I sat on a bench outside the FBI building. Diana had told them everything. Turns out the FBI already had some clues about the illegal labs, but they didn't know how deep it went until Diana came clean. Everyone involved got arrested, except Diana, because she told the truth and saved lives. I glanced over at her. She looked tired, like me, but a little lighter. She wasn't hiding behind her glasses or her ponytail. She looked like Diana. They said they'll probably clear your name completely, might even offer you a job.
I'm not sure I want it.
You should. You're amazing at this stuff, but only if you want it, not because you need to prove anything.
Thanks.
I think we broke each other a little back then, and I think maybe now we could help each other rebuild. Better this time. Smarter.
You're still an idiot.
And you're still scary, but I like scary, especially when she brings snacks. That made her laugh, for real.
All right, genius. One condition. We don't fix each other. We just support each other while we figure out how to fix ourselves.
Deal. Oh, wanna hear a joke? An octopus once said to its girlfriend, "Give me your hand, give me your hand, give me your hand, give me your hand, give me your hand." She chuckled and gave me her hand to hold. And in that quiet moment, I didn't feel like a loser. I felt like someone who could start over and have a life that was worth staying awake for.
Hi, I'm Gwen from Louisiana. Please like and subscribe. I was born to one of the wealthiest families in New Orleans. My dad was a successful businessman and my mother was a pastry chef, but she stopped working when I was born to raise me. My parents threw fancy parties every weekend, and Mom wore the most beautiful dresses. Whenever they went out, people would stop to tell them what a gorgeous couple they were. I, on the other hand, was nothing like my parents. My hair was a mess, and I always had mud and grass stains on my clothes from chasing squirrels and playing in the dirt. On more than a few occasions, people mistook me for a boy, and the kids in school thought I was strange. You want to meet my friend? His name is Charlie. Ew, yuck. You're such a creep. Once in 8th grade, I was watching Mom get dressed for a party, and I couldn't help asking, Mom, how come I'm not pretty like you?
What? Of course you're pretty.
No one has ever called me pretty except you and Dad, and you're my parents, so it doesn't even count. Are you sure I'm your daughter?
Gwen, why would you say that?
None of the kids at school like me very much, and I just don't see how I'm related to you two. Was I switched at birth? Am I adopted? You can tell me, I won't be upset. Mom pulled a beautiful gold locket from her jewelry box and put it around my neck.
Inside that locket is a powerful secret. Beauty, success, happiness, whatever your heart desires, you'll find your answer in there.
No way!
It's true. I want you to have it. But you have to promise to wear it all the time to keep it safe.
I nodded and opened the locket. There was a mirror inside. I don't understand.
What do you see?
My face, obviously.
Well, that's the secret.
Mom, that's really lame.
One day, I hope you'll see what I see when you look in that mirror. When I was in 10th grade, things took an awful turn. Mom got really sick and went into a coma, and Dad and I were devastated. Over time, Dad started making bad business decisions and lost most of our money. We moved into a tiny apartment, but Dad was still struggling to make ends meet. Most days, he was too sad to even get out of bed. One day, Dad forgot to make dinner, and as I looked around for some snacks, I found Mom's old recipe book in a drawer. I picked a recipe and made the most delicious meal ever.
What's that smell? It's wonderful.
Dad and I ate together, and he smiled for the first time in months. After that, I started cooking dinner regularly, and it made me feel closer to Mom. A few weeks later, someone pounded on our door one evening. It was our landlord demanding rent.
Please, I just need more time. This is the last extension. If you fail to pay next month, I'll throw you out.
I really wished I could do something to help. Suddenly, I remembered Mom's words and opened my locket. Beauty, success, happiness, whatever your heart desires,
You'll find the answer in there.
I thought of all the recipes I'd been making recently from Mom's book and had an idea. I printed out a menu and went door to door in our apartment building with copies and tasting samples. And to my surprise, orders started pouring in the next day. Soon, I had to make so many lunch and dinner boxes to deliver that Dad started helping me. We were able to make our rent, and over a few months, we were supplying food to other apartment buildings too. We needed more space for our operation, so we soon moved into a small house. At the start of summer vacation, I was busy packing meals one day when I saw a moving truck pull up to the house next door, and a pretty girl my age stepped out of it. I thought I'd welcome her, so the next day I went over with a pie. But just as I was about to ring the doorbell, I heard people yelling inside and then a loud smash. I quickly turned to leave, and a few steps later, I tripped over someone's leg and fell over with my face in the pie. That was hilarious, and I really thought I wouldn't be able to laugh today. Why did you trip me up? Why were you snooping around my house? I just came to say hi, like a nice neighbor. I even baked you a pecan pie. Pecan? That's my favorite. Is there some part of the pie that didn't touch your face? Maybe this corner? That looks okay. I sat down beside the girl as she ate. Her name was Emily, and she told me the people screaming inside were her parents. I can't stand when they fight, which is all the time. They're so busy hating each other, they don't even notice me anymore. What are your parents like? Do they get along? Suddenly, I felt a lump in my throat, and I just couldn't bring myself to talk about Mom. Yeah, my parents are like best friends. They're perfect together. But it's just me and my dad right now. Mom's out of town for a few months. Emily and I quickly became friends, and we spent the whole summer together, watching movies, riding our bikes, and baking cookies in the kitchen. When high school started, I was glad that I had a friend for a change. But the very first day, I saw some cheerleaders talking to Emily by the lockers, and then she came skipping to me. Guess what? The cheerleading captain said I've got a great look, and she wants me to try out. Well, that Candace is a jerk. She's always calling me a weirdo just because I don't paint my face like a clown or act like a bimbo. I don't know. She was really nice to me. It was obvious Emily wanted to join cheerleading, and I didn't want to sound petty, so I didn't say any more. And soon enough, I felt she started changing. Sure, she still hung out with me, but she'd run off the second Candace called her. She even started changing the way she dressed, and I could swear she was trying to imitate Candace's nasal voice when she spoke. One day at lunch, Candace and her gang walked over to us and invited Emily to a party. I'd like to bring Gwen too, please. Hey, why are you begging for me? I'm not dying to go. Sorry, Em. The party's kind of exclusive, but I've heard some rave reviews about your food, Gwen. Think you could cater for like 100 people this Sunday? I don't mind if you come as a waitress. I'd be happy to take your order, but I won't be waiting on you. You could have made yourself loads of tips, but suit yourself. As much as I disliked her, I didn't want to turn away a big order. I worked hard all weekend, and Dad dropped it off at her place. But the next morning, I was shocked to find the food inspection authorities at her door. It turned out that Candace had made a complaint because she got an allergic reaction from something she ate at the party. She told me she had nut allergies, and I was very careful.
Well, clearly some contamination happened, and we'll be investigating further. For now, we're suspending your business license for the next 6 months.
I was so mad. And the next day when I saw her in school looking just fine, I felt even angrier. Candace, you have to withdraw your complaint. I'll give you your money back. It's not about the money. You endangered my life. My parents take me very seriously, and they're not gonna back off. Sorry, there's nothing I can do. You're such a witch. Emily, how can you be friends with someone like her? Yes, Emily. Why don't you make a decision already? Who will it be? Me or her? Emily stared at me blankly, then looked away. Candace smirked, and I stormed off. But later that afternoon, I found Emily waiting for me outside my house. Look, about what happened in school, let me explain. It's pretty clear to me, and I have no idea why you're here. I like being your friend, but I also like being a cheerleader. Why can't I have both? I can have those friends there, and we can always be friends outside school. If you can't be my friend at school, I don't want to be your friend at all. What's the matter with you? I just like being popular. I like being noticed and feeling seen. You don't know what it's like growing up in my house. Don't use that as an excuse. Everyone's going through something. It's not a good enough reason to be a jerk friend. You're one to talk with your picture-perfect parents. You wouldn't understand. Well, thanks to your friend, I might lose my business for good, so I have other things to worry about. Just go away, Emily. Fine, have it your way. And the next day, Emily was even worse. She actually joined Candace and her minions in making fun of me. That afternoon, I went down to a coffee shop that I knew was hiring. The owner was a kind man who was also impressed by my baking knowledge, and he immediately offered me the job. One evening, as I was at the cash counter, a cute boy with sunglasses walked in. He ordered some coffee and then dropped a $20 bill in the tip jar.
I've never seen you here before. What's your name?
Gwen.
Nice to meet you, Gwen. I can give you my autograph if you'd like.
Why would I want your autograph?
You don't know who I am?
Hey, buddy, I've got other customers, so if you don't mind getting out of the way, please.
No one has ever talked to me like that.
Well, maybe if someone had, you wouldn't act like the world revolves around you. Please, step aside now. Just then the boy pulled off his sunglasses, and everyone in the coffee shop lost their minds. OMG, Damien, I love you. I'm your biggest fan. Suddenly, a crowd of people rushed towards the boy. Then 2 huge bodyguards appeared out of nowhere and ushered him out the door. That night, I looked Damien up online and discovered that he was a pretty big movie star. I felt like an idiot. The next day, my boss called me in for a special shift at the coffee shop, and I found out that Damien had booked the place for a networking event and was inviting some big celebrities. I want you to make your mom's signature pastries that you had me try one day. I was only too happy to, and the guests couldn't stop raving about them. My boss introduced me as the baker, and I caught Damien smiling at me warmly. It kind of made my toes tingle. After the party was over, Damien asked me if he could drop me home.
I think we got off on the wrong foot. I'm Damien. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Damien and I talked and laughed the whole way home.
This was really fun. I feel like you really see me.
Of course I see you. I'm looking at you right now. Wait, I hope you're not telling me you're a ghost.
You're funny. I mean, most people just see my fame and stardom. They don't really bother to get to know the real me.
Who do you see when you look in here?
Not some famous star, just plain old Damien.
Well, I think plain old Damien is pretty cool. Damien came to see me at the coffee shop every time he was in town, and I had a growing crush on him. One night, Emily and her friends were at the coffee shop when Damien walked in. Is that? No way! Damien came up to me, ordered his usual, and then took a seat to wait for me to get off work. And suddenly, Emily and Candace were waving me over like lunatics. How can I help you? Introduce us to Damien. Come on, give him my number. You can do that for an old friend, right? I'm afraid I can't. I know Damien won't be interested in you. And why's that? Because you're as lame and fake as your jumbo eyelashes. How dare you talk to me like that? I'll complain to management. Go ahead. I only spoke the truth. Now, if you'll excuse me. I turned away, but just then Emily flung her chocolate shake at me. I missed it by an inch, and the shake made a huge mess on the floor. Then Emily charged towards me and slipped on it. She landed smack on her butt, and it was all over her clothes and hair. Everyone laughed as Emily struggled to get to her feet, and the loudest was Candace. One of her minions was even filming the whole thing. And by the next morning, the video was making its rounds at school, and Emily was a joke. She stopped talking to Candace and her gang, and after that, I'd always see her alone. I tried to reach out to her, but she was so mad that she refused to talk to me. And I found out one morning that she and her family had moved. She never even said goodbye. Damien and I started dating shortly after, and he even got help from his lawyer to have our license returned. The coffee shop owner wanted to invest in my business, and before I'd even graduated high school, we'd opened more branches and were supplying meals all over the city. Dad was managing it full-time, and we were doing well. But the best day of my life was when I got a phone call from Dad saying Mom was awake after 3 long years. We hugged and cried for hours, and I was beyond happy to have her back. Her recovery was so miraculous that it was even all over the local news. Late one night, I was locking up one of our kitchen locations when I turned around to see Emily. Gwen, why didn't you ever tell me about your mom? I wanted to, Emily, and I thought I would eventually, but then we stopped being friends, and it was just painful to talk about. Like saying it out loud made it too real. I'm so sorry. I never knew what you were going through. And I'm sorry for how I treated you. I just wanted to be popular so bad, but I was never good enough, and you were my only real friend. I hope you can forgive me. Emily, you were always good enough. I'm sorry you didn't see that. What's your secret, Gwen? You seem to have an amazing life now. Beauty, success, happiness, whatever your heart desires. Inside this locket, you'll find the secret on how to achieve it. You want to know what it is? Yeah, absolutely. The secret is you. You just need to believe in yourself. Hi, I'm Mariam from London. Please like and subscribe. I lived with my parents and my grandma on my dad's side. Grandma was a millionaire, so we lived in a mansion with a pool and even a tennis court. But Grandma was also the meanest lady on the planet, except to me. When Mom made dinner, everything tasted wrong. I've never eaten rice this overcooked. I might as well eat bleach for dinner. But one time, I made Grandma a mustard sandwich, and she was blown away. Look at you, already cooking at 10 years old. My granddaughter is the smartest girl on the planet. Grandma also showered me with expensive gifts, constantly. One time, I helped Dad clean the floors, and Grandma bought me a TV for my room. Look at you doing your chores. This is what you get for being an angel, darling. Grandma scolded Mom and Dad for not spoiling me the way she did. Mariam had a fever yesterday. You two cheapskates couldn't hire a singer or a boy band to entertain her. Even though she was a jerk to everyone around her, I loved being Grandma's little gem. Whenever my parents got mad at me, I had my grandma to hide behind. What is this D on your biology test, Mariam? Grandma, Mom's yelling at me. How dare you put that kind of pressure on Mariam? Sweetie, you don't have to study if you don't want to. My parents really wanted me to become a doctor when I grew up. They would get me all sorts of medical toys, but all I was ever interested in was paints, clays, and brushes. I often imagined myself as a famous painter and pretended to take a veil off a painting I made. Everyone would tell me I was the next Picasso, and I'd say, "Oh, you're all too kind." One day in 9th grade, I decided to sign up for a painting class, but my dumb parents said I had to take chemistry. It's time you start taking school seriously, young lady. We've had enough of your art nonsense. That was it. I opened my mouth and started to scream. My voice should have shattered the windows. Mom and Dad covered their ears. What is the matter with you? Are you a toddler?
I think I lost my hearing.
Grandma, they're being so mean to me. I don't want to take biology. I want to paint.
You two should be ashamed of yourselves. Mariam is obviously an art prodigy and should be painting as much as she wants. We'll compromise then. You will take biology class, but we'll hire a tutor to give you private art lessons. Really? Oh, thank you so much. I knew I was being a little bratty, but if I could take private art lessons, so be it. My art tutor turned out to be a girl from my school. Her name was Layla, and she was in the 11th grade. And I didn't mind having her for my art tutor at all. She was one of the most popular girls in school and looked like a supermodel. I'd always heard about her, but I never got to talk to her before. I'm gonna help you become one of the greatest painters. Soon, you won't even need to go to school anymore. I sure hope you're right. I didn't know you were an artist, Layla. No one ever said anything. Nobody really knows me at all, really. I think I'm only popular because of how I look, but I don't have any real friends. Layla and I spent an hour painting and talking, and Layla was right. She wasn't like most popular girls at all. In fact, she was a little weird. One time, I decided to paint my entire face green just to see what it would look like. All right then, so I guess we're done for today? Actually, I wanted to ask you something. My parents are on vacation for like 6 months, so I'm all alone in my house. Can I stay at your place? I'll help out around the house and give you triple the art lessons. Triple the art lessons? I was gonna make sure Layla could live with us. Oh, for sure. I just gotta talk to my grandma. But my parents happened to be in the same room as Grandma, and they wouldn't have it.
Some stranger living in our home? Are you crazy? Might as well invite a robber to live with us.
You guys are so unfair.
She said she's gonna give me triple the art lessons. Grandma, tell my parents to stop being jerks.
Miriam's right. You two are heartless people. Not letting a friend of Miriam's into our home, not letting her follow her dreams. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
I knew then Layla was gonna stay with us for as long as I wanted her to. But as time passed, I didn't just do art with Layla. I also talked to her for hours. Miriam, how come your grandma's such a bully? She's a bully to everyone, but not to me. Don't you worry one day she'll bully you too? No, Grandma loves me. You know, you're kinda naive, Miriam. Sort of like a kid. I am not. No, it's a good thing. I wish I was more like that. Layla said the most confusing things, but I loved every moment I spent with her. Even at school, being with Layla was an adventure. She would do the weirdest things. Miriam, come with us to the boys' bathroom. We're gonna tape anonymous love letters on the wall. Are you crazy? Why? 'Cause it'll drive them crazy. When no one was looking, Layla leaned over to me and whispered, "Consider this your most important art lesson. How to win over the boy you love. But I don't like any boys. Or maybe boys don't like you. You're too... I don't know what the word is. What's that supposed to mean? I don't know. Boys just maybe aren't into you. Like I said, you're kinda young for your age." Layla taped her anonymous love letter to the wall and left me inside the boys' bathroom. I was mad after Layla said that. I even refused to talk to her after school. Come on, Miriam, don't be so sensitive. I didn't mean anything by it. You insulted me. Maybe you are just another mean, popular girl. I'm sorry, you're right. Sometimes I say stupid things. Sometimes I think there's something wrong with me. What do you mean? Layla didn't answer. Instead, she took me to this gorgeous hiking trail to paint. I forgot all about our conversation. Layla, when will I be the world's best painter and be able to quit school? It doesn't work like that, silly. I was kidding when I said that. Maybe you'll never be a great painter. You don't think I'll ever be a great painter? I don't know, really. But did you know that you're the best student I ever had? Maybe you won't be a famous painter, but you'll be a famous something. Why was Layla always speaking in these weird riddles? And even though she was a mystery, I felt closer to Layla than I'd ever felt to anyone. Then, 10 months later, Grandma started picking on Layla one day. It was totally out of the blue at dinner time.
Dear, I assume your parents are successful painters?
No, ma'am. It's just me who likes to paint. My parents are doctors. But like I said, now they're on vacation.
On vacation for almost a year, and you haven't displayed your paintings in galleries, started a business, and made something of yourself?
Ma'am, I'm only 17.
By the time I was 17, I was already starting my own startup. You're a freeloader is what you are.
Grandma? Excuse me, but I think I'll go to my room now. I watched Layla get up from the table as her eyes filled with tears. Why was Grandma being so cruel all of a sudden? I was used to her bullying my parents, but Layla? I could barely stand it. I jumped up to follow Layla. Layla, wait! Don't take what Grandma said to heart. I told you, she can be mean sometimes. Your grandma's right, Miriam. I have to tell you something. What is it? I lied before. My parents aren't on a trip. The truth is, I'm homeless. After my parents died, I tried going to an orphanage, but they didn't take care of me, so I ran away and started stealing food and clothes. Then I got caught and got arrested. No foster parents want a girl with a criminal record. I've been living on the streets. So far, I've been able to keep it a secret at our school, but I'm worried one day they'll find out. Oh, Layla, I had no idea. Listen, if I tell Grandma about your situation, she'll understand. She always agrees with whatever I say, no matter what. But when I told Grandma Layla's story, her face turned white with anger. She looked like a statue.
I want her out of my house, Miriam. I can't believe I ever agreed to let a filthy child criminal into my home. She leaves today, and I'm calling the police.
Grandma, you can't do that. It wasn't her fault. I want her to stay here and teach me art. She's the bestest friend I've ever had. And for the first time ever, Grandma turned her anger on me.
You don't know what you're saying, Miriam. You're just a silly child. Layla leaves my house today. Like it or not?
Then, something inside me burst. Grandma, I've had enough of your cruelty. You bully everyone around you, and I'm sick of it. You have no idea what Layla's gone through, and you have no idea what she means to me. Without waiting a split second, I ran back to my bedroom to find Layla, but she wasn't there. Where had she gone? All of a sudden, I saw Layla outside the window with a backpack. She was walking farther and farther away from our house. I dashed outside. Layla, where are you going? Layla just ignored me and kept walking. I ran up to her and grabbed her arm. Layla, please don't leave. You were right about Grandma. She is a bully, and I finally stood up to her. I don't care about what she wants. I care about you. Miriam, I think you better forget about me. It's for the best. What do you mean? I could never forget about you. You're not my family, Miriam. I don't have any family. Nobody loves me. I'm just your art teacher. That's all I ever was. Before I could say another word, Layla left. I tried chasing her. I never knew someone could run so fast. But after miles of sprinting, I collapsed on the ground and I burst into tears. I didn't get home until midnight. Grandma and my parents stood in the living room next to our giant, fancy fireplace. Grandma's eyes looked like they were on fire.
You spoiled, awful child, yelling at me and then vanishing out into the night? I should have you locked up in jail. Okay, let's go easy.
She made a mistake. She's still your sweet Miriam, isn't she?
She was my sweet Miriam. That was before she became friends with a dirty, homeless, and spoke back to me. And if she keeps painting, she'll be a dirty, homeless too.
I don't care what you say, Grandma. I am going to keep painting, even if I do end up poor.
Why don't you show me a few of your paintings then,
I will. I'm really good. In my room, I grabbed every painting of mine I could find. Grandma was going to see. Here, look at how many paintings I've done. And you know what? I'm proud of them.
Wow, honey, we didn't know you did that many.
They look beautiful.
Oh, darling, let me see.
Then suddenly, Grandma tossed my paintings into our giant fireplace. No!
Mom, how could you?
I threw myself on the floor and cried harder than ever. My beautiful paintings were gone, and Layla was gone. That's it. That was the last straw.
We're moving out of your mansion. We're tired of your cruelty. That's the silliest thing I've ever heard. You can't live without my fancy riches.
But the very next week, my parents and I packed up our stuff and moved into a new place. It was smaller, and it didn't have a tennis court. And I still couldn't stop thinking about Layla and where she could be. Then one day, I found a letter taped to my window. It was signed with Layla's name. Meet me at our hiking trail. I took the very next bus to our trail and tried calling Layla's name, but there was no answer. Then suddenly, who should I see but Grandma? Grandma, what on earth are you doing here?
Darling, I wrote the note taped to your window. I was afraid you wouldn't come to meet me otherwise, and I remembered this was your favorite place to come with Layla.
You mean Layla isn't here? I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to her.
Sweetie, I'll do anything to help you find her. But first, I want to apologize for being so awful to you and burning your paintings. I love you, sweetheart.
Grandma started to cry and came over to hug me. I've been a bully your whole life, to your parents and now to you. After I saw your face when I burned your paintings, I realized I wanted to change. I love you, Miriam. I love you too, Grandma, but it's gonna take me some time to forgive you.
I understand. I don't expect you to ever forgive me, but know that I'm here, and my house is always open to you. And if you do ever find Layla again, you both can move back in with me. I'll adopt her.
Grandma left at that moment, and I stood in the middle of the hiking trail. And then suddenly, I saw Layla sitting on top of a rock. Layla! But as soon as Layla saw me, she started to run up the hiking trail. I chased her as fast as I could, but she was just running and climbing higher. Please, wait up! Go away, Miriam! Layla, please, don't run away from me. I raced up the hiking trail and tried to catch up with Layla, but she was so far ahead of me, I couldn't even see her. Suddenly, I heard a loud cry from above. I looked up to see Layla stuck between two rocks. She looked like she was ready to fall. Please, someone help me! Layla, I'm here, hang on! I rushed to Layla as fast as I could and tried to pull her up, but she wouldn't budge. My
hand is slipping. Do something! I grabbed Layla with all my might, and she was finally free. Layla and I fell on top of each other and started laughing. But suddenly, Layla looked at me. Miriam, you're all scratched up. It's fine, Layla. I don't care. What matters to me is that you're okay. I couldn't live without you. Really? I mean that much to you? Yes. You're the most amazing friend and teacher I've ever had. I used to be so bratty and babyish. I had my grandma to run my whole life. But you've changed me. Even though we're not related by blood, you are my family. Do you really mean that? Yes. Layla, I talked to my grandma. She apologized for everything, and she said if I ever found you, she'd adopt you. Oh, Miriam, that's the best news I've ever heard. We'll paint up here every day. I'll teach you everything. We will, even if we're never famous. I'll always keep painting with you. I love you, Layla. I love you too.
Hi, I'm Samantha from San Francisco. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. I was born with cherry lips and big black eyes. My parents said I looked like a child out of a fairy tale. But whenever Mom and Dad talked to me, I never smiled or changed my facial expression. My parents tried everything to make me smile. Mrs. Rabbit wants to play with you. Come on, give Mr. Mouse a kiss. Dad held a mouse puppet close to my face and made kissing noises, but I just stared blankly and slapped the mouse away from me. That's when my parents decided to take me to a doctor. After a few tests, I found out I had a condition called Mobius that meant I couldn't smile, frown, or lift my eyebrows. I was too young to understand what Mobius was, but when I was in preschool, Mom and I were at the mall when we bumped into one of her friends who had a daughter my age. She kept smiling at me, but all I could do was stare at her like a robot. Suddenly, the little girl started to cry. Mommy, this girl is scaring me. Oh, sweetie, don't be scared. Our dog ran away yesterday, so Samantha's just sad. But Mom, we don't have a dog. Mom pulled me away quickly. That's when I realized she was embarrassed to tell her friend I had a condition, because that meant I wasn't normal like everyone else. And at school, none of the kids really wanted to be my friend because they thought I was strange. So I spent most of my time alone. But several months later, my life took a huge turn. Mom gave birth to my twin sisters, Annie and Penny. My parents worked full-time, so we always had a maid in the house. But even with a maid, I was always the main one to watch my sisters. One day, Annie, the wilder twin, climbed all the way to the top of our backyard fence. Annie, come down right now. No, I don't wanna. Penny, come climb up and we can fly like birds do. No flying. Penny listened to me, but Annie was about to jump and my heart almost stopped. But then she started laughing like crazy. Fooled you. I was furious and told Mom what Annie did. Mom went ballistic. What is the matter with you, Annie? Why can't you be a good girl like your sisters? Annie's eyes filled with tears. From that day on, she made everyone's life a living nightmare. She hated me for telling on her, and over time, Annie grew jealous of Penny. Penny was what you call gifted and could get straight A's without even trying. One time when the girls were in 4th grade, Mom and Dad threw Penny a huge party for winning the school spelling bee. Our little Einstein. We're so proud of you, Penny. Annie stomped out of the room at that moment, and that night, she chopped off all of Penny's hair while everyone was sleeping. Penny burst into tears, and I tried to comfort her. Don't worry, it'll grow back. Annie's such a mean bully. I won't let her bully you anymore, Penny. I'm here. Penny slept in my room every night after that because she was terrified of Annie. I loved both my sisters, but Annie grew up to be so mean. Then one day in 8th grade, a new boy joined my class. His name was Daniel, and he wore those fat black spectacles. He was really short and really shy. While he was walking to class, this guy bumped into him and his glasses went flying. Daniel started freaking out. I can't see anything. I saw Daniel's glasses on the floor and picked them up quickly. Here you go, but it looks like they're broken. It's okay. It's better than nothing. Daniel put on his broken glasses. He looked silly, but also kind of cute. He and I ended up hanging out for the rest of the day. and he was super sweet and good to talk to. Over time, Daniel and I became really close, and I even started having feelings for him. But he always just treated me as a friend, and I didn't want to ruin what we had. Life in high school was good, till Penny and Annie joined, and things got a little crazy. Whenever Annie saw me with Daniel, she grabbed the chance to make fun of me. One time, Daniel and I were in the hallway when we passed Annie putting on lipstick. "Hey, Daniel, don't you ever get bored of hanging out with sad face emoji over here?" "Of course not. That's not a nice thing to say, Annie." "Yeah, get out of my sight before you regret it." "Okay, but first, I need to do this." Before I knew it, Annie had pinned me against the locker and drew a smile on my face with her lipstick. "You look so much better now." I pushed Annie to the ground and she fell on her butt. She dragged me down, but Daniel stepped in. "Cut it out, Annie." Daniel pulled me up and led me to the girls' bathroom. He helped me rinse the lipstick smile off, and I looked at my face in the mirror. "Daniel, do you think I'm ugly? You can tell me the truth." "Samantha, look at me. You're not ugly. I think you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen." Daniel leaned in and kissed me, and I felt butterflies. A bunch of girls came in just then and started shrieking. "Ew! What's he doing in the girls' bathroom?" Daniel and I ran out, laughing like crazy. I was on cloud 9 all that week. I didn't even mind that our maid was coming less and I was doing all the chores by myself. But Annie couldn't stop talking about me having a boyfriend. I just don't get it. How can someone like you have a boyfriend but not me? I'm way prettier than you. Well, not everything is about looks, Annie. As time passed, Penny started dating a popular jock at school. Her grades were still perfect, and she got much more popular than Annie. Penny's life and mine were getting better and better, but Annie didn't have anything going for her. One morning, I woke up to find everybody at home, including my parents, which was rare. And Penny was super sick. Her face looked super bloated, and she had red bumps all over her arms and legs. My parents left me at home with Annie while they took Penny to the doctor. Annie was surprisingly well behaved and even stayed in to do homework. I decided it was safe to go out and see Daniel for a bit. But as I reached home, my parents and Penny had also just returned. "Guys, what's going on? Penny, what did the doctor say was wrong?" "I have an autoimmune problem. Apparently, every time I get an allergic reaction, this is what'll happen." Penny hung her head and I walked back into the house with her. My parents left for work then, but just as we stepped inside, Penny looked at her phone and started to cry. "Oh my God, just look what Annie posted." To my horror, Annie had posted a picture of Penny with her red skin bumps and bloated face on Instagram. Underneath, the caption read, "Even pretty girls have ugly secrets." Just then, Annie came trotting down the stairs all dressed up. "Annie, you're a monster. How could you do something like this?" I couldn't help myself. It was just too funny. Penny looked totally Instagram-worthy. Before I could answer, Penny's boyfriend came down the stairs too.
"Here, babe, you forgot your jacket."
"Babe, what are you doing here?"
"Annie invited me over while you and your sister were out. Listen, I can't date you anymore. Not after seeing your skin."
He and Annie walked out the door before any of us could say anything. How could Annie do something so sick? I stayed with Penny the whole day and told my parents everything that had happened. They grounded Annie for 2 weeks. And then the strangest thing happened. Penny became more popular in school, and kids at school started ignoring Annie. Everyone thought Annie was heartless for stealing Penny's boyfriend. She became a total outcast. Penny got a new boyfriend, and Daniel became more and more handsome. By the end of 12th grade, he even got contact lenses. The day before my graduation, my parents pulled me aside.
"Sammy, we were thinking, maybe you can apply for an online college."
"We still really need you to keep an eye on your sister, sweetie." "Are you kidding me? I've been the family nanny my whole life. It's about time you two took over and teach the twins to be responsible. I deserve to focus on my life now." With that, I walked away, and I spent days applying to my dream colleges. But one night while I was reading, Penny ran into my room. "Sammy, come quick. It's Annie. She's gone." "What do you mean she's gone?" I dashed into Annie's room to find my parents holding a note from Annie. Annie wrote that she's leaving home to live somewhere else. She didn't even write where. Dad called the police and they tracked down Annie's phone. It turned out she was staying with our aunt, who Annie was super close with. We were all relieved, but when we went to pick her up, she refused to come home. I told Aunt I don't want to stay with you guys anymore, and she's happy to keep me. I'm not going home with you guys. You can't make me. Mom and Dad spent hours begging her to come home, but they couldn't persuade her, so we left without her. But my parents were sure she'd cool off and return in a couple of weeks. Except she didn't. She stayed with Aunt for a month. Then 1 month turned into 3 months, and then 6. And Annie refused to speak to any of us, and I left for college soon with Daniel. I kept in touch with Penny, who told me after some time that Annie had moved out of her aunt's place and was now living with some friend. 4 years later, Daniel and I graduated university with honors, and we started a small software company that met success almost immediately. And soon after, Daniel proposed to me, and of course, I said yes. Life was going great, and then one day, I got the most unexpected call. Samantha, it's Annie. Can you meet me today? I need your help. No, hi, hello, how have you been? Please, I'm in crisis. I'm texting you the address. Meet me there. Annie hung up before I could even answer. I felt mad at her, but I just couldn't ignore my little sister. I went to the address and found her sitting on a bench outside a small building. Annie had chopped off her lovely hair, and she looked thin. Annie, what's going on with you? I started a makeup business, and now I'm in debt. I was wondering if you could lend me the money to pay it off. I'll lose it otherwise. You shut out your whole family for years, and now you call me out of the blue because you want money? This is not how I wanted to reach out to you, okay? I wanted to make something of myself first and make you guys proud of me. I was just never as perfect as you or Penny, and that just made me jealous and stupid, and I'm sorry for everything. I've been trying to be better. I really believe my business can work. But now I'm in a mess as usual, and I could only think of you. You've always taken care of me. I was surprised at how sincere and different Annie sounded, and it was good to see her trying at something. I wrote her a check and was about to leave, when suddenly I turned back and handed her a wedding invite. I'm getting married in a few months. I'd like for you to come, and I'm sure everyone else would be happy to see you too. A couple of months before the wedding, Daniel took me out to a special dinner.
Samantha, I've been saving up some money and doing research for years. Mobius, your condition can't be cured, but it can be slightly corrected through surgery, and I just found this amazing surgeon. I just want you to know that you're perfect as you are, but if you want the surgery, I have the money for it.
My eyes filled with happy tears. I agreed to get the surgery, and Daniel was by my side the whole time. The doctor couldn't completely fix my issues, but I felt like a whole different person, being able to have real facial expressions. On the day of my wedding, my parents and Penny were with me in the dressing room when suddenly the door opened and Annie walked in. Everyone looked shocked to see her, but I was so happy she came. Guys, I know we've all had our issues, but can today be the day we all start to make up? My parents hugged Annie and we all cried, and even Penny joined in. Then my parents turned to me.
Samantha, we're so happy for you and so grateful to you. We know we always put too much responsibility on you and it wasn't fair. We want you to know that we really appreciate you, love.
And hearing those words from them meant everything. My sisters walked me down the aisle and I could hear people smiling and whispering that I looked amazing. Daniel beamed at me as he took my hand.
You have the loveliest smile, Sammy.
I'm Delphina from New York. My story starts with the day my parents decided to send me away. But before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. My parents loved me a lot, but I missed them because they were always super busy at work. And I don't have any friends, not even the imaginary ones. At least I had my grandma, my Nona, and I would always ask Dad to visit her in Sicily, but he couldn't afford the tickets for us to go every year. So for my 7th birthday, he surprised me by finally deciding to send me to Nona's place with Mom. I was ecstatic, and it was an amazing place, as was my Nona. I had a lot of fun running around her farm and petting the animals. However, the best thing about Nona's farm was the nearby beach, because that's where I met Giulia.
Wow, that sandcastle looks great! Can I join you? Only if you promise to come for a swim with me afterward. But I don't know how to swim. I'll teach you.
Easy for her to say. Julia swam like a fish, and I had never even set foot in a bathtub. Even as a baby, my parents washed me in the backyard with a bucket and a hose. Plus, I'm not good at trying new things.
Come on, the fish won't bite. There's fish?
I imagined a gigantic shark coming up from the depths of the sea, eating my butt in one single bite. But before I could chicken out, Julia pushed me in. I flailed, terrified, but the water barely reached my waist.
See? I knew you could do it. Now take my hands and start kicking your feet. Ouch! Don't kick me. Kick the water.
Oops, I accidentally nailed her in the shin. Julia backed up a few feet before I tried again.
Yeah, just like that.
And that's how I got over my fear of trying new things. Julia was loud, sunny, and fearless, just like I wanted myself to be. That summer, we got into all kinds of trouble. We stole the fresh eggs from the chicken coop in the morning, raced after the postwoman, and made her lose all her letters. Julia was also really good at basketball, so we played until the sun went down and Nona called us home. We also invented a million new ice cream flavors, and because we needed so much milk, we had to milk Nona's cow.
Don't you think she's looking at me funny? She's a cow, and you're pulling on her udders. Of course she looks at you funny.
With Julia, I felt like I could do anything. So we milked the cow, made ice cream, and then ate so much of it that we gave ourselves stomach cramps. Might this be a lesson for the future? Excess of anything is bad, honey. But like all good things, it also ended in a blink of an eye. I was super sad to return home. I had made my first real friend, and now I had to leave her behind. I promised Julia that I would write to her every day, and I gave her a necklace made out of seashells that we had collected together.
Wow, this is beautiful. Thank you. I'll treasure it for sure.
When I got on the plane, I realized how much I had changed, and it was all thanks to Julia. Since I wasn't allowed a phone yet, and I had forgotten to get her email address, I would write Julia actual letters. Each summer, I promised I'd visit, but in the end, I never did. With time, the letters became shorter and shorter, and when I was 14, my life turned upside down when my parents divorced, and I had to move to a new house with my mom. Julia kept writing to me, but I was shattered, so I didn't feel like replying, and eventually, her letters stopped. Fortunately, my mom had made a lot of money with her novels and sent me to a new, super fancy school. However, I soon discovered that everyone here was obsessed with their looks. There was this one girl in particular, Olivia, who took an instant dislike to me. Look at what she's wearing. Are your parents in the military? Because it looks like you shop at Salvation Army. It was actually from a flea market, but her remarks were still mean. I wanted to return to my old school, but my mom had no patience with my complaints. I'll get you new clothes. What's the problem? There's nothing wrong with the clothes I already have. Other girls would be happy to have an excuse to go shopping. In the end, I found new clothes, and when I walked into school the next day, I could feel everyone looking at me with admiration. Maybe this new school wasn't so bad. But, of course, Olivia still found something wrong with me. Is that a pimple, Delphina? Ugh, here, take a mint. Your breath stinks. No matter how hard I tried, every day she found something else to make fun of. Look at her hair. Is it dandruff or lice? Ew. And that was the last straw. I couldn't take her nastiness anymore. Let's see how your hair looks now. So I threw my glass of water right in her face. But Olivia dodged, and the water drenched my teacher. She went ballistic and didn't listen to me. Instead, she sent me to detention for a week with that wicked witch. After that, school was hard because Olivia wouldn't stop bugging me. One time, she literally bugged me. She spilled an ant farm on me. It was a whole thing. Somehow, I survived 2 years, and then my life took another turn when Tristan joined my class in high school. The second I laid eyes on him, I felt my heart start to race and my stomach flip with anticipation. Or was that from the lunch in the school cafeteria? Either way, I didn't care. I had never seen anyone so handsome in my entire life. And under Olivia's stunned gaze, he walked straight up to me and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Tristan. Can I sit here? I kept staring at him. It was as if we had known each other for an eternity, just like in those romantic movies. Tristan didn't wait for a reply and just sat beside me, and he kept smiling at me. In class, at recess, at lunch. Well, in a matter of days, he became close to me and became the most popular guy in school. He always had the best brands and wore the latest fashion. And he was too good at sports, so he joined the basketball team as well. I was wondering, OMG, he joined it because of me. Well, the more Tristan paid attention to me, the more Olivia got jealous, and her pranks grew cruel. She would drop ketchup in my bag and cut my gym shoelaces. She even threw chewing gum in my hair. OMG, I'm sorry. I was spitting it out, and I don't know how it ended up in your hair.
OMG, you're such a liar. Do you always spit your gum 5 feet across the room when you're spitting it out? This is insane.
I was about to cry, but when I saw how worried Tristan was, I forgot everything, and he gently pulled it out by using the ice from the cafeteria, and I could see Olivia's face in dismay. The other day, the teacher called Olivia up to answer a question on the board when, rip, as she struggled to stand up, her pants ripped apart. Turned out, someone had put glue on her chair. Surprisingly, no one felt bad for her. I guess that's what you call karma. Revenge. Finally, she knew how I felt every day. But who could have glued Olivia's chair? I looked around, and Tristan winked at me. Did you do this?
Yeah, it was about time that someone taught her a lesson.
No one had stood up for me in all that time, and it touched my heart. I discovered that Tristan was a lot of fun, almost as much fun as Julia. And whenever Olivia tried to be nasty to me, Tristan would retaliate with an even bigger prank. Soon, Tristan and I became inseparable. In particular, we enjoyed playing basketball together. Come on, is this all you've got?
Let's play another game and I'll show you.
We played one game and then another one until it started raining, but we still didn't want to stop. But then I slipped, and luckily, I landed on Tristan's strong arm. Our eyes met, and I felt a spark between us. Wow. He's really handsome, isn't he? I was living a dream. After a few days, it was my birthday, and I could hardly wait for him to surprise me. Or perhaps propose to me. I wasn't ready for a proposal, but I did have a David's bridal catalog, just in case. Yeah. You said something?
Me? No, nothing.
What?
Do you want to say something?
No, just focus on work. Jerk. I was so mad that he forgot to wish me a happy birthday. I couldn't even sleep. I kept tossing and turning. Just then, my phone rang, and it was him. I couldn't wait anymore, so I picked it up on a single ring.
Hi, come down, please.
What? I looked out, and Tristan was in front of my house. I got so excited that I tried to jump from the window, but then I realized I wasn't Rapunzel. But I didn't feel any less than a princess that day. My mom was away, so it was easy to sneak out of the house and go with Tristan. We drove to a quiet spot where you could see all of the sparkling lights of New York. He finally wished me happy birthday, and man, it was super romantic. The way he looked at me, perhaps he was thinking the same thing. He leaned in, and I closed my eyes, waiting for a kiss, but
I have something to tell you. I really like you, Delphina, but there are things about me you don't know, and I'm not sure I'm ready to tell you.
You have secrets?
I wasn't always the nice guy you know today.
What did he mean? What kind of dark secret could he have? I don't know if I can date someone who doesn't trust me.
That's okay, I understand, but I still need some time before I tell you.
After that, things between Tristan and me became different. I couldn't look at him without wondering what his big secret was, and my imagination was running wild. I still wanted to be his girlfriend, but I felt hurt that he couldn't trust me with a secret. What kind of couple would keep secrets from each other? The more I thought about it, the more it seemed strange that someone like Tristan could be interested in me. After all, when we met, I was the underdog, and he was the coolest guy in school. Maybe this was all a trick of some kind. My suspicions were confirmed one day when I went to basketball practice and I found Tristan and Olivia playing together. They were laughing and he was teaching her how to shoot three-pointers, which was my specialty. And when I saw them close together, I couldn't stand and watch it. I stormed onto the court and slapped him. How dare you? You played with me.
What?
I thought you didn't like her, but it looks like I was wrong. Everything you told me is a lie. Suddenly, Tristan looked super guilty, and I knew I was right. I ran away.
Wait, she told me this was your idea, that you wanted to make peace with her and forget the past.
I didn't believe him. When I got home, I was crying on my bed. I cried so much that I was suddenly sitting in the middle of a small pool. Then I slid onto the floor, and there I noticed an old shoebox under my bed. I pulled it out, dusted it off, opened it, and Giulia's letters. I had almost forgotten about them. I started reading them, and it reminded me how happy I had been that summer. Giulia would have never betrayed me as Tristan had. And since I'm rich now, I bought a ticket to Italy to see my Nonna again, and maybe Giulia.
What happened to you, dear? How about school? It's only for a few days. Can I stay, please? Nona could never say no to me, so I spent the next few days wandering around the places of my childhood. There was so much that reminded me of Giulia, but when I went to see her house, I found it locked. It looked abandoned. I asked around the village, but even if they did remember Giulia, no one knew where she went. Also, one of my teammates texted, confirming that Olivia had really told Tristan that teaching her basketball was my idea.
That sneaky witch!
Of course she did. I went back to school, ready to apologize, but Tristan ignored me. He wasn't completely wrong. I slapped him, left him, and didn't trust him. Of course, he was angry with me and avoiding me, but I decided to get his attention anyway. I came to school dressed up all fancy, but everyone laughed at me. Then I tried to cook him a fishy surprise and put it in his locker, but it smelled so bad after a few hours that everyone gave him the stink eye. I even tried to dance for him at the basketball game, but I accidentally kicked Tristan as I jumped. But thanks to Olivia, she threw a banana peel on the floor, which made me slip. I was sure I would fall, but Tristan caught me midair. Are you okay? Yes. I'm sorry I didn't believe you. I know you'd never team up with Olivia. You know I don't like her. So, can you tell me your secret now? Tristan looked at me, and he took a big breath. His face got all serious. Come with me. Where did he want to take me? But we went to the lockers, and thankfully, the fishy smell was gone. The corridor was deserted because everyone was still at the game. He opened his locker and took out a necklace. It was made of seashells, and I immediately recognized it. I made that necklace, but I gave it to Giulia. How is he Giulia's brother? He must have some connection with her. He was looking at me with a broad, hopeful grin, and suddenly, I remembered where I had seen that smile before. You're Giulia, but it's Tristan now. Now that I knew the truth, I was shocked that I hadn't seen it before. That's why Tristan felt so familiar. We had met before. So, this is your big secret? I was hoping you'd recognize me, but you never did. You never gave me any clue. I'm the one who taught you to play basketball. I walked closer to look at Tristan and compared him to Giulia. Well, this version of him felt right. I couldn't imagine a grown-up version of Giulia that wasn't a boy. Is this why you never got in touch? Yeah, I was afraid you would reject me, but I missed you too much, so I decided to risk it. Is the fearless Tristan afraid? Tristan took my hands. You really don't care that I was born a girl? Giulia was my first real friend, but you were my first love, and you are perfect just the way you are. Now kiss me. And so he did, and it was the best kiss in the world.
Hi, my name is Iris, and till I was 10 years old, I had a perfectly normal childhood with perfectly normal parents. Then one day, Mom suddenly decided to become religious, and she went completely insane. Suddenly, I wasn't allowed to read anything with the word magic in it, so I snuck Harry Potter books from the library and hid them under my pillows. But one day in the 6th grade, I came home to find Mom lighting up a fire, and to my horror, I saw my books on the ground. I told you I don't want you reading these devilish scripts. Come here and throw them in the fire. Are you crazy, Mom? I'm not burning them. Then I'll just have to save your soul. And with that, she shoved them all into the fire. I had to use all my saved up allowance to buy new ones for the library. But in the 7th grade, Mom went completely nuts. Dad had taken us for a party at his boss's house, and sometime later, I noticed that Mom wasn't in the room. I went looking for her and found her in the study, slashing a painting with a paper cutter. Mom, what are you doing? This painting is evil. I can feel the devil's presence in it. It turned out that the evil painting was worth a fortune. Not only did Dad get fired, he also got sued. He said he couldn't stand Mom any longer and left for good. I was furious at Mom. But I couldn't be for too long because the next day, she announced that she was pregnant. Dad was unreachable, so I was all she had now. And 8 months later, it was me calling 911 when she went into labor. At the hospital, Mom threw a huge tantrum because there were no female doctors available. There's no way a male doctor is touching me. I made a vow to God. Get me a woman, or I'm keeping this baby inside. Just then, a handsome young doctor walked in and Mom screamed, "I'll take him!"
She made me reapply her lipstick before I was shoved out of the room. Mom was acting weird. Mom gave birth to a baby girl, and I fell in love with her instantly.
She's beautiful, isn't she?
Yeah, he's an angel. Oh, you're talking about the baby. Well, she looks like a boiled potato. Mom got busy again with her church meetings, and I became Maddie's babysitter after school. But I adored her and didn't mind at all. One night, as I was tucking her, I thrashed around like a feral raccoon until the bag was finally lifted. And standing there, looking way too proud of himself, was Eli.
Relax, it's just me.
You kidnapped me?
You left me no choice.
I glared at him, panting like a cornered cat. And then he pulled out his secret weapon, a sad, crumpled bag of garlic knots.
Truce?
I stared at the bag, then at him, then back at the bag. Some battles aren't worth fighting. You're lucky I'm weak for carbs.
I'm so sorry. I know it'll be impossible to make up for what I said to you, but I have a surprise that might help.
I braced myself for, I don't know, a heartfelt speech. Instead, he pulled out his laptop, and front and center was that same disgusting photo of him cuddling up with Fiona. Eli, if this is some sort of twisted joke, it is not funny.
No, Lucy, seriously. Look closer.
I was about 2 seconds away from hurling his laptop into the sun, but then he zoomed in, and there it was, hiding in the background of that gross photo, Fiona's email inbox. A whole page of messages, including one that said, "Like and subscribe to MSA, or I steal your work." Just kidding. But seriously, you should. Anyway, there, between all the junk mail and regrets, was a message from her uncle, the CEO of Floriful, with a subject line that read, "Be Real Contest Winner, Lucy Roth." Dated 2 whole days before Fiona was announced as the winner. As much as I tried to stay mad, a tiny, smug grin betrayed me. Well, this doesn't excuse how you treated me, but I'll admit, it's a good catch. However, you're writing the article this time.
I think we're gonna need more than just a photo. Otherwise, she'll be able to say it's fake. We need to catch her off guard.
Well, lucky for you, your bestie Fiona is making a public appearance soon at the Floriful Q&A.
She's not my bestie.
Oh, could have fooled me. You two looked very cozy.
I was investigating undercover.
Sure, real deep cover operation there, Agent Bellinger.
Focus, Roth. This Q&A might be our shot.
Perfect. Let's blow her cover live. Eli used his journalism connections to get 2 press passes to the event, which was being held at the fanciest hotel in town.
Seeing as how this is your plan and your work, I think it's best if you do the talking.
What? Me? But there's so many people here, and so many cameras. I'm more of a behind-the-lens kind of girl.
That's all in your head. You got this. I believe in you.
But as the event started, and Fiona started lying her face off on the stage, it became harder and harder to stop myself from bursting.
And for this next photo, I really wanted to capture the feeling of solitude, of inner peace.
People were eating up her fake work like it was the second coming of Picasso. I had enough. I shot my hand up so fast and nearly dislocated my shoulder. I have a question. The whole crowd turned. Fiona spotted me, and for a half a second, she flinched. Then she slapped on that fake smile of hers.
Oh, sure. You there, with the confidence.
You talk a lot about solitude, but honestly, your photos just look lonely, not real. You ever think maybe it's because real friends can spot a faker from a mile away? I guess friendship's not really your thing.
Oh, please. I have loads of friends. In fact, some of us are practically family. Right, Eli?
I stood up fully, striding toward the front, feeling a fire I hadn't felt in, well, maybe ever. The rest? All mine. Lucy Roth. Hi. Nice to meet you. Yes.
somewhere, someone actually dropped a wine glass.
That's a lie! She's obsessed with me. She is like my biggest fan. Probably has a shrine to me in her closet made out of my Instagram stories.
People started snickering. Fiona straightened up like someone had just pulled her strings.
You know what? Maybe I did inspire her. Maybe if she spent more time working on her talent instead of obsessing over me, she wouldn't be crying in public like a little crybaby.
And without missing a beat, I turned to Eli. Was that an inspirational quote? Should I embroider that on a pillow? The crowd cracked up. Fiona's face went purple, like an eggplant wearing mascara. And then it happened. Eli gave the secret nod. For our plan, it was go time. Suddenly, the big screen behind Fiona flickered, and boom, there it was. A blown-up screenshot of the email from Floraful's CEO, clear as day. Be Real contest winner, Lucy Roth. The whole room gasped like someone had let out a massive fart in church. Fiona didn't notice at first. She just kept talking, acting like the queen of authenticity. But when she finally turned around and saw it, it was like watching a Jenga tower collapse in slow motion. She froze, then let out this tiny, pitiful little squeak.
Oh, fudge.
And that's when things got really chaotic. Her dad practically launched himself onto the stage, flailing like a businessman who had just lost a deal.
That's a fake! Security! Remove her!
I barely had time to panic before a squad of security guards came barreling toward me like I was some kind of criminal mastermind. I braced myself to get dragged out by my hair, but then Fiona absolutely lost it.
Stop!
And when I say the whole room froze, I mean like a Disney movie where time just stops. Fiona stood there, shaking like a soda bottle about to explode, and croaked out.
She's right. I stole the photos, okay? I stole them because I just wanted my dad to finally look at me the way he looks at his stupid golf trophies.
I swear you could hear a pin drop. Even the security guards looked awkward. Then, and I'm not making this up, Fiona grabbed the Be Real trophy off the podium and shoved it into my hands like it was a hot potato.
You're more real than I'll ever be.
And then she ran off stage, sobbing into her overpriced designer scarf, with her dad stumbling behind her, yelling something about lawsuits and PR disasters. Meanwhile, I just stood there, on stage, holding the trophy. And for once, I didn't feel like hiding behind a lens. I stood tall. Cameras flashed. People clapped. And somehow, in the middle of all that chaos, I finally felt seen. By the next day, the story wasn't just in our school newspaper. It was everywhere. Suddenly, I wasn't the girl behind the lens anymore. Floraful's CEO scrambled to fix the mess, even doubling the cash prize. It was enough to pay for Regina's surgery, and maybe open a few new doors for me too.
I got a scholarship to the Bernbart Journalism Institute. I was thinking you could, maybe you could apply too? Because, you know, every writer needs a good photographer, right?
When I got home, the last thing I expected to see was the school newspaper framed on my dad's desk, next to a cup of cold coffee and a spreadsheet, like it had always belonged there.
That one, that's your photo, right?
Yeah. He nodded, like he didn't trust his own voice. Then he added,
I didn't know you had that kind of eye. Your mom, she used to see the world like that too.
He didn't say, I'm sorry. He didn't say, I'm proud. But he left the frame right there. And that was enough. For now.
I'm not sure how you noticed all that.
I don't know, Dad. I guess it's just called being real.
When I got home from school one day, I heard loud laughter and glasses clinking from the lounge. I got out of sight quickly before anyone spotted me. Ugh, it was Mom and her friends. They always sounded like a group of hyenas when they got together. I heard one of her friends say, "But seriously, you're so beautiful. Can't believe your daughter is that ugly." Mom laughed, and so did everyone else. In case you haven't guessed already, I don't like my mom. In fact, I hate her. She really seems like such an airhead. She enjoys nothing except gossip and shopping. And I hate the way she dresses. Once she came to school and I wanted to die of embarrassment. She was wearing the tightest, shocking pink dress and had a ton of makeup on. And she was strutting down the street like she was a runway model. The boys in my class were staring and grinning at her. It was so gross. To make it worse, I heard one of them say, "Wow, now we know where Ella gets her looks from. I should ask her out already." Yeah, great. Except they weren't talking about me. My name is Mallory. My sister, Ella, who's a couple of years younger than me, is one of the most popular girls in school. People are so shocked when they find out we're related. She looks just like Mom and acts just like her too. I told Dad about how Mom had turned up at school and how I hated the way she acted. He sighed and said she didn't used to be this way before, but she changed completely after her sister left. I didn't even know she had a sister, but her ditziness wasn't why I really hated her. I still couldn't forget that night when I had woken up in the middle of the night feeling really thirsty. I was on my way to the kitchen to grab some water when I heard Mom's loud sobbing and Dad's voice coming from their bedroom. What's going on? I wondered. I crept up to their room and peered in through the slightly open door. Dad was sitting on the bed, his head in his hands, and Mom was kneeling next to him, crying and begging him to forgive her. "How could you do this, Melissa?" Dad said, his voice full of despair. "And with my best friend, you ruined everything." "Please, please don't say that," Mom sobbed even louder. "Please say you'll forgive me. It was a terrible mistake." I couldn't listen to any more of this. My head and heart felt like they were going to burst. Mom had been cheating on Dad with Jack? God, I had never liked that scumbag. Dad packed his bags the next morning and left. He kissed me on the cheek and said he was going away on a business trip. He looked so heartbroken. I knew he wasn't going on any trip. He was moving out. I couldn't even say anything. I just choked back my tears and nodded. I couldn't stand to be around Mom. I could hear her crying in her room, and I just wanted to smash something in her face. It was all her fault Dad had left, and he might never come back. Just then, the door opened, and it was Dad. Oh, thank God. Clearly, he had decided to forgive Mom and give their marriage another chance. I was so relieved to see him, but I just couldn't look at Mom in the same way ever again. I had no respect for her. The secret had been eating me up inside. I hadn't told anyone except my best friend. If I told Ella, she probably wouldn't even have believed me. She was Mommy's little puppy dog. I could hear Mom calling me down for dinner. At the table, she asked me how school was, and I pretended I hadn't even heard her. I turned to Dad and started talking about an upcoming sports event at school. When I took the first bite of the meatloaf Mom had cooked, I made a disgusted face and pushed my plate away. Yuck! That tastes awful! I'm just going to make myself a peanut butter sandwich, again, I said. I could see the hurt look on her face, but I didn't care. I wanted to hurt her. Mallory, it tastes just fine, Dad said sternly. Just sit down and finish your food. No! I screamed, getting up from my chair. Her food is terrible. I'd rather go hungry. And with that, I ran upstairs to my room. Before I slammed the door shut, I heard Ella talking in her sickly sweet voice. Mommy, the meatloaf is delicious. Mallory is just going through a phase. Probably boy troubles. And then I heard them both giggle. I felt so pissed off. Gosh, could she ever stop sucking up? A couple of hours later, my stomach was growling so loudly, I was pretty sure the neighbors could hear it. I snuck into the kitchen and took a look in the fridge. Sadly, they finished the meatloaf. Ugh, I really would have to eat that peanut butter sandwich now. I was sneaking back upstairs when I heard my parents' low voices in the lounge. And I heard my name. Mom was telling Dad that she'd just had about enough of my behavior. Dad said he'd talk to me later, but it was probably just me acting out as a teenager. A couple of days later, I woke up to some shouting. Too early to hear your screeching, Mom. Her voice was like nails on a chalkboard. I walked downstairs to find Mom waving something in Dad's face. I just want to know how these got in your car. Who do they belong to? She shrieked. Dad stood there silently, which seemed to make her even angrier. She threw whatever was in her hands to the floor. It was a pair of earrings, and I recognized them immediately. They were mine. I rushed over and picked them up. I felt so furious. How dare she accuse Dad of cheating? I turned to her, not bothering to hide my hatred for her one bit. Mom, you're such a stupid psycho! I shouted at her. They're my earrings! I probably forgot them in Dad's car. You have no right to talk to Dad like that. I don't even know how he puts up with you. No wonder your sister left you. Mom looked completely shocked for a minute, and then she burst into tears. Just then, Ella came running to Mom's side, and she glared at me and started screaming. Don't talk to Mom like that, you dumb cow! Seriously, what is wrong with you? Ella said. It was Dad's turn to be furious, also at me. Mallory, that's it! You are grounded for a week! Go up to your room, now! Dad said. I ran up the stairs, tears pouring down my cheeks. Thanks to Mom's drama, I was now grounded. Mom gave me the cold shoulder, and I was more than happy to not talk to her. On Sunday, I heard my family leave for church service, and I let out a big whoop. Great! Finally, I could go watch some TV in the lounge. I ran downstairs joyfully, grabbed lots of snacks, and settled down on the couch when I heard something from the basement, where Dad had set up his home office. I froze for a second. No one was supposed to be home. I tiptoed down the stairs, and as I got closer to the door, I heard Dad's voice. Phew! Relief flooded over me. I was about to go back to my spot on the couch when I heard a woman's laughter. Feeling really curious, I turned back around and peered in through the door. Dad was having a video call with someone on his phone. Emily, we have to be really careful. I have to make sure my wife doesn't suspect a thing, Dad said. I tiptoed back upstairs, feeling a bit sick. Suddenly, I lost my appetite for snacks and TV. Dad couldn't be, could he? Well, even if he was cheating, I couldn't really blame him for trying to find love somewhere else. Mom wasn't exactly wife of the year material. Later at lunch, Mom walked into the room with a bouquet of flowers and a wrap present, which she placed in front of Dad. She kissed him on the cheek and said, "Happy 15th anniversary, darling." Why thank you, Melissa. Dad looked completely surprised and flustered. He started apologizing and saying it had slipped his mind. Mom said it was totally okay, but I could tell that she was really trying hard to not look hurt. Ella squeezed her hand and gave her a sympathetic look. What a goody two-shoes. It made me feel sick. I was tired of being in the house around the two of them. I was dying to go to my best friend's house and vent. I walked downstairs to grab something from the kitchen when I saw Mom in the lounge, all by herself. She was curled up on the sofa and sobbing like a big baby. What now? Geez, Mom, your favorite soap actor died? I said sarcastically. She looked so dumb with all that mascara running down her face. But her sad face turned to a furious one in seconds. She jumped up from the couch and glared at me with bloodshot eyes. She was a small woman, but it scared me. I've had enough of your nonsense. I'm going to throw you out of my house, and your good-for-nothing cheating dad, too, Mom yelled. You're a paranoid freak. Dad would never cheat on you, I managed to scream back. Ella had heard our screaming and come running. To Mommy Dearest's defense, I'm sure. Oh, really? Well, take a look at this. And of all the people, Anna sent it to me. She'll make sure I'm a laughingstock. And with that, she thrust her phone screen in my face. I could tell in an instant that it was Dad, in what seemed to be a really fancy restaurant. Sitting next to him was a beautiful blonde woman dressed in red. They seemed to be having a good laugh. I fell silent for a few seconds, trying to take it all in. Could this be... what was her name? Emily? I just looked at her coldly and said, "So what if he is cheating on you? You deserve it! You cheated on him first!" Mom stood frozen on the spot, her eyes wide, her mouth slightly open. Ella looked equally stupid. Aha! I know you cheated on Dad with Jack, and I will always hate you for it! I was shaking now. Mom sank to the couch. After what seemed like ages, she looked at me and said, "Oh, Mallory, you've got it all wrong." She then explained that she had made a bad investment decision with Jack behind Dad's back. Jack had turned out to be a con man and had run away with all their money. It was a huge blow. Wait, she expected me to believe her nonsense now? Really? No. My dad was better than her, and we all knew that. Ella had the phone in her hands now, and she was staring at the picture. Finally, she said angrily, "How could he do this to you, Mom?" I looked at them and said, "No, he isn't a cheater, you idiot. Dad is innocent, and we can ask him together." Mom was hurt and said he wouldn't confess. Then I said, "You know what? I'm going to spy on him just to prove you wrong." So here I was the next day, a couple of blocks away from Dad's office, hiding out in Mom's car. She'd made me skip school and sent me off in her car. Half the day had gone by with nothing happening. I'd almost dozed off when I saw Dad walk out of the building. A shiny black car had driven up outside the main entrance. A leggy blonde in high heels stepped out of it. My dad kissed her on the cheek, and then he got into the car with her, and they drove off. I frantically revved up my engine and started following them. Where were they going? I wondered. We had been on the road for 2 hours now. We left town and were on an empty road between a stretch of fields. Just a few moments later, the car turned left onto a smaller road leading up to a huge mansion. I parked my car at a distance and walked up to it on foot. I quietly slipped in through the main door. I walked down the large hallway and heard Dad and that Emily talking in another room. Suddenly, I could hear her clicking heels getting louder, and in panic, I ducked behind the huge plotted plant near me. Wow, this really is a beautiful place, Em, Dad said. And it'll all be yours soon. Yes, thanks to you, she said, looking at him with a huge smile. As soon as you can get that wife of yours to sign the papers. Her evil laugh echoing through the hallway made my blood run cold. And what was worse, Dad joined her. That wasn't the worst of it. They started going up the stairs, and suddenly Emily lost her balance. Dad was quick to catch her. Oh my God, Em, are you okay? You really shouldn't be wearing such high heels, Dad said. Oh goodness, yes, I'm fine. You're right, I should be more careful. What with the baby on the way? She smiled shyly up at Dad, who smiled back and they went upstairs. My legs shaking, I bolted towards the door and ran to my car. I'd heard enough. Dad wasn't just replacing Mom, he was about to replace me with a shiny new baby. I felt so heartbroken. I drove back home like a mad person, rushed out of the car and called out to Mom. There was no reply. I ran up the stairs and looked in every room, and I couldn't find her anywhere. I had her car. Where could she have gone? Suddenly, I noticed a large note stuck on the fridge. Hey Mel, your dad sent a card for me to take somewhere secret. I have to go see what this is all about. Maybe I'll get some answers. Don't wait for me for dinner. I've taken Ella with me. Oh, no! I frantically tried to call Mom, but there was no answer. This was so bad. And there I was on the road again, driving another 2 hours like a crazy person to some unknown location. I knew exactly where that was. I parked my car at the gate and rushed to the mansion. Emily's car was still there, and Mom and Ella must have been inside because another car was parked outside. I ran in through the main door and looked in all the rooms downstairs. Nothing. I ran upstairs and heard voices from one of the bedrooms. I peered in and saw all 4 of them in there. Mom and Emily were crying. I still don't understand why you suddenly left, Mom wept. You just broke my heart, Em. Oh, Mal, you know how hard it was with Mom and Dad. I couldn't live that life anymore, and I didn't even find out till much later about their accident, which is why I never came to the funeral. Just please forgive me. I will make it up to you. Emily sobbed. I stood there in shock. So this was the long-lost sister. My sister was there, crying like an idiot. Then Mom hugged Dad and thanked him for reuniting them. And behind her back, he mouthed, I love you, babe. Then he winked at Emily, who also mouthed, I love you too, babe. I looked at my sister, who had just witnessed this. We exchanged worried looks. Then Mom said, we are all going to have so much fun together. Oh, poor Mom. For the first time in years, I felt sorry for her.
Hi, I'm Violet from Vermont. If you like my story, like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up with a single mom who made sure to provide everything for me. Mom was awesome, but whenever I'd see my friends at school with their dads, I'd ask Mom about my dad, and she'd just make light of it. I asked him to get bread one time. Looks like he's still searching the aisles. Even though she laughed, I knew the question bothered her, so I stopped asking. My mom loved me to bits, and that was all that mattered. One time when I was 13, everything changed. I was just minding my own business when a fight broke out in school. I tried to get out of the way, but a kid shoved me. When I got up, I saw a huge puffy rash appear on my skin, and I screamed. What was that? I was taken to the doctor, who told me I had dermatographia, a major skin allergy to anything I touched. My skin was sensitive to everything, even just scratching an itch. The doctor told me it was normal for it to start at my age. She reassured me the rashes passed quickly, but the condition would not. Mom, these look so ugly. Oh no, darling, you're just overthinking it. You'll be fine. We'll get you new clothes. If you're uncomfortable telling it to others, you don't have to. Of course I didn't want to. After that day, I started wearing long sleeves and jeans and even wore gloves. But soon, kids started to have a problem with me being covered from head to toe. I would always tell them that I had a condition, but they'd ask me to show it to them and I didn't want to.
My illness wasn't some freak show.
Are you some kind of werewolf? Do you have tons of body hair that you have to keep yourself covered?
Or maybe she has scales. Who knows? It's so weird. Who knew people could be so annoying?
One time, as I was putting my books in the locker, a girl came over to me. It was Charlotte. We were both in the same class.
How come you always wear long sleeves? Another one. I was so done with these questions now.
It's never too late to shut up and mind your own business.
Wow, so rude. I was just asking. 'Cause you know kids say so many things about you. But I know the reality, I think. Well, I know you have a tattoo. That's why you keep yourself so covered, right?
Bingo!
Whoa, really? How did you get it? My dad would never let me. I guess if my mom was still living with us, then she would have allowed it.
Oh, she didn't have her mom with her. That made me feel sad, and I decided to cut her some slack. I asked her to sit with me in class, and it turned out she was a pretty nice girl. I liked her. Soon we started watching MSA videos and hanging out after school. My mom welcomed her into our home with open arms, and her dad was really nice to me.
Nice to meet you, Violet.
Dad, you're embarrassing. Thank goodness Violet understands how it is. What really solidified our friendship was when we went ice skating. I was so afraid of falling because my rash would appear, and when it did, I was so embarrassed. But Charlotte, she was so understanding.
Ah, it's nothing. Come on, let's skate more.
Over time, we became best friends, and we were super close. One time when I was in 9th grade, I saw Mom talking to someone in a hushed voice on the phone just as she saw me enter the house. Well, that was weird. I tried to leave it alone, but it became a routine. She'd be on the phone, and the moment I'd appear, she'd act on edge. One night, I heard her go out, and when I looked out the window, I saw Mom with Charlotte's dad. What the heck? I even told Charlotte about it, but she wasn't too concerned about it. But I was, 'cause it started to happen almost every other night. When I confronted Mom, she straight out lied.
No, honey, I just went out to get some milk. Nothing else.
But when one night I heard Mom leaving the house, I decided to follow her. Suddenly, a car pulled up in front of me. Just then, I heard a familiar voice.
You look like you need a ride.
It was Ben. He was the new guy in school and a couple of years older than me. And since he was so active in the Students' Council, everyone knew him. He was someone I could trust. So I got into his car and followed Mom.
So, who's in that car?
My mom. I want to catch her red-handed today. She's been sneaking out a lot lately.
That's a first.
All of a sudden, Ben hit the brakes seeing a cat, and before I could jolt, he grabbed my wrist.
Are you all right? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you.
It's nothing. I just don't like being touched, okay? We found my mom at a small diner sitting across from Charlotte's dad. After Ben dropped me off, I barged into the diner.
I knew it! You lied!
Violet, it's not what it looks like. Please, sit. Honey, please. I didn't want to, but seeing Mom plead, I sat down. I should have told you earlier, but I wanted to wait for the right time. Violet, Charlotte's dad is also your dad.
What?
It's true. Darling, I am sorry. Leaving your mom was the biggest mistake of my life. But now, I want to make up for lost time.
Apparently, Dad and Mom had dated but broke up after I was born, and Dad moved on to marry Charlotte's mom. And now, Mom and him wanted to get back together. My head was spinning. They both lied to me. Why now? Why wait all this time? Does Charlotte know?
She doesn't know about this, and I'm afraid I can't tell her right now. The divorce from her mom has been tough on her, and I wanted to wait until the right time to break the news to her. Can you keep this a secret, please?
No, none of this makes sense, and I hate you.
I ran out of the diner with tears in my eyes, but Mom chased after me and drove me home. She begged me to give him a chance. Don't you at least think Charlotte should hear it from her own dad? She had a point, so I agreed. For now. The next day at school, I was feeling so nervous to face Charlotte.
Hey girl, I tried to call last night. How about we catch a movie tonight at my place?
At her place? No way! Right then, I saw Ben walking down the hallway. Before I could think of what to say, he came up to me.
Violet.
Ben! Charlotte, this is my date tonight.
Date?
Yeah, we're going out. Right, Ben?
Yeah. I'll pick you up at 7. See ya.
Vi, this is your very first date.
I felt bad lying, but hey, it was a good save. But at home, Mom told me Dad wanted to talk to me. alone, and I had to see him. But in the evening, I found Ben waiting for me at my door with flowers. Oh, I am so sorry. I totally forgot about our date. I have to meet my, someone. As I started walking, Ben offered to drop me off, and I accepted. I met Dad at a park, and he had nothing new to say except tell me how sorry he was about leaving Mom and me. Please, don't you have anything new to add to your story? Listen, honey, I know... Don't you dare. You don't get to call me that. You can't just come waltzing back into our lives and act like everything's fine. Saying that, I ran out of the park and saw that Ben was still there. When I asked him why he waited for me, he told me how he just wanted to make sure I was all right. I found that quite sweet. On our way back home, Ben got me some ice cream and we talked. He sure was a sweet guy and I was liking him a lot. All of a sudden, Ben came near me and touched my nose.
Got it. You were looking cute with some ice cream on your nose, though.
Oh, I thought...
I was gonna kiss you. That wouldn't be so bad, would it?
It sure wouldn't. But the rash? Gosh, I couldn't tell him about it. What if he was grossed out by it? I told him I wanted to take things slow, and he nodded. After that day, Ben and I started to go out often, and I guess that's why avoiding Charlotte became much easier. Whenever she'd ask me to come over to her place, I just told her I was with Ben. So, does he know? I almost jumped, thinking she meant about Dad. But she was just talking about my skin. No, and you can't tell him. I just can't deal with that right now. Okay, how about I ask my dad to come pick us up and we can go to the mall? I feel like I'm not spending enough time with you. Maybe later. A couple of days later, I was having lunch when Charlotte joined me. But just when Ben came and sat next to me, her face twisted. She got up and walked away. I followed her, and when I asked what happened, she went bonkers on me. Ben! He's always around you. Do you know that you have a best friend too, who is missing you? I thought we were like sisters, but now you're ditching me like I'm some third cousin. You don't even come over to my place anymore. Well, that was 'cause I didn't like seeing her dad, our dad, but I couldn't tell her that. But I realized it wasn't her fault. After all, Charlotte was my best friend. So I decided to go to the movies with her after school, and she was ecstatic. We had loads of fun at the movies. But just when we got into the cinema's elevator, the door suddenly closed before others could get in, and the lights went off. Oh God, this wasn't good. Getting stuck in an elevator was my worst nightmare. Vi, you okay in there? I'm calling for help. Hang on in there. Charlotte, fast. I can't stay in here. Every second passed inside that elevator felt like a lifetime. Finally, when the elevator door opened, I saw Dad. He instantly swept me in his arms.
Oh my God, my baby. I was so worried. When Charlotte called, your mom and I rushed here. I just couldn't imagine losing my daughter again.
What did you call her? What's going on? Dad had no choice but to tell her the truth. And when he did, Charlotte went completely ballistic. Out of nowhere, she transformed into a loud, angry monster. How dare you lie to me? You're ditching me, just like Mom did. Charlotte, please, at least listen to him. Dad had a reason. And you knew about this? How could you do this to me? You and your mom? Stay away from us. Saying that, Charlotte ran off and her father followed her. I was so shocked, I didn't know what to do. I was sure that Charlotte would understand eventually. After all, she loved me and always considered me a sister. I was really expecting Charlotte to apologize at school, but she just stared at me. The last thing I want to do is see your face, you liar. Charlotte, you always wanted us to be sisters, right? Can't this be a good thing? I don't anymore. Why did you have to lie to me? Right then, I saw Ben walking towards us, and seeing him, I saw a vicious look on Charlotte's face. Maybe it's because you're a natural-born liar. You lied to me. You even lied to Ben. Did you tell him your secret?
What is she talking about, Violet?
Charlotte, stop right now. Oh no, I'll tell you, Ben. Better yet, I'll show you. Suddenly, she pinched me hard on my arm. By the time she was gone, a huge allergy spot had appeared where she pinched me. Everyone stared at my arm, including Ben. He didn't say one word, but the look in his eyes made me realize nothing between us was going to be the same anymore. Because of the stunt Charlotte pulled, she got detention while I called Mom and she picked me up. I just couldn't be at school.
I refused to talk to Mom and didn't even go to school for over a week and just locked myself in my room. I even turned off my phone. I just wanted to be away from everything and everyone. Thank God winter vacation started and I had some time to deal with the whole drama. One day, Mom entered my room and hugged me. I felt like I hadn't hugged her in a million years. Mom, can we move away? I don't want to go to school, see Charlotte, her dad, Ben, anyone.
Honey, that's not the right thing to do.
I know what Charlotte did was very wrong, but put yourself in her shoes. I never told you, but when Charlotte's mom left, the poor girl was completely traumatized and depressed for months. She totally lost it. Oh my God. Turned out, Charlotte had had a huge breakdown when her mom left. She needed years of therapy and only stopped going recently, which is why Mom and Dad thought she could finally be ready. But perhaps they were wrong. That would explain her reaction. She went through so much. You should have told me, Mom. I should have known about her condition.
Honey, we thought to tell her when the time was right, but the way things unfolded left her shocked.
The entire night, I kept thinking about Charlotte. Her mom had already left her. No wonder she was freaking out about me stealing her dad from her. I needed to make things right. First thing in the morning, Mom drove me to Dad's. He had Charlotte standing up front, who was so angry, she was shaking. Why are you here? To tell you that I love you and that won't change.
I love you both too. Even before you knew about Violet, I loved you both, sweetheart.
You don't love me, Vi. You abandoned me for Ben, and now I will forgive what you did. I can't be abandoned again. I can't. No one is leaving, Char. I understand you were hurt. I just wish you would have told me. I stepped closer to her and grabbed her hands. But you hate being touched. I don't care. You are more to me than any skin rash. And it's about time you knew it. We're family. I should have never tried to hurt you or keep you away from our father. I was selfish. I'm so sorry. We all went into the house together for our first family breakfast. Charlotte and I got closer than ever, and our dad was pretty cool too, but no one was better than Mom. A week later, Charlotte made a plan for us to visit a ski resort in our town. Considering what a disaster our last outing was, it was so much fun. We both went for the ski lift, and just as I sat, I saw Ben next to me instead of Charlotte. Talk, you two! Well, it was awkward, considering how hard I was avoiding Ben lately. I'm sorry. I then showed Ben my skin condition, and he just smiled, saying how it only made me cool.
Charlotte, your arms are beautiful. I can't believe you'd hide something so cool from me.
You know, I think so too.
May I?
Ben drew, "I love you, Violet," with his finger, and it appeared quickly in big, puffy letters. But it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. He kissed me on my lips, and I didn't have an allergic reaction. After that, I learned to listen, trust, and be proud of who I was. Hi, I'm Sophie from France, and my story, you'll have to see to believe. My life was brilliant. I grew up in a vineyard, and my parents worked super hard to make it a worldwide success. Even though they were super busy, they made sure I got the best things in life.
I've just bought you a pony. You can take him out on rides around the property. Do you want to get a puppy too?
We were super rich, but I didn't care about that. I was homeschooled to take over the family business, but I spent most of my time going on adventures with my best friend Luke. He was the son of our surveyor, Mr. Durand, and a major scaredy cat, but he never said no to my crazy plans, even when they landed us in trouble. Come on, Luke! Let's go to the lake and search for sea monsters. Are you crazy? We'll catch a cold, and besides, it's against the rules. Rules schmools. If there was a rule against sneezing, your head would explode from keeping them in. And you'd pick your nose just to tick people off. No, we're not going to the lake, and that's final. But I never took no for an answer. So I jumped over the fence and went running towards the lake. And poor Luke had to follow. But I stopped short when I saw a couple of village boys throwing rocks at a beehive. Hey, leave those poor bees alone. What's it to you, princess? Go back to your stupid grape juice farm. Sophie, we need to head back now. No, you should go back to school and learn how important bees are for the environment. What, Luke? Those aren't bees, Sophie. They're hornets. Just then, a rock tore through the nest, and all the hornets flew out, and they were pissed. But instead of going after the village brats,
They attacked Luke and me. We ran for our lives, but we got stung so much that by the time we got home, our faces resembled beach balls, and it hurt. And Luke went ballistic. I told you we shouldn't go. You never listen to me. I'm sick and tired of being your babysitter.
Babysitter? The stings really mess with your head. I'm your friend.
Friends listen to each other. You're not my friend. Your parents hired me to keep you out of trouble. Luke, stop it. We're honored to serve in any capacity.
You might be, but I'm not. She's a reckless maniac. I'm sick of getting hurt because of her. I quit. Mom, what's going on?
Sweetie, you're an adventurer, and we didn't want to hold you back. And Luke was the perfect balance to your hyper-personality. So, we paid him to keep you safe. We were only doing what was best for you.
You think this is best for me? My entire relationship was a lie. What else have you been lying about? Are you two even my parents, or is someone paying you too? I stormed off to my room and didn't speak to anyone for days. Luke left for the city without saying goodbye, and I felt humiliated that I was such a loser. No one would be my friend if I wasn't rich. Mom and Dad arranged playdates with other kids, but it wasn't the same. Every day I missed Luke, and every day I hated him more. But things at the vineyard got worse. Our wine sales went down, and then a freak storm destroyed more than half the vineyard. We had nothing left, and the bank seized the family estate. Suddenly, we were homeless.
Don't worry, darling. As long as we're together, we'll be fine. The Durans have invited us to stay with them for a while.
Stay with Luke? But he hates us.
Beggars can't be choosers, love. And it's been years. I'm sure he's over all that. It'll be cramped in their small house, but it's temporary.
But my jaw nearly fell to the floor when I saw their house. It was a mansion with fountains in the garden. Mr. and Mrs. Durand had made a fortune by making the right investments and were super nice. But Luke, I had to blink hard because I couldn't believe how handsome he'd become. His eyes were still as green as I remembered, and the small dimple still appeared near his lips when he smiled. Suddenly, he reached out and touched my hair.
You've still got bugs in your hair.
Oh, thanks. I didn't know it was there. I guess I'm a real bug magnet.
Yeah, you always did attract the creepy crawlers.
That was weird, but at least he wasn't angry or rude. After lunch, I was strolling around trying to let out a quiet burp when suddenly I slipped and fell in the pool. Strong arms pulled me out of the water, and I was face to face with Luke. And to my complete humiliation, I burped in his face like a bullfrog.
I thought you had changed, but I still have to save you from yourself. And I'm sick of it.
Hey, it was an accident.
Once a troublemaker, always a troublemaker. Mom, you better hide the good plates or she'll break them in a freak accident. Luke, that's enough. Whatever. I have homework to do anyway.
Mr. and Mrs. Durand apologized for Luke's behavior, but I didn't want to be a burden. I spent the night thinking of several business plans to get us back on our feet, but we just didn't have the money. A week later, I was waiting at the bus stop when suddenly a sports car raced by me, drenching me with muddy water. Hey, watch where you're going. I am so sorry. I didn't see you there. You're headed to school, right? Let me give you a ride and we can get you cleaned up. My name is Bella and I'm kind of a big deal there. You should stick with me because you're obviously new, and don't mind me saying so, but you look like you got dressed in the dark. I just moved here from the village. OMG! Love that for you. I've always been a city girl. Last year when we went to my family's, Bella talked non-stop till we got to the school, and by the time we were sitting in first period, I knew her entire life story. She was an only child, her mom and dad were rich politicians, and she loved corgis. They have the cutest, slappable butts. I've wanted one for so long, but my parents say I'm too irresponsible, and my boyfriend is super scared of dogs, and OMG, there he is! Babe, come meet my new bestie! Oh wait, I totally forgot to ask your name. It's
Sophie?
Whoa, did you just read her mind, Luke? I didn't know you had super normal powers.
No, I know her. She's the family friend I told you about. The reckless one.
Even turtles look reckless to a chicken like you. Guys, do you know what this means? We can be besties together! Bella was the sweetest girl imaginable. She didn't care whether I was rich or poor. She just liked me for me and took me everywhere with her, even on dates. Oh, wow, babe, this is such a cute bracelet. But you know I'm allergic to pink. But it looks so cute on you, Sophie. OMG, you should totally have it. Bella, you're crazy. Luke got this for you.
I don't mind.
See? Our boyfriend doesn't mind. Put it on her, Luke.
Our boyfriend? What was going on? My skin tingled as his fingers touched my skin, and Luke stared into my eyes. He was oddly sweet when we weren't at home. And rather than get jealous, Bella clapped and cheered. They were the weirdest couple I'd ever met. But Bella thought I was the weird one.
What do you mean you've never read Shakespeare?
I was only taught things that would help me run a vineyard. Like, that is hollyroot and will help you with fevers. And that thing you're taking a selfie with is poison ivy.
Yikes! Hey, you should make TikToks. OMG, this is the best idea I've ever had. We can go on nature walks, and you can talk about what's poisonous and what isn't.
Incredibly, Bella's idea was a hit. I went viral and people in school started calling me Nature Girl. I even started getting sponsors, and one day, my fans challenged me to participate in Mr. Beast's Squid Game. The contest was tough, and as expected, many people joined the fight. I did my best to win the game, but I lost during the tug of war. Still, it was the best adventure I had ever done. I made tons of new friends as well. Not to mention, seeing Mr. Beast personally is the coolest. My heart jumped when I saw him heading my way.
Hi there. Thank you for joining our version of Squid Game. You were great.
Thank you, Mr. Beast. We all had a blast, even though we lost. Just being part of your content alone is an experience of a lifetime.
Well, making people happy is what my content is all about. I'm glad you had fun.
I really did, and it's been quite a long while since I had fun like this.
Really? Why is that?
Well, sometimes life could get rough all of a sudden. Things happen without warning.
That is so true, but no matter what, never stop walking the road to happiness. Never forget the quote, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step."
I felt my eyes sting as Mr. Beast gave me a hug. And just like what Mr. Beast said, I never stopped walking the road to happiness. I kept on seeking adventure, teaching my fans about plants through TikTok. Bella supported me 100%. Eventually, the money I got from my sponsors were used to set up a small grocery shop in the city. And little by little, we were saving up to move out. Life was getting better, but Luke's behavior at home was getting worse and worse. He was rude to his parents and ignored them all the time. One time, Mrs. Durand asked them to pass the bread, and he accidentally dumped them all on the floor. What is wrong with you? That's no way to behave with your parents.
You have no idea what you're talking about. Stay out of it, please.
This isn't you, Luke. You used to be so sweet and caring, even if you were pretending. His eyes softened, but then he shook his head and pushed past me.
I'm not the boy you used to know.
It's okay, Sophie. It's just a phase. I didn't get what his problem was. He had everything he could ever want. Loving parents, a roof over his head, and a great girlfriend. But things with Luke and Bella were getting weirder. The old feelings were coming back and made me nervous. So when Dad announced we'd be moving to our own apartment at the end of the month, I was relieved, but also bittersweet. Late one night, I was packing up my things for the move when I heard footsteps on the roof. I freaked out and picked up a baseball bat to investigate. There was so much crime in the city. We never had this problem in the village. What if there was more than one burglar? But it was only Luke. You scared the farts right out of me.
Oh, great. Just what I need. A damsel in distress.
I'm the one holding the bat, smart Alec, and I was always the brave one while you were scared of your own shadow.
I sure was a coward back then. Remember that time you couldn't sleep and you made me push all those sheep from a fence so you could count them?
They were goats, and Farmer Jack was so mad.
He made us shovel horse poop for weeks.
You have to admit, it was fun pretending to be my friend.
I was never pretending.
He looked at me like there was so much he wanted to tell me, but he couldn't. His lips were so close, and my heart beat like crazy. I wanted him to say more, but I also wanted him to shut up and kiss me. But Luke pulled away suddenly, looking angry.
Forget it. You won't understand.
Had I almost kissed my best friend's boyfriend? What was wrong with me? It was a good thing we were moving out in a few days anyway. On our last day in the house, Mr. and Mrs. Durand held a farewell party for us. They invited all their friends, including Bella and her parents, and held a mini promotion of our little grocery store and even showed my videos on a big screen. Luke looked handsome in a suit, but I had to look away. I still felt guilty about the other night and confused by his hot and cold attitude. But suddenly, he was standing right in front of me.
Hey, wanna dance?
I shouldn't.
Why? Do you think you'll trip and fall?
No. then come on. He whirled me onto the dance floor, and I felt like I was dancing on air. It was magical and thrilling. Then his lips came close, and all the voices in my head fell silent, but the music suddenly stopped.
Luke, what are you doing? Bella's parents are watching.
You should be dancing with her, not
The poor grocery girl?
Yes. Sophia can't bring you any connections or wealth.
I'm sorry, dear, but we have to think of Luke's future, and that is with Bella.
I was so shocked my mouth fell open. My parents were furious.
Is this how you feel about us? Why did you invite us to stay with you? Why throw us this party? Because they want to rub in your faces how rich they are now. They always envied you, and they didn't throw you this party. Bella and I did.
It was all Luke's idea. He's been planning this party for weeks. I just helped with the decorations.
Suddenly, all the guests left saying they were disgusted, and Mr. and Mrs. Durand looked panicked.
What's going on? I'm so confused.
Let me explain. When we were kids, I loved being your friend. You were awesome and brave, but my parents wanted to cash in on that friendship and started charging your parents for protection services. I hated it.
We did it for you, son, so you could have everything rich kids had.
I never wanted any of that. And even here in the city, you insisted I date rich girls so you can make connections with their parents. You two have always used me for your own gain, and I'm sick of it.
And look what it got you. You have luxury cars, you live in a mansion.
But I can't be with the girl I love.
I thought you two were in love. I'm a cheerleader and he's a jock. We had to date. It's like in the Bible or something. But we were never in love. And when I saw how much you two loved each other, you knew? Always. Why do you think I kept leaving you two alone when we hung out? You two are super cute together.
Can you ever forgive me for being such a jerk and not getting in touch sooner? I thought you hated me.
I did, but only because I missed you so much.
I'm never gonna leave you now.
Me either. Best friends?
The bestest.
And he kissed me, and it was everything I'd imagined. Hi, I'm Ashlyn from Argentina, and before I continue, please like and subscribe. My brother Carter is my twin. We don't look anything alike, but we've always been competitive. On the day we were born, we even fought to be the one to come out first. My dad was a professional soccer player, and my mom was a really successful business executive. They were both super competitive and encouraged us to be the same. Everything was a competition. My brother and I competed to see who could crawl the fastest, who could walk first, hold their breath the longest, and draw the best picture. The winner always got a reward. At the time, it was friendly and fun. We just loved to try and outdo each other. Sometimes, the boy next door, Nico, would come over and be the judge. He had a cool camera and loved to take photos, mostly of me making weird faces. Carter thought he could make even weirder faces. So, of course, it became a competition. And Carter wins again! What? Come on, Nico, why are you always siding with Carter? That wasn't even close, and you know it! You heard what Nico said. I won. We always play fair, sis. Whatever. Carter and Nico became best friends and loved teaming up against me, which was so annoying. Still, I loved my brother. He meant the world to me, so I was always a gracious loser. But Carter, not so much. You cheated. I did not. I beat you fair and square. It only got worse as we got older. My parents pushed us to compete with each other even more.
Winning is everything. If I don't win, my team loses. And if I don't win, my company will fail and I'll be out of a job.
But does that mean that everything has to be a competition?
Of course it does, dummy.
I just wanted to have a normal relationship with my brother, where we didn't always have to prove that we were better than each other. But whatever I did, he had to do it better. I even let him win just so he wouldn't hate me. Not again! I guess you're just better than me. What can I say? Then one day, he crossed a line, and everything changed. When we were in the 10th grade, I was getting straight A's, I was captain of the girls' soccer team, and got the lead in the school play. Carter got B's, didn't even make the boys' soccer team, and only got a tiny part in the play with no lines. He hated that I was doing better than him. He stopped speaking to me in school unless it was to say something mean in front of his friends. Hi, Carter. You want to eat lunch together?
Wow, you guys smell something? Someone really needs to take a bath.
I could tell that Nico didn't like it, but he never stood up for me. When I announced that I was running for class president, Carter ran against me.
Vote for me if you want longer lunch periods. Vote for Ashlyn if you want twice the homework.
And then he humiliated me in front of the entire school. You can't be class president if you have secrets, and my sister has a huge one.
What are you talking about, Carter? I don't have any secrets.
That's not what your diary says.
My body froze like an icicle. I did have one big secret, and in that diary, I must have drawn Nico's name 10,000 times in every color, shape, and size. Carter opened one of the pages and held it up so everyone could see. The entire school burst out laughing, and I just exploded. I attacked Carter with all the strength that I had, and it took 5 teachers to pull me off. We were both disqualified from running for president and suspended for a week. I was removed as captain of the soccer team, and they gave the lead in the school play to another girl. I was devastated. I couldn't get over how my own brother could betray me, and now so much of my hard work had gone down the drain. Even my parents were furious with us, but I knew that Carter was secretly happy. In his mind, we were equals again. My life was ruined, and my grades declined. It just wasn't fair. Then one day, I was crying by my locker when I felt a hand on my shoulder.
You okay?
I turned around to see Nico. My heart started pounding in my chest. I was so embarrassed I tried to run away, but I tripped over my shoelace and fell. But Nico caught me. For a moment, I just lay there in his arms, staring into his big blue eyes.
Ashlyn, you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
Listen, don't be embarrassed about the diary. Carter was a jerk for doing that, but the truth is, I only started coming over to your house in the first place because I had a crush on you.
Really?
Yeah, and when I would go home, I'd print out the photos I took of you and just stare at them. Kinda creepy, right?
About as creepy as having your name written all over my diary. Over the next few weeks, Nico and I spent a lot of time together. And at first, Carter tried to ignore it, but I could tell that it was driving him crazy. I was happy again. My grades went back up, and the girl who took my role in the school play got sick, so I got it back. I even scored the winning goal in our soccer championship game and was awarded Most Valuable Player. Carter finally couldn't take it and confronted Nico and me in the hallway.
Nico, you can either be my best friend or hang out with my loser sister, but you can't have it both ways. What's it gonna be?
Everyone stopped to watch. I was too terrified to speak. I just stared at Nico, who looked like a little boy lost in the woods. But then he made his decision and walked over to Carter. I rushed up to Nico and grabbed his hand. Nico, this is stupid. There's no reason you have to choose.
But he does, and he did. Sorry, sis.
Nico shoved me away, and my heart shattered into a million little pieces. What a jerk! That night, I burst into Carter's room and confronted him. What is wrong with you, Carter? Why do you always treat me like I'm your worst enemy?
Because I have to, Ashlyn.
What do you mean? It's Mom and Dad and the stupid competitions they make us do, isn't it? You're worried that you're gonna disappoint them.
I never said that.
I know that's what it was. Look, I forgive you for everything, but let's stop this right now before it completely destroys our relationship, please. For a moment, it looked like I was getting through to him. He seemed so vulnerable. I swear I thought I saw a tear in his eye. It's just what? But then his body tensed back up like he was suddenly possessed by a demon.
It's just that you're a loser and I will always beat you. Now get out.
The play was coming up in a couple of weeks, so I made a point of staying away from Carter. I knew he would try to sabotage it for me. Then one day, as I was rehearsing my lines, Nico walked over.
Hey, Ashlyn.
What do you want?
I want to apologize for my behavior. Carter is my friend, but he has no right to control who I talk to. I went with him that day because I wanted to help him see that what he was doing was wrong. But I was a real jerk, and if you never want to talk to me again, I deserve it.
At that moment, I realized how much I truly loved Nico. So I let my anger go, and from that point on, Nico and I were inseparable. On the night of the play, I heard that there was going to be a huge talent agent in the audience. This was my big chance, but when I got up on stage, I completely forgot my lines. I had been so lost in my thoughts about Nico that I lost focus on the play. The theater was silent, but I could see Carter sitting all the way in the back next to Nico, and he was laughing. Then it hit me. This was his plan the whole time. He sent Nico to distract me. I was furious, but I wasn't about to let Carter win. So I gathered myself, took a deep breath, and suddenly, I remembered my lines. I poured all of my anger into the performance, and when the play ended, I got a standing ovation. I couldn't believe it. As I was leaving, the talent agent ran up to me.
You were fabulous up there. I think you could be a star.
Me? Really?
Yes, you, Ashlyn.
As she handed me her card, I looked for Carter, not because I wanted to rub it in his face, but because I wanted to share it with him. For just a moment, I thought maybe he would be happy for me, but he was gone. I felt like such an idiot for even thinking that. Then Nico came up to me. "You were amazing up there." "No thanks to you and Carter. You tricked me."
I didn't know about his plan until tonight, I swear. When he told me I should spend time with you, I thought he had changed, but it was just a plan to distract you. I'm done being his friend.
Why should I believe you, Nico?
Because I love you, Ashlyn.
And then he kissed me. I nearly melted right there in the middle of the theater. But then I caught a glimpse of Carter in the doorway. He looked sad. Over the next few months, I started going out on auditions, and right after graduation, I booked my first movie. Overnight, I became a huge action star. Nico was there for me every step of the way. Every time I booked a new role, Nico would come and visit me on set, but I barely ever saw Carter. He started staying out late at night and skipping school so he didn't graduate. After that, Carter moved to another city. Life was good, but I hated not having Carter around. I worked so hard to get where I am, Nico, and while I should be happy with my success, still, I can't stop thinking about Carter.
He's an adult, Ashlyn. He chose to act the way that he did. Instead of trying to make himself better, he tried to tear you down, and it didn't work.
I know, but I don't think it's all his fault. My parents turned us against each other from the day we were born. They taught us to be this way. A couple years later, Nico asked me to marry him. I wanted to invite Carter to the wedding, but no one had heard from him or knew where he was. I had an old number for him, and I often left him messages, but he never returned my calls. Then I got nominated for a prestigious acting award for one of my action movies. I was going to be on TV in front of millions of people at the award show, so every designer wanted me to wear their fancy dresses and their really expensive jewelry. I chose a stunning yellow diamond necklace that was worth millions of dollars. I left a message for Carter telling him about the great news. I wasn't sure if he would ever receive it, but it felt good to hear his voice. The night of the award show, something crazy happened. Nico and I stopped at my parents' house so my mom could help me get ready before the show. As Nico and I were walking to our limo, a robber wearing a mask jumped out in front of us. He shoved Nico to the ground and snatched the yellow diamond necklace. I sprang into action and used the kung fu moves I'd learned from my movies. I punched the robber in the face, kicked him in the stomach, grabbed the necklace, and then pinned him to the ground.
Ouch, that hurts.
I recognized the robber's voice. I snatched off his mask. It was Carter. My parents heard the commotion and ran outside. Carter, what are you doing?
I'm so sorry, Ashlyn. I should have listened to you. But I was so obsessed with winning that I ended up losing everything. And now look at me. I haven't eaten in days. So when I heard your message about the award show and the necklace, I decided to steal it. It was a dumb idea.
It's okay, Carter.
No, it's not. I was a horrible brother and a worse friend. I hope that one day you can forgive me. This is all our fault. We were wrong to always push you two to compete against each other. We didn't realize the damage that we were doing.
We are so sorry. We've always been so incredibly proud of both of you. I forgave Carter and my parents. Carter and Nico held my hand as the host took the stage. Then, the host called my name.
Get up there, Ashlyn. You won.
I walked onto the stage to accept my award. When I looked out and saw Carter, Nico, and my parents smiling up at me, I couldn't help but cry. It was a dream come true. Julie shouted at me as I packed my bags.
OMG, you aren't seriously going with him. What kind of freak adopts a 16-year-old? He must be a psycho.
I don't know. Maybe the universe is finally smiling down on me. I couldn't tell if my best friend Julie was actually scared of the eccentric man waiting for me in a limo, or if she was just jealous I was getting adopted by a billionaire. I assured her I was just a phone call away and I was going to be okay. I was not prepared for the life ahead of me, though. I should have known there was something off about the man. See, just a week ago, I saw a disheveled old man crying in the park. All I did was ask him if he was okay, and he gave me a huge hug. I thought he was homeless, so I offered him a chocolate bar from my purse. He ate it so messily, I thought he hadn't eaten in days. He insisted he would make it up to me. I told him not to worry about it. The very next day at school, one of my classmates started shouting at us to look out the window. There was a huge banner. It said, "To the girl who gave some chocolate to the homeless-looking man in the park yesterday, please call this number as soon as possible." All of my classmates were asking questions. I was going to call the number myself after school, but my principal called me into the office a few minutes later. There, waiting in the chair, was the man from the day before. He wanted to thank me for everything and didn't know how else to find me. You could have tried Facebook.
Sorry, I don't know how to use that.
I don't know what I was thinking, but I agreed to let him take me out as a thank you for the chocolate bar. I agreed to meet him outside of the orphanage after school. For sure, I did not expect a limo to pick me up. Well, here we are a week later, and I'm driving to our mansion. It was bigger than I ever could have imagined. Mr. Conrad gave me a tour of the whole house. It was as eccentric as he was. There were a few indoor gardens, a shark tank, and my room had a tree in it. That was probably my most normal day at the mansion. One night, after I said I liked Dumbo, he showed up to dinner riding a small elephant. It broke about $2 million in fancy china and stained glass windows, but he kept saying it was worth it just to see me smile. He was trying so hard to make me happy. As soon as I moved into the mansion, I was moved to the fancy private school of my dreams. I was really nervous on my first day. Mr. Conrad saw that I'd hardly touched my breakfast. He leaned over and smiled.
Don't worry, everyone is going to love you.
Turned out, the teachers were super nice, and the kids were really welcoming too. I was getting along just fine with everybody when suddenly, in the third class of the day, Mr. Conrad burst into the classroom with a big box.
The latest Apple Watches for everyone, from our sweet, sweet Dana.
All the kids oohed and awed with excitement as he hopped around the class, handing everyone their watches. They looked really happy, but I was so embarrassed. I really didn't need his help to win everyone over. I really started enjoying going to school and everything was perfect, except for one other student, Amber. Amber was the heiress to some tech company. She was the richest girl in school until I got there. She was super annoying and threatened by the fact that I was richer than her. She was always making jokes about me being an orphan or not knowing about the latest fashion trends. This one time, I thought she was being nice and gave me a gift basket full of free jewelry and clothes. I was so confused why she was laughing. I thanked her for the gift and she started pointing and laughing with tears in her eyes.
Those are from last season. OMG.
That night, I called Julie and told her about it. Julie and I thought Amber was the weirdest, meanest girl ever. I mean, the basket was worth more than $80,000. I could live with it. I found it all so stupid and funny and loved telling Julie about how the stupid rich girl was trying to get me today. Most of the time, it just involved giving me a bunch of free stuff that I gave to Julie later when I visited her at the orphanage. I told Julie today, Amber told me, I bet she doesn't know a Gucci bag from a Coach purse, and handed me a bunch of free handbags. Mr. Conrad overheard me talking to Julie about my problems with Amber, and he immediately offered to help. I told him it was okay. I was doing fine with it all.
I can buy her father's company. That'll show her.
I told him I appreciated it, but I was used to doing things my way, and ruining her life because she made fun of my clothes seemed a little extreme. I told him that teenage girls can get catty. He gave me a really weird smile and said he
heard me loud and clear.
I probably should have asked what he meant. The next day at school, Amber came up to me in the courtyard and started making jokes about my shirt while I was talking to this guy Xander. All I did was ask, what are you gonna do? Give me free clothes? That'll show me. Xander and I laughed and Amber got very red in the face. Amber asked him why he was hanging out with a loser like me and how he could have a real girl like her. Before I could say a word to her, I heard something I'd never heard before in my entire life. Amber screamed and ran, and I dropped my book and fell over. Xander went running in the opposite direction. It was Mr. Conrad and a tiger. Everyone was staring at us with a mix of horror and confusion. He laughed and said,
Get it? Because girls are catty?
Where did you even get that?
Oh, I had a buddy fly her in from Hollywood. She's harmless. Look, I can ride her like a king.
Then he said to the tiger,
Roar, babe, roar.
And the tiger roared and rubbed his knee with her head. He looked so ridiculous, and everyone was laughing at him, except for me. I was a little upset he'd managed to scare Amber
and Xander away. I guess that's how parents are supposed to be. Mr. Conrad did a lot for me, and it was going to take more than almost feeding my enemy to a tiger to get me to be mad at him. But when Julie visited, she didn't find it as funny as I did. Julie said, "He brought a live tiger to school, Dana? Are you even safe?" I told her that I was and everything was okay, but she kept pushing me. "Yeah, it's great and all that. You go to the Bahamas every month and have a private jet, but do you ever get to be a real teenager?" I told her to mind her own business, and it was super obvious that she was just jealous. Julie looked hurt and said, "Who are you?" Then she left before I could even apologize. I felt bad immediately. I'd never thought about it, but Julie was right. At my old school, I always had friends. I had plans every weekend and was constantly asked out on dates. At my new school, it seemed like everyone avoided me now. Mr. Conrad had made me an outcast, but I assured her he was just doing normal rich dad things. Deep down, I knew though, he took it to some incredible extremes. One night, I'd stayed up really late doing homework and went to school feeling like a zombie. I was really tired and my limo driver was late, so this guy from school offered to drop me home. Boy, I would have said no if I knew what was waiting for us at the gates. Mr. Conrad saw us and yelled, "Who are you? And what are you doing with my daughter?" He pulled a bunch of crazy-looking interrogation tools out of his briefcase. I managed to pry him away long enough to explain that I was just tired and a boy from class had offered me a ride home. He went from treating the boy like a criminal to treating me like a hospital patient. He whipped out a flashlight and asked me to follow his finger and if I was dizzy and if I thought someone had poisoned me. Without even waiting for a reply, he hopped in the boy's car and drove us all to the hospital. It was so embarrassing. I didn't think it was ever worth bringing a boy into my life again. That was until Xander. After that boy told the whole school how intense Mr. Conrad was, everyone avoided me like the plague, all except for Xander. He literally brought me a bouquet of flowers just in case it was more than a lack of sleep. How cute! I decided I wanted a boyfriend, and I wanted Xander to ask me out. I knew he was the one. I just needed to avoid Mr. Conrad finding out. Xander had seemed super interested in me before, but after the tiger incident, he got more distant, although I could feel he was still into me by the lovely looks he gave me and his warm smile. So I decided to make the first move. I really tried to drop some hints, like I was pretty embarrassing sometimes. Once I put on a bunch of makeup, walked up to him, and told him I was very available this weekend and had no plans at all. His response? "Me too. Hope you find something to do." Amber hopped over, hung all over him, and said, "Hey Xander, look how desperate she is for a date with you." Thanks again to Amber's bad attitude, he immediately ran up to me. "You mean you really want to date?" Mr. Conrad made it seem like he was a little overprotective. I don't want to mess with a guy with a tiger. What? No, he wants me to date super badly. Well, only if your dad's okay with it. That's when I finally got asked out on a date, and Amber was fuming. I know I said Mr. Conrad was cool with it, but the guy brought a tiger to school because a girl gave me free clothes. I decided to keep Xander a secret, just for a bit, and only tell Mr. Conrad when the time was right. Until then, I told him I was visiting Julie for the night. He insisted on flying us out to France or letting us use his yacht, but I insisted we just wanted a fun, girls-only evening at the orphanage. I drove down to the city and met Xander at a comic convention. It was the easiest way for us to have fun while keeping my secret. We hit it off super well. He was a little weirded out that I made us wear costumes, but figured it was just a fun Comic-Con thing. Our date went so well that we decided to go on even more. We couldn't dress up in costumes every weekend, so I needed to find ways to be creative. Every time, I convinced Xander to go somewhere far away or in disguises, and every time, I told Mr. Conrad I was meeting Julie. I didn't want Mr. Conrad not to approve of Xander. At the same time, Xander was getting super suspicious. We always had our date in remote places, and I would never kiss him in public. The more serious we got, the harder it was to hide. Xander wanted to post pictures of us on social media and wanted to go to events together. I made excuses to avoid every real public appearance, and it all became more and more awkward. Even though we were official, I was even weird about us hanging out after school, just in case Mr. Conrad made a surprise visit. One time, he tried to run up and kiss past me as Mr. Conrad dropped me off, and I instinctively spilled tea on his coat to distract him. Amber saw us and ran up to us laughing.
Wow, some girlfriend you got there, Xander.
I told her to shut up and go steal someone else's man. Amber got angry and pointed out how I was acting like Mr. Conrad didn't know we were dating.
You just don't want to piss Daddy off.
You spoiled baby. I swear I was about to punch her. But then Xander interrupted and said, "That's crazy because Mr. Conrad does know about us. Right, Dana?" I quickly changed the subject, but it was obvious it had gotten to Xander. The final straw came when I showed up to our date wearing a long trench coat, giant sunglasses, and a huge hat. I told Xander it was the latest fashion, but he stared at me with a hurt look. Are you embarrassed of me because my family is only millionaires? I assured him it was all fine and told him I was just nervous about telling Mr. Conrad. He was perfect and I loved him just the way he was. He said with a broken voice, "Then why do you want to hide me?" I tried to explain how Mr. Conrad was a little sensitive and I wasn't sure how he would respond to everything. He told me that he wasn't some secret. He wanted to be a part of my life. I told him that I would slowly introduce him to the important people in my life. I decided to take us out on a double date to introduce him to my best friend. The next day, Mr. Conrad asked if I wanted to join him on a weekend trip, but I told him I couldn't. I told him I was seeing Julie again, which wasn't a total lie. I just left out the part that we were on a double date. He seemed hurt, but understanding. He said he felt like I was always going over there, and he hardly saw me anymore. He explained she was always welcome to come here, but I insisted that I liked visiting the old orphanage. "You really miss her, don't you?" He gave me a huge hug and told me to have fun. I kind of felt guilty leaving him and lying, but I would tell him about Xander soon enough. I called Julie and apologized for what I said. She forgave me and was happy I was enjoying a bit of a normal life with Xander. Julie was so excited about our double date. Julie, her boyfriend, Xander, and I met up at the train station. We went to a small cafe far away from the mansion. It was all going really well, and we decided to show Xander around the town I grew up in. Everything was going perfectly fine until we decided to take a walk in the park.
Wow, is this like a special festival or something?
There shouldn't be. There were crowds of people on the street. It was like someone was throwing a parade. There were fireworks, singers, and to top it all off, a giant float with a picture of me and Julie that said, "Best Sisters Forever." On the top of that float was Mr. Conrad. I tried to cover my face, but it was too late. Mr. Conrad hopped off the boat and ran over to us cheerfully. He looked genuinely surprised to see me with a boy, and his face dropped when he realized Julie and I weren't alone. I thought this was girls' evening. I explained I was too nervous to tell him I had a date, and I didn't mean to lie. He started crying and ran off. I felt horrible. As good as my date with Xander was going, I needed to take care of this. I insisted that everything was okay and I would call them all in the morning. "Sorry, Xander, it's just family problems." Xander said it was fine and that I should fix things with Mr. Conrad first. I ran to apologize to Mr. Conrad, but he kept trying to get me to go back to Xander and said I didn't need to apologize. "But I lied to you, and now you're crying." "It's not you, it's me. If I don't need to apologize, then what's the problem?" He explained he was just so happy to see me pursuing love and happiness. He said he was too busy working and never had kids, and by the time he realized he wanted them, he was too old. He explained that he didn't want to die alone, and the world smiled on him when I came into his life. He wanted to give me everything he had and more. "Why did you come here anyway?" "I figured you missed Julie so much, it made sense to adopt her too. My offer still stands if you want." That week, our mansion got a little more crowded. We had a party, and Mr. Conrad brought 2 golden statues of me and Julie hugging each other and put them on our outdoor water fountain. Julie and I loved living in the mansion. Mr. Conrad got us into some crazy adventures, but it was always fun together. Xander and Julie's boyfriend even joined us in some of our antics. I don't think Mr. Conrad will ever worry about dying alone again. I don't think the mansion is ever empty.
Hey, introducing the Harmonica Bottle. Hydrate, play, and surprise your friends. Be the star of any party, exclusively on Amazon. Grab yours now and let the fun begin. Link below. You know those stories about karma? How people will do bad things and then horrible stuff happens to them as a result? Baloney. I don't believe it for a second. Why? Because I try my hardest to be a good person, and I'm still riddled with bad luck. Take one day my freshman year, for example. My alarm didn't go off, so I overslept and was late for school. As I pedaled frantically on my bike, my backpack unzipped itself and all my books and papers flew out. I had to stop and pick them up. When I had finally gathered up all my things, I tried to get back on my bike, but my skirt was stuck in the chain. I tried to wrench it loose and ended up ripping it. Ugh. I was closer to school than home at that point, so I decided to just change into my gym shorts when I arrived. I got on my bike and pedaled as hard as I could. I was so late. All of a sudden, I felt a bump and heard a popping noise. Then my back tire started to sink. No! Anything but this! I had run over a nail and got a flat tire. Dejectedly, I walked my bike all the way to school. I was more annoyed than angry at that point. When I finally arrived, I grabbed a tardy slip from the office, quickly changed into my shorts in the locker room, and went to my first period class, which I had almost missed entirely. Could this day get any worse? Evidently, it could. I had a big assignment due for second period. It was something I worked all weekend on. But when I went to grab it from my backpack, it was missing. I must have missed picking it up when my backpack exploded on the ride over. What did I do to deserve this? I felt like I might cry, but since that wouldn't help solve my problem and would only serve to embarrass me, I held back the tears. Instead, I went to my teacher and explained the problem.
I'm afraid I'll have to dock points for tardiness.
Yes, ma'am. I trudged back to my desk. The rest of class seemed to pass by in slow motion. I sighed in relief when it was finally over. As I headed back to my locker, I heard some girls whispering from behind me.
Wow, what a fashion statement. Think those shorts were on sale at Walmart? Do you think she'll be trying out for the next top model?
They giggled and walked by me. I felt my face getting red. I knew what a disaster my outfit was, but it was out of my control. A girl from my class, Becca, stopped by me and put a hand on my shoulder.
Hey, don't listen to them, Leah. Personally, I like the outfit you've got. It's pretty bold to pair red athletic shorts with a lime green blouse.
She winked at me to let me know she was joking. Thanks, but it wasn't intentional. My skirt got ripped on the bike ride to school.
Oh, why didn't you say so? I always have a sewing kit on hand. Give it to me and I'll have it back to you by lunch.
Thanks, Becca.
Don't mention it.
I have to admit, the good thing about having rotten luck is that you find out who the nicest people are. I smiled to myself and managed to make it to lunchtime. I didn't see Becca in the cafeteria, so I decided to grab a bite and save a spot for her. I passed through the lunch line and got a salad. As I was walking to an empty table, I slipped on a banana peel. I wasn't aware people could actually do that. I thought that was only in cartoons. I fell down, my food spilling all over my shirt. Great. Not only was I publicly humiliated, but even if I got my skirt back, my blouse was still ruined.
You okay?
Becca helped me up, and we sat down together.
Here's your skirt. I tried to fix it up as best as I could. The stitching on the rip is slightly visible, but I tried to hide it as much as possible.
I really appreciate it.
Not a problem. I needed something to do in study hall anyway.
I sighed. Becca looked at me in sympathy.
Tough day, huh?
I pointed to my ruined blouse. Well, at this point, it really couldn't get any worse. But this is just par for the course for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, I've always just had bad luck. You'd better watch out. It might be contagious.
Aw, you don't really believe that, do you?
I shrugged and put my head on the table. It was quiet for a while. Then Becca nudged my arm.
I saw you dropped your lunch. Would you like some of my food?
My stomach growled as a response. Becca and I locked eyes, and then started to giggle. We finished eating just as the bell rang. I was feeling a little better about life after that. Maybe this day was salvageable after all. The rest of the afternoon passed by without anything major happening. I did get hit in the face during dodgeball, but that wasn't necessarily bad luck. I just lack any coordination or athleticism. When school was over, I gathered up my things and was ready to head out. That was when I remembered that I'd have to walk my bike all the way back home. Oh well, at least the day was almost over. I trudged to the bike rack and fumbled with the lock. Suddenly, I heard a car honk behind me.
Leah, do you need a ride?
I do. You're a lifesaver.
Put your bike in the trunk and let's go then.
Man, am I lucky to have a friend like you. Becca laughed.
Well, I guess there's the answer to your question.
What?
You were afraid that you're cursed with bad luck, right? But you just said you're lucky to have me as a friend. So that proves that what you said isn't true.
I paused, thinking about my day. Hey, I guess you're right.
Of course I am. Now hurry up. Maybe we can get some ice cream before I drop you off.
I happily jumped into the passenger seat and off we drove. And that was how my best, worst day came to a close. And that was just one example of a typical day in my life. I found ways to be grateful, even when my days were ridiculous. You would think that incident would have been the worst of my misadventures, but no. When senior year finally came around, I was all set to graduate. But the day of the ceremony, my cap and gown got misplaced. I had to be the only one who walked up on stage without them. On top of that, one of my heels broke when I was walking down the stairs of the stage. Thankfully, I caught myself on the railing. Years of bad luck had prepared me for such occasions. When I got back to my seat, I looked down at my diploma. I bit back a curse as I realized they had spelled my name wrong. The whole ceremony had been a bust, but I was still looking forward to my graduation party afterwards. I had invited all of my friends, and my parents had ordered a bunch of food and set up games and a photo booth. I was really looking forward to it. It was supposed to be at the park, but then a thunderstorm came out of nowhere. We tried to salvage what we could and move the party inside to the local community hall, but we had to share the space with a group that was having a retirement party. That was when my dad got a phone call from the catering service we were using. They wouldn't be able to deliver our food due to the bad weather. I was so disappointed and couldn't hide my feelings. My mom tried to cheer me up. She set up a few games and tried to keep the party going. But soon, the storm knocked out the power, and we were sitting in the dark. I thought the day was ruined. But then, one of the guys from the retirement party found a bunch of candles. Our two groups joined together and played Mafia, told scary stories, and waited out the thunderstorm. I have to admit, it was kind of fun. Though my graduation day didn't turn out like I expected, I was bound and determined to view it in a positive light. I kept that feeling going right up until I left for college. No matter what, I was going to make those coming years the best of my life and shake off that nasty bad luck that had plagued my childhood. My dorm room was okay, just a little small, and I had a nice roommate. We didn't really see much of each other because our schedules were so different, but I didn't mind. I figured I'd make a bunch of friends in my classes and in the clubs I planned to join. I was about halfway through the first semester before my bad luck returned with a vengeance. It was a particularly cold day, and I decided to grab some coffee before my next class. There was a really long line, so I knew I'd be cutting it close, but I was so tired that I didn't care. When I finally got my drink, I rushed to class, but I wasn't paying attention to where I was going and tripped. I crashed into another person, spilling my drink all over the both of us. Thankfully, it wasn't piping hot, or we both might have gotten burned. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry.
No big deal. I wasn't fond of this shirt anyway.
I can pay for the dry cleaning bill.
I swear, it's fine. Are you okay?
Yeah, just embarrassed. I tried to walk around him so he wouldn't notice how red my face was, but when I took a step, my ankle throbbed in pain. I fell back, and the guy caught me.
Looks like you hurt your foot. Let me take a look. I'm studying to be a nurse.
I sat down on a nearby bench and let him inspect my ankle. I grew more and more anxious as I realized that I probably would have to skip my class. I hoped I wouldn't miss anything important.
It seems to be a light sprain. If you want, I can drive you to the nearest doctor.
He was so earnest and concerned that I momentarily forgot about how horribly my day was going. And for the first time, I noticed how cute this guy was. I think I'm just gonna get some ice for it. He unleashed his smile on me, and I felt my heart melt.
Okay, stay here, and I'll get some for you.
He did just that, and we ended up sitting next to each other and talking for the next half hour. So, what's your name?
Sammy.
Thank you for all your help today, Sammy. I'm Leah.
It was my pleasure. Honestly, it was nice to be able to use what I've learned to help someone.
He fidgeted for a bit, then gave me a nervous smile.
Would it be okay if I got your number?
Sure. If my ankle hadn't hurt so much, I would have jumped for joy. After a while, I was feeling better, so I decided to head back to my dorm for the rest of the day. Sammy instructed me to elevate my leg and promised to text me later and check up on me. I spent the evening giddily awaiting his text. And then I realized something. Becca was right all those years ago. I wasn't cursed with bad luck. I was blessed by it. If all these things didn't happen to me, I never would have had the experiences I did or met the people I know. My phone chimed. It was a message from Sammy.
How are you feeling?
I hesitated, then texted him back. Pretty lucky. Even asked the neighbors, but no one had seen her. It was the worst day of our lives. We cried a lot, and Dad wasn't the same after that. He got angry. He was angry every day, so we tried not to bother him. We started to work after school, and Dad tried to stop us. But after a while, he just made us promise that we wouldn't drop out of school. And we didn't talk about Mom, but we always hoped that someday she'd come back. Dad worked cleaning shoes, and Lucio and I sold matches. We walked through the neighborhoods after school, and at the end of the day, we met at the grocery store to see if we could buy any food. We didn't earn much, but we managed to save for 1 or sometimes 2 meals a day, and that was a win for us. Our lives weren't the best, but we tried to be positive. You won't believe how much Hey, what happened? Are you okay?
I didn't sell any matches today.
I went to hug him and tell him that everything is gonna be okay, and without him noticing, I dropped a $1 bill behind him. Don't worry, Lucio. I'm sure tomorrow you'll sell a lot of matches.
I hope so. Wait, what's that? Look, Estella, $1!
Today must be our lucky day or something, because I have $3 right here. You know what that means? Hot dogs! We bought 2 hot dogs, and then we sat on a street corner to eat them. We haven't had a hot dog in almost a year, and it was delicious. But our happiness didn't last long.
Hey kids, can't you give a bite of that?
What? No, go away. There's nothing yours here.
Didn't your parents teach you not to be selfish?
It's none of your business. Suddenly, the guy ripped the hot dog out of my hands and ran away while laughing. I tried to follow him, but he was running too fast and it started to rain. So I went back to Lucio. At least you still have your... Oh, Lucio's hot dog was on the floor. Well, our lucky day ended.
Fudge! Sorry, Estella. I always ruin everything.
That's not true. The one who ruined everything was that freak who stole my hot dog and threw yours on the floor.
But...
No, don't even worry. We'll buy hundreds of hot dogs one day, okay? Let's go home for now. Our dad came back from work that night, and he was angry. It sure didn't go well. And when he found out we wasted the money, he got super annoyed and locked himself in the bedroom. Everything seemed to go from bad to worse. Until one day, things began to change. I was walking around the upper-class neighborhood selling my matches. But that day, the cold was horrible. So I came up with the best idea of all. Walked into the huge garage of a house. There were hundreds of cars, and it was so warm. But oh no, there were people coming.
Yeah, all my parents' cars are the latest model. My favorite one is... What the fudge?
A girl caught me hiding among the cars, and her expression was really scary. What happened? Is the car okay?
Yeah. I thought I saw a rat. Come on, we better go to the pool.
I was saved. After a while, I made sure there was no one there and went out quietly. But the girl from before was looking at me from the garage entrance.
Who are you? What were you doing? Were you trying to steal one of our cars?
No, I can explain. It was really cold out there, and your garage looked like a very warm place, so I went there. That's all, I swear. Suddenly, her expression changed. She looked less intimidating.
Oh, I see. Well, you can warm yourself in the fireplace at my house. It's better, trust me. Come on.
Really? Thank you so much.
Yeah, but don't steal anything. By the way, what's your name?
Estella.
Nice to meet you, Estella. I'm Cielo.
Her name meant sky in Spanish, and something about that made me smile. She gave me a tour of her house, and it was like a mansion, and so warm. But I knew I couldn't stay that long. I should get going.
You know, Mom always said we need a cleaner. Do you happen to know anyone who needs a job?
What? Are you serious?
Do you know someone?
Well, me. Cielo smiled and gave me her hand.
You're hired. Come in every day after 2, okay?
Cielo's mom didn't like me, but she gave me a chance, and the pay was amazing. Though the best part of it all was that I got a friend. Every day after I cleaned up, Cielo and I would watch movies or gossip about my classmates or her weird neighbors. It was really fun. However, one day, when I was going to her house, I saw her fighting with her mom.
You should be inside studying, not wasting time here. The cleaning girl is distracting you from your duties, Cielo.
Ugh, she's not doing anything, Mom. I got perfect grades in everything. I was just trying to rest a little on weekends.
Well, if you're not in your room in 5 minutes studying, that girl will be fired.
When her mom left, I walked up to her. I hugged her tightly, and she cried a little.
Thank you.
I'll be here whenever you need me. Since that day, we became best friends. But her mom fired me after a month, and I got back to selling matches. However, Cielo was always sneaking off to talk to me, so I didn't get that sad. And even Lucio met her. He didn't like her that much, but that was because he was so grumpy. For the first time, and because of Cielo, my life didn't feel so bad. One day, I even told her a little about our life.
Oh, you've been through a lot, Estella. I feel so guilty that my mom fired you. I'm really sorry.
It was my fault after all. All I did was gossip with you, don't you remember?
And don't you ever think of running away?
Yeah, of course, but we don't have enough money to do it.
And what if I tell you that I can help you?
No, never. I won't accept any money.
No. I want to escape from my parents too, but I don't want to do it alone. So I was thinking of telling you and Lucio about it. We can run away together and be free. What do you think?
Are you really sure, Cielo?
I've never been so sure of anything in my life.
However, when I told Lucio, he wasn't as sure as Cielo.
I don't know, Estella. We could get into trouble.
Lucio, this is our only chance to do it. If Mom could do it, run away, then we can. We also deserve a good life, away from Dad.
Well, we'd have to be extremely careful.
After that, our plan started. We raised as much money as we could with Cielo's help. And some weeks later, I went to the train station and bought train tickets to Sweden to leave in 2 days.
Sweden? That's where?
Yeah, I hope she's still there.
Okay, here I feel like a dog at a chess game. What are you talking about?
My mom. I told you about her, didn't I? Well, sometimes she sends us postcards from Sweden and...
You want to go find her?
Yeah, but we don't know if she wants to be found.
If she sends you those postcards, it must be for a reason, isn't it?
Lucio and I smiled at Cielo. She was a really good friend. The day came, and Lucio and I told Dad we were going to work, while Cielo told her mom that she was going to the mall. We only carried a small backpack with some clothes, so nobody suspected anything. We met at the train station, and Cielo looked at me and gave me a weak smile. When the train was arriving, Lucio grabbed my hand.
Cielo, what do you think you're doing?
A woman ran to us and grabbed Cielo's arm tightly.
Do you think you could just run away from home like that? What's going on with you?
You and Dad are always fighting, and you only talk to me to tell me to study. You guys never really pay attention to me.
Who put those ideas in your head? Was it her? I knew she'd be a problem. Police! Police!
Leave them alone! They didn't do anything! Run, guys!
A policeman approached Cielo's mom, and before he could notice us, Lucio pulled my hand and we ran out of the train station. We hid behind a dumpster and saw the policeman running in front of it. After being there for a while, I started to cry again.
Shh! Come here. Listen, we can fix it. We still have some savings from your last job. We can...
No.
What? Why?
We can't do it without Cielo. We can't leave her behind.
You're right.
The same day when we arrived home, we lost all hope of escape. Dad found all our savings and was upset that we hid it from him. So he kept it somewhere else and said it would only be for food. But then winter came and I didn't have any winter clothes.
You should wear the jacket, Estella. I can stand the cold. I'm like an iceman.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, come on, lighten up. Today we will sell a lot and eat hot dogs. What do you say?
I don't know. It's fine.
I've had enough. You have to stop this. Cielo is fine in her nice little mansion eating whatever she wants. Stop worrying about her.
She's not well, Lucio. You know it.
She's better off than we are.
We didn't talk for the rest of the week, and then I got sick on New Year's Eve, and Lucio was the one who always took care of me, but I knew he was very upset, so I didn't tell him anything. I was tucked up in a comfortable bed, and the room I was in was very nice. Lucio was on a chair, looking at me.
I'm glad you're okay. I was so worried.
What happened?
You collapsed from the fever and you almost froze, but I found you early. You were in a coma the whole week.
Are you still mad?
The past is in the past, and you won't believe it, but I found a really good job. Cielo, she helped secretly.
He grabbed my hand, and I gave him a weak smile.
We'll be fine, Estella. We'll shine brighter than any star in the sky. I got you.
Hi, I'm Aisha from Australia. Please like and subscribe. Mom always said that my twin sister Eva and I competed with each other since we were in the womb. I was supposed to come out first, but Eva beat me to it. Growing up, I was a wild and carefree kid, while Eva was the complete opposite. She always had her nose in books, whereas my head was always up in the clouds. Mom liked that Eva did well in school and had her life together, so she'd compare us a lot. She always wanted me to be more like Eva, but man, you only live once, and I was in no mood to be that boring. I loved playing with model airplanes. We lived near an airport, and whenever I heard them flying over, I'd run out and wave to them.
Hi! Bye! Bye, Mr. Pilot!
I knew that when I'd grow up, I'd be a pilot, and I'd fly away anywhere I wanted. I could never sit still for long, and I'd always get in trouble for being too wild. Once when I was 7, a mosquito kept me up half the night, so I decided to use my water gun to get revenge. But when I accidentally knocked over Mom's favorite flower vase, she was so mad. Aisha, that was so expensive. Why can't you be more like your sister?
Here, Mom, take my shoe. She deserves a good beating for this. It was an accident. I just wanted to get that stupid bug.
Mom never raised a hand to me, but I think I pushed her buttons a lot. At school, I was super popular and I had a best friend, Ryan. We'd play together every day, and he always picked me up on his bicycle and we'd go for fun rides. I think Eva liked him though. She'd always try and keep him from seeing me, and she acted weird around him. Once when he came to pick me up, she stopped us from leaving.
Do you think you can take me to the shop with you today, Ryan? I'll buy you some sweets.
You mean you'll steal some again? The shopkeeper told me you weren't allowed back there anymore.
He has no proof. Maybe Aisha stole them. Unlike you, I don't need to steal. I save my money instead of spending it all on books. At least I know how to read, unlike you two dummies.
As we cycled away, Eva angrily picked up a pebble and threw it straight at us. Ryan dodged it, but he lost his balance, and we both fell off his bicycle. We laughed at her silly tantrum and rode off while she cried to Mom. When we reached middle school, I realized that Eva was right about one thing. I would have to study harder if I wanted to be a pilot one day. I'd never admit that to her though, but I started working much harder. And by the time I was in 8th grade, I won the best scholar over her. She was so jealous. To celebrate, Mom took us out for a picnic, and Eva pouted the entire time. That is, until a boy on a bike passed us and splashed me with dirty water.
Now that is something worth celebrating.
You stop right now and apologize. To my surprise, he actually stopped and took off his helmet. Oh, my, did I do that? I'm sorry, I was in a hurry.
Don't apologize, handsome. You're my new hero.
Would you just shut up, Eva? And you ruined my clothes, man. Wait, I have an idea that'll help. Suddenly, the boy picked up a garden hose and sprayed me down from head to toe. I screamed and covered my face, and the jerk ran to his bike and rode off. Eva laughed all the way home, and I wanted to kill them both. Luckily for me, I got revenge when I beat Eva for head prefect of the 9th grade. She was so upset by the news that she tried to have a revote, but the senior class president said I had won by a landslide. Try not to be a sore loser, Eva. I won fair and square. If she didn't hate me already, she sure did now. One day at school, I noticed a boy sliding down the railing of the stairs, and I realized it was that jerk who'd ruined my dress. As soon as he saw me, he started running, and I followed. But he was too fast for me, and I lost track of him in the garden outside. As I turned around to go back inside, he suddenly appeared in front of me, holding a bunch of roses. Oh God, those were from the principal's precious garden. Pretty roses for a pretty girl. I thought you should have them after I was so rude. You're in so much trouble. Those are the principal's roses, and she's gonna… Shh. You always look so angry. Why don't you give those beautiful lips a rest? I'm Eric, by the way. He then took my hand and kissed it. You're an odd duck. When he suddenly quacked like one, I couldn't help but laugh. It turned out he was a new student, and literally every girl was going crazy over him, including Eva. She did everything she could to get his attention. One day at lunch, she accidentally bumped into him, and her scarf got caught on his watch. When she giggled and said fate was trying to bind them together, I almost threw up. But Eric just took off his watch and set it down on the table. There, now fate is binding you to the table. The look on her face as he walked away was priceless. And I had to admit, I liked his style. We began to spend a lot of time together, and I really enjoyed his company. And I was kind of falling for him too. But I was spending less time with Ryan now, and he seemed very upset by that. I told him he'd be my best friend no matter what, but he almost seemed jealous. Eric didn't like me spending time with Ryan either. One day while we were studying together in the library, Eric saw us and he freaked. Are you trying to steal my girlfriend? Why are you always around her? He grabbed Ryan by the collar and shoved him away from me. Eric, what are you doing? He's my best friend. He wants to be more, and he won't admit it. That was the first time I noticed Eric's possessiveness, and I was so mad at him, but he begged me to forgive him. I'm so sorry. I'll never do it again. Please, forgive me. I couldn't help but forgive him. Maybe he just didn't know how close Ryan and I were. The next day, Ryan came over, and he was so upset. Trust me, that guy is bad news, Aisha. You just don't know him like I do. Fine. Whatever. Won't matter to me because I'll be leaving soon anyway. What do you mean? I've been trying to tell you, but we haven't had a moment alone. I got a scholarship to a great school and I'm moving out of the city. I can't believe you didn't tell me about this sooner. When do you leave? Why do you care anyway? I'll be gone by the end of the week, and then you two will never see me again. Goodbye, Aisha. With that, he rode off, and I was so sad to lose my best friend. Just then, Eva huffed from behind me. I can't believe how stupid you're being. What are you going on about? Ryan is totally in love with you, you idiot. He has been since we were kids, and you're wrecking it all for that jerk Eric. What? You're crazy. We're best friends, and he's never liked me like that. You're so blind, Aisha. But fine, don't listen to me. As usual, Eva shoved me aside and stomped off angrily, and I felt so confused. I tried not to think about it much, but Eva wouldn't quit. Whenever she heard Eric and me talking on the phone, she'd pull funny faces to distract me or start making a lot of noise. One afternoon, I lost my cool completely. Eva, what is your problem? Get over it. Eric likes me, not you. I don't want him. That guy's a jerk, and you're being foolish. He is no good. Yeah, nobody's good enough for me, but they're perfectly fine for you. You'd take him in a second if you wanted you. Maybe she finally got the message because she stopped nagging me about him. After graduation, Eric and I got accepted into the same university. We wanted to be together through college, so I'd taken up an engineering degree like him and put away my pilot dreams. I cared for him deeply, and he came first. One morning, I noticed Eva's door was open and her bed hadn't been slept in. When I went in, I found a note on her bedside table. Mom, I'm leaving forever to live with my true love. Aisha stole my childhood crush Ryan, and she didn't even want him. Please give her poison in food. She took away all the fun from my life, but this boy is just a thrill. What? I didn't even know she was dating anyone. After this news, Mom had a total breakdown, and I had to take over doing everything in the house. She slept the whole day and was never interested in anything anymore. While all this was happening, I was still studying and dating Eric. After we graduated, Eric proposed and we got married soon after. But I couldn't leave my mom behind, so I begged him if she could come live with us. He happily agreed, and he was the perfect husband. But as his career took off, he started working later and later, and I'd almost never see him. When he was home, he just wanted to watch TV or go to bed. After some time, I decided I should finally start working on my dreams again. But when I told Eric, he did not react the way I thought he would.
I know you have these dreams of becoming a pilot, but what about your mom? Who will take care of her if you're not around? We'll have to put her in a home, but if that's what you want, I'll make some calls tomorrow.
Eric was right. I couldn't do that to Mom. I immediately put my dreams aside. Mom came first. 2 years later, I found out that I was pregnant, and I was so happy. But as my time came closer, I realized it was going to be tough taking care of everything by myself. When I asked Eric if we could hire a housekeeper, he refused. He said we couldn't afford it, and he was never around to help me with anything. Even after our beautiful son was born, he'd always be gone working. He was cold and distant. He had no interest in spending time with his family. One afternoon, I was mopping the floor when I heard Mom scream. I turned around to see her rush toward the baby as he was falling off the bed. She caught him just in time, but she knocked over a flower vase and it shattered to pieces. When Eric rushed in to check what was going on, he lost his mind and began screaming at her.
You idiot. Do you have any idea how expensive that was? Money just doesn't grow on trees.
I was so shocked. And then, furious. Don't talk to my mother like that. And she just saved our son from falling off the bed.
Don't start with me. I work all day to provide for all of you. Do you think it's easy?
I work all day at home too. And I'd get a job too, but you never let me.
Your job is here, in this house. That's where women belong.
That's just your backward thinking. I'm capable of earning a living too.
You should be thankful to me, not giving me attitude. I care for you, your mother, your son, our son. If you're not happy with this arrangement, then why don't you leave? See how you manage on your own.
Who was this man I married? I realized in that moment how wrong I'd been and how everyone tried to warn me against him. Ryan and Eva, they were right. I packed my bags and we left him. Eric didn't even try to stop me, and I had a newfound determination to prove that jerk wrong. We'd be fine without him. I got a job as a receptionist and moved us into a small house with my first paycheck. In all that time, Eric never looked for us. I began to think of Eva a lot, and I felt upset that I'd never believed her about him. One afternoon after leaving work, I spotted a homeless girl begging for food. When I got a closer look, my world crumbled to pieces. It was Eva. When she saw me, she tried to run away, but I caught her and held her close. "Where have you been, Eva?" She told me how her boyfriend only used her for money, and when she lost her job, he left her with nothing. "Why didn't you come looking for us?" "I tried looking for you both, but when you got married and moved, I had no idea where to find you." I took her home with me, and when Mom saw her, she nearly fainted. My beautiful girls, together at last. Eva moved in, and I got her a job as a waitress so she could get back on her feet. We rebuilt our relationship over time, and we'd never been closer. Some months later, Eva and I were watching MSA videos on YouTube with my son when suddenly I looked up at the TV to see the news. A young pilot had saved a plane from crashing, and he was being called a hero. And to my shock, it was Ryan.
Mr. Ryan, what motivated you to become a pilot? I loved a girl growing up, and she was obsessed with becoming a pilot. She even insisted she'd only marry a pilot one day, so I wanted to be one. But before I could tell her I'd cleared the pilot's exam, she told me that she had a boyfriend. I gave her up, but I'm glad I didn't give up on being a pilot. It's the most amazing job ever.
I was speechless. I called him up, and when he didn't answer, I left a voicemail. Days passed, but he didn't call me back. I'd almost given up hope when one morning someone knocked at the door. When I opened it, it was Ryan. He wore his pilot's uniform, and my heart nearly stopped.
I finally found you, after all these years.
Ryan, you never said you loved me. Why?
I'm saying it now. I love you.
So much has happened. I'm not the same girl anymore.
I know about Eric, about everything.
I don't care. As long as you're willing to give us a chance, we can get to know each other again.
I agreed, and being with him was amazing. And he was really good with my son, too.
I told Ryan that I'd only marry him after I'd passed the pilot's exam, and he supported me completely. A year later, I had my first official flight as a working pilot, and when I landed, he was waiting for me at the airport with a ring. A deal's a deal. Will you marry me, Aisha?
Yes, I will. Being a famous tween actor was incredible. Red carpets, Hollywood parties, and private jets, and fans would beg for my autograph. And my parents were super supportive. That is, until they started getting calls from an unknown number threatening to kidnap me.
I'm Michaela's biggest fan, and I want her all to myself. No one will ever see her again.
So, my life changed forever when I was on the set of my latest movie with my parents, my older sister Jackie, and her boyfriend Ethan, who worshipped the ground she walked on. That night, filming had just finished, and I needed to run back to my trailer. I'll be right back. I need to get my backpack.
Okay, honey, but hurry back so we can get home. It's really late.
I'll go with you, Mick. But when the door opened, a masked figure jumped out of the darkness and grabbed my arm. Jackie smashed a chair over his head, and we both ran out. The police came, but they couldn't find a trace of the attacker. When we got home, we had a family meeting.
I think Michaela needs to stop acting. It's just too dangerous.
I agree. It's time she had a normal life. And just like that, my acting career was over. I was devastated. Sorry, I'm being rude. I'm Michaela, and I never would have guessed that 5 years after that psycho fan ruined my life, I would get a second chance. But before that, please hit like and subscribe. I had a pretty normal life those years as a teenager. I mean, my parents owned a top law firm, so we were really rich and lived in a mansion on a canal with a huge yacht parked in our backyard. But I went to a regular high school, and everyone treated me like any other really pretty girl. That is, except for Marco, my rich, gorgeous, but very possessive boyfriend. He was the mayor's son, so he considered himself a celebrity. One night, when we were partying on my family's yacht, a speedboat pulled up and a very handsome man yelled my name.
Michaela! Michaela!
Marco immediately got jealous and jumped in front of me.
What do you want, creep? Michaela, it's me, Kevin, your old agent.
I pushed past Marco and jumped down onto the speedboat.
I have incredible news. You just got an offer for the lead role in the biggest new action franchise of the decade.
Wait, what? Me? I haven't acted in 5 years.
The director was a huge fan of yours and wrote the part especially for you.
I tried to speak, but I couldn't find the words. Unfortunately, Marco jumped onto the boat and found some.
She's not interested, so why don't you just buzz off?
I was furious and shoved him overboard. Don't speak for me. I've been dreaming about this for years. I'll take it.
Then go find a new boyfriend.
He always threw a tantrum when I didn't do exactly what he wanted, but he came crawling back to apologize. When word got out that I was going to be the lead in the big new action movie, all the magazines wanted to interview me. The paparazzi fought to take my picture, and invites to the big Hollywood parties started piling up. I was a star again, and I couldn't be happier. But then one night, I looked out my window and nearly froze in terror. Standing outside was the masked figure who tried to kidnap me. He pointed right at me. I screamed, but when my parents ran into the room, he was gone. My phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number said, "I'm coming to get you, Michaela. Your biggest fan." The next day, we had a family meeting. Actually, it was more like an intervention. My older sister Jackie was there with Ethan, who was still as obsessed with her as he was before. She was 4 years older than me, but we were still close. My parents even called Marco. "Michaela, you can't risk doing this movie. It's too dangerous. Come on, honey. Rub my shoulders harder."
But my hands are getting tired.
Do you want me to be stressed? Marco, come on, back me up here. You know how important this is to me.
Babes, I agree with your sister. Besides, why do you need to act when you've got me? Sweetheart, your mother and I want you to call the director and tell him you aren't gonna take the role. It's not worth it to risk your life.
I'm not giving up on my dream again because of one insane fan. I'm 17 now. I can defend myself. But my parents weren't buying it, and I was still a minor, so if they wanted me to quit, I had no choice. I had to do something fast. I hired a bodyguard.
What?
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 What? It just came out, but it worked. My parents agreed to let me keep the role. Only they wanted to meet my new bodyguard who didn't exist. So now I had to find one, and fast. I was in a full-on panic. There was no way I was gonna have some sunglasses-wearing, ultra-serious police FBI soldier guy following me around everywhere I went, telling me what to do. And then I had a brilliant idea. Just as I was going to play a teenage secret agent in a movie, I would hire an actor to play my bodyguard. I ran to a local acting studio and looked in the window. There, sitting in the back of the room, I saw him, my pretend bodyguard. He was tall, handsome, and looked like a complete jerk. Perfect! I hired him on the spot. His name was Jasper, and it turns out he was as rude and arrogant as he looked.
Sure, I'll be your bodyguard, but I want to be paid up front.
Sure, no problem.
And since I'm an incredible actor, I don't want any advice or notes from you on how to play the part. Understood?
Wow, okay, whatever. But we have to go right now and convince my parents that you're actually a bodyguard and not some out-of-work actor playing one, okay?
Easy peasy.
I took him to Armani and bought him a suit and sunglasses. When he stepped out of the dressing room, he looked exactly like a bodyguard and also very, very hot. I took him home to meet everyone. I was terrified. If they discovered the truth, my dream was as good as dead. Not to mention the fact that I would be grounded for the next year. Everyone, I want you to meet Jasper, my bodyguard. It's nice to meet you, Jasper.
Nice to meet you, ma'am.
Okay, he's believable. That's good.
Are you confident you can protect our daughter from this kidnapper? Kidnapper?
Crap, I forgot to mention that part. That's it. Party's over. Stick a fork in me.
I eat kidnappers for breakfast, sir.
Wow, impressive rebound. Listen, Mick, even with Jasper protecting you, I think it's still too dangerous.
She's in good hands. Nothing will happen to her as long as I'm around.
But Marco wasn't happy. I knew he wouldn't be when he saw the specimen that I had just brought home.
How come you never told me you hired a bodyguard? I mean, you never even mentioned it. It's like you just met him today.
Today? Don't be ridiculous. And then I did what I knew would calm Marco down. I wrapped my arms around him and told him how amazing he was. You're just so protective. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to be worried.
Well, I guess I understand.
Just when I thought we made it, I saw a big roach crawl across the floor. Jasper apparently saw it too, because he screamed and jumped on the couch. Everyone just stared at him. I thought fast and copied him. That's what Jasper taught me to do if I saw the kidnapper. It would alert everyone around me.
Good job, Michaela, just like I taught you.
Everyone seemed to buy it, except for Marco. He just stared at Jasper as if he knew something was off, which there clearly was. Okay, well, Jasper and I need to run. I have meetings with the costume designer, wardrobe, and fighting coach, and he needs to be there to protect me. Jasper and I argued the entire day. While I was getting fitted for my wardrobe, I can't believe you didn't tell me that you were afraid of tiny insects.
I can't believe you didn't tell me you were being hunted by an actual kidnapper.
While I was doing a camera test in the studio.
I'm not getting paid enough for this.
For what? Standing around doing nothing? The police will probably catch the guy very soon, and you and I will never have to see each other again.
I can't wait for that.
Me neither. While I was training with the fighting coach. What happens if the kidnapper shows up? Are you gonna scream and jump on a couch? Maybe you should be training here with me.
I'm not a real bodyguard. I'm an actor. If you wanted a person who could actually protect you, you should have hired one.
I wasn't paying attention, and my fighting coach accidentally kicked me in the face. As I fell backward, Jasper dove and caught me before my head hit the floor. For a moment, we looked into each other's eyes before he dropped me.
That's gonna cost you extra.
Over the next couple of weeks at school, Jasper followed me around, flirting with all the girls. I had to pull him aside and remind him that he was on the clock. Can you please act like my bodyguard and not some hormone-overloaded teenager?
I told you no acting notes.
Well, maybe if you started acting, I wouldn't have to give you notes.
How about I quit right now and then you won't have to worry about it?
To keep up appearances, I even had him come out on dates with me and Marco, whether it was a picnic in the park, go-kart racing, or solving an escape room.
I can't take this anymore, Michaela. He's with us everywhere we go.
Yeah, because he's my bodyguard, duh.
A bodyguard who's terrified of bugs? I am not terrified of bugs. Oh yeah? How about when you screamed when the bee landed on you on the roller coaster? Or the crazy dance you did when the caterpillar crawled on your leg at the park? Or when you dove into the water when the dragonfly flew by our boat on the lake?
Leave him alone, Marco. I hired him to protect me from people, not insects.
There's something fishy going on here, and I don't think you're telling me or your family the truth.
And then he stormed off. He was right, and I felt terrible. Jasper, I'm a terrible person. Maybe this isn't worth it. I should just give up this stupid role. It's not worth deceiving the people I care about most. All they want is for me to be safe.
If you want my opinion, Mako is a jerk. He acts like you're his property and your parents are being selfish. This is your dream.
I turned to Jasper and just exploded. No, I don't want your stupid opinion. This job is a piece of cake, and you haven't taken it seriously for 1 second. You call yourself an actor? Ha! You couldn't act your way out of a paper bag. I'm done with this, and I'm done with you. You're fired. Jasper didn't say anything, and he always had a response. He actually looked hurt. He just nodded and walked away. I started feeling guilty, but I knew that he deserved it. I mean, he did, right? How dare he insult my boyfriend and my family? That night, my sister Jackie took me out to dinner. I decided to come clean and tell her the truth. I can't believe Jasper was an actor. He had me fooled. He did? Totally. But now that you mention it, he's too handsome to be a bodyguard. Wowzer. But he's definitely a good actor. I hope he gets his big break someday. Yeah, me too. Just don't tell Mom and Dad about this, okay? I'm supposed to sign the contract for the role tomorrow, but I think I'm gonna tell the director that I'm turning it down. I think that's smart, Michaela. That crazy fan is still out there, and he left you alone after you quit acting the first time. You're right. I'm gonna sleep on it tonight and then make my final decision in the morning. Maybe I'm just not meant to be on the big screen. I hugged her and went home. I was about to give up on my dream for the second time, but I was doing it for the people I loved most. That night, I woke up to the sound of something hitting my window. I looked outside, but nobody was there. I'm not afraid of you! And then a rock hit the window, cracking the glass. All the emotions I was feeling came boiling up, and I flew into a rage. I grabbed my tennis racket, ran down the stairs, and burst outside. You want a piece of me? Come on! I'm right here! I stood there, ready to crush anybody that came at me. Then all of a sudden, the masked figure stepped out of the darkness. I froze in panic. The racket fell out of my hand. Then I turned and saw a second masked figure behind me. Before I could scream, someone sprinted from the darkness and tackled the one in front of me. The hero looked up at me. It was Jasper. The other masked figure tried to run, but Jasper grabbed the tennis racket and threw it. It spun through the air and hit the figure in the head, causing him to run right into a tree and fall backward unconscious.
Are you okay?
Yes, but how? I fired you and said those horrible things.
I know, but I was worried about you, so I've been keeping watch from a distance.
And then Jasper pulled the hood off the figure. It was Ethan. I was speechless. Ethan spilled the beans that Jackie was behind the crazy kidnapper fan scheme and the trailer incident. When Jackie and I went to my trailer that day, Ethan snuck away, put on the mask, and went in the back door. Jackie was waiting in her car outside, but came running into the yard when Ethan started yelling her name. Jackie, how could you? Since you were a kid, you got all the attention. Michaela is so amazing. Michaela is so talented. Michaela is so beautiful. Nobody ever paid attention to me. I understand. Wait, you do? That day you came to set, when Ethan pretended to be my crazed fan, that was your 16th birthday. Nobody even remembered. You should have had a big party that day, but instead you were there on my set for my movie with everyone celebrating me. You got robbed of your childhood so I could have mine. I don't blame you for being angry. I would be too. Are you forgiving me after everything I've done to you? Yes, you're still my big sister and I love you. And then she burst out in tears and grabbed me into the tightest hug I've ever had. And then the second figure stood up, grabbing his head. It was Marco.
Ouch.
And like always, he expected my forgiveness.
Come on, babe. You forgave Jackie, so you need to forgive me.
I need to forgive you?
Yes, you need to forgive me. I love you. You know that.
Jasper is right. You just love me as long as you can control me. I turned to my hero, Jasper. Now it's my turn. Can you...
After you forgave Jackie and your parents? How could I not forgive you?
That is, until Marco burst out in tears and tried to run off, but he tripped and ran into the tree, knocking himself out again. I signed my contract and spent the next few months filming with the most incredible co-star anyone could ask for. I was able to convince the director to audition Jasper for the role, and he loved him. The movie was a huge hit, and Jasper and I became the most talked about Hollywood couple in town. 3 sequels, and 5 years later, we got married, and Jackie was my maid of honor. Hi, I'm Alicia, and I'm about to tell you how I met the love of my life. But before we get into that, please like and subscribe to MSA. If there's one thing you have to know about me, it's that I wasn't an ordinary little girl. Being raised by a single father who was an ex-army officer does that to you. I had rules, discipline, and responsibility drilled into me since I was very young. And growing up, I found other kids my age really immature. I don't know why he'd break up with me. I wore the clothes he liked, woke up at 5 every morning to do my hair because he liked them curly, and pretended to love watching wrestling. Excuse me, but I need to get that muffin. Can't you see that I'm crying? My boyfriend just broke up with me. Aw, I'm so sorry. You know, it reminds me of the time my dad took me for this obstacle course and I twisted my ankle so badly, the doctors told me I'd never be able to walk again. But I didn't lose hope, and here I am. How is that the same thing? It's not, because that was an actual problem, but yours is just a bunch of high school nonsense. Now move your butt, please. Needless to say, I didn't have a lot of friends, and I didn't care either. My life was all sorted out. Graduate school, get into a good college, work, and retire. But then I turned 18 and met Arthur. He was a transfer student from Greece, and boy was he dreamy. The first time I met him was in gym class. We were playing catch, and I was so lost in looking at him. I totally missed the ball, and it hit me right in the face. I fell on my butt, and Arthur came running.
Are you okay? You're bleeding.
It's nothing. I'm used to much worse. On second thoughts, I might need a doctor. Arthur smiled and carried me to the nurse's office. The entire time I was there, he sat next to me, and later he dropped me home. We became friends after that, and slowly I fell for him. He was smart, mature, and sweet. If there was one guy I wanted to date, it was him. So I decided to ask him out, except I didn't know how. So I turned to MSA for help, and it did not disappoint. Rule number 1, never let your crush know you're interested in him. Avoid eye contact and do not speak at all. The next day, when Arthur waved at me in the hallway, I wrinkled my nose and turned away. He sat next to me in class, but I didn't pay any attention. But then in the cafeteria, he caught up with me.
Are you avoiding me?
Me? Avoiding you? Oh, don't be silly. I was just really busy thinking about global warming and how it's impacting the fish population. Oh, that reminds me. I have to water my fish. My plants. I'll see you around. And I just ran before I embarrassed myself further. After that epic failure, I turned to step number 2. Dress up nice and behave like a total diva. I went shopping, picked up a bunch of dresses, and the next morning, it took me 2 hours to get ready. I thought I looked great, except the moment I entered, everyone started pointing at me and laughing. Oh my god, why is she dressed like a peacock? What is that on her face? Did someone finally punch her for being a know-it-all? I was so embarrassed. I immediately turned around and ran for the bleachers. I was still sulking when Arthur walked up to me.
If you rub your lips anymore, they're gonna fall off.
This lipstick won't come off. Ugh, it's so annoying.
Let me help you. Also, I'm not saying you don't look good with makeup, but you actually look way prettier without it.
Really? Does that mean you'll go out with me?
Are you serious? I wanted to ask you out for the longest time, but everyone in school told me you're a cold-hearted witch. Cold-hearted girl who hates people.
That's not true. I hate dumb people. There's a difference. So, you and I, dinner tomorrow?
I'd love to.
My first date with Arthur was perfect, and he told me that his parents were divorced like mine, and he lived with his mom and 9-year-old brother Charlie. We started dating soon after, and spent all our time together. People in school were also nicer to me since I was Arthur's girlfriend, and even Dad liked him a lot. Life was just better with him in it, until things started getting weird. Some days he would come to school looking like a half-dead zombie, and other days he would skip school altogether. His grades were slipping, we were barely seeing each other, and I knew something was wrong. So one day when he canceled our date, I went to his place with his favorite ice cream. But when I knocked on the door, some kid opened up. Hi, you must be Charlie. Is your brother around?
Is that ice cream? Give me it.
Hey, that's not very nice. Say, ma'am, could I please have that tub of ice cream? Repeat after me.
Sure. Ma'am, give me the ice cream or I'll kick you.
And Charlie kicked me on my shin, snatched the tub, and ran away. As I yelled out in pain, Arthur came running downstairs.
Alicia, why didn't you tell me you were coming?
When would I tell you? You hardly talk to me these days.
I know. I'm sorry. It's just that Mom's getting married again. The guy doesn't want Charlie in his life, and Mom loves her stupid boyfriend so much that she decided to move out, leaving me in charge.
Why wouldn't you tell me that before?
Because it's embarrassing, and I didn't want to drag you in my mess.
I'm already a part of your mess, and we'll get through it together. Okay, I know that was a bit cheesy, but Arthur looked like he was gonna break in a million pieces, and I really wanted to help him. Besides, how bad could a 9-year-old be? Turns out a lot, because Charlie was a total devil. He would cry over the smallest things, throw tantrums if he didn't get his way, and would constantly butt into my dates with Arthur. We hardly spent any time alone. I was pretty sure he just hated me. Like one time, I was waiting for Arthur in his living room, and Charlie kept giving me death stares. Something on my face?
I was just trying to figure out how someone can look like a horse and a camel at the same time.
That's kind of mean, Charlie.
And you're kinda ugly. Anyway, have fun on the date. It won't last long.
And 10 minutes into the date, Arthur got a call from the babysitter that Charlie had locked himself in the washroom and we had to run back. Then another time, it was Dad's birthday and I had planned a really cool surprise for him. I'd invited all his old friends from the army. Arthur helped me deck up the place and I was arranging the cake when Charlie walked up to me.
Oh, wow! This cake looks yummy. Give me a piece.
Only after my dad cuts it.
But I'm hungry now.
Then eat something else. There's a whole pizza on the counter.
Are you stupid? I said I want the cake.
Charlie tried to get the cake, but I got in his way. He shoved me away, and I accidentally knocked into the cake, which crashed to the floor.
Whoopsie. Guess no one gets to eat it.
What happened? I heard some noise.
Your brother ruined my surprise.
I just asked her to give me some cake.
And I asked you to wait.
Relax, Alicia. We'll get a new cake. I'm sure your dad won't know.
That's not the point, Arthur. Your brother is a spoiled brat. He needs some discipline. You put that kid on a leash, or I swear I will.
He's my brother, not some dog I can put a leash on. I know he made a mistake, but he's just a kid. You know what? We'll just leave. We wouldn't want to ruin your evening any more than we have.
Perfect. Arthur took Charlie's hand and they left. I wanted to stop them, but I was too mad. Later that night, when I calmed down, I realized I might have been too rude and called Arthur up, but he didn't answer. He didn't even show up to school the next day, and neither did Charlie. So I went to his place to talk to him and saw Charlie crying on the porch. What's wrong?
Arthur wasn't here when I woke up this morning, and I don't know where he went.
Did you call him?
He left his phone behind.
Then why didn't you answer when I called? Anyway, don't worry. We'll find him. But till then, you're coming home with me.
No, I don't like you.
You don't have to like me, but I'm not leaving you alone till Arthur gets back.
So annoying.
We waited the whole day for Arthur to show up or get in touch, but he didn't. By nightfall, I decided to sleep in the lounge and offered Charlie my room. If you need anything. The next morning, Arthur was still a no-show. I couldn't reach his mom either, and then remembered he'd told me she was out of the country on her honeymoon. Next, I asked his friends and colleagues, but none of them knew where he was. Eventually, I contacted the police, but even a week later, they had no news of him, and I was worried sick. What could have possibly happened to him? Meanwhile, Charlie refused to go to school or shower. He mostly kept himself locked in my room and reacted rudely to any nice gesture I made. I was losing my mind. So I turned to Dad for help, and he promised he'd get a word out to his colleagues in the army to track Arthur down. I still don't know what to do with Charlie. He shuts me down every time I try to talk to him.
He's been through a lot, Alicia. What he needs is some distraction to keep his mind off things. After your mom left, you were all over the place. That's why I built such a strict routine for you, so you wouldn't have time to think about her. Maybe you should do something similar.
I decided to give Dad's advice a shot, and the next morning, I walked to Charlie's room and woke him up. Get up, we're going out.
Is Arthur back?
No.
Then let me sleep and go away.
Nope, you're getting up right now. Charlie resisted, but I dragged him out of bed, and somehow we made it to the bus stop. He kept cursing me the whole way, but I didn't care, and minutes later, we were at our destination. The paintball arena.
I'm not going in there.
Why? Too chicken to lose?
As if you're on.
Charlie and I had a great time at the paintball game, and it was the first time I actually heard him laugh. Afterwards, we went to a trampoline park and jumped our hearts out. By the end, he was so tired he could barely walk, so I called a cab and took him to my favorite burger joint, but he just stood at the entrance and stared. What, you don't like burgers?
No, it's just that this was my favorite place to come with my mom. Every weekend, we'd come here and play our favorite songs on the jukebox machine. And now, she doesn't even call me, and Arthur's left me too.
Arthur will be back in no time, I promise you. He loves you a lot, Charlie, and no matter what, we'll always be here for you.
You too?
Yes, me too.
knew. Charlie cried and hugged me tight. For the first time, I saw him as a heartbroken kid who just wanted his family back. Since then, Charlie warmed up to me. We'd have breakfast together, and he would always make my bed when I got home from school. He was a lot calmer and hardly threw a tantrum. I couldn't wait for Arthur to come back and see how much progress Charlie had made, but we still had no leads on him. I wanted to be strong, but with each passing day, my hopes of ever seeing him again were getting dimmer, and it broke my heart. Finally, one night, I broke down in front of Dad. I don't think Arthur's coming back, Dad. It's been weeks, and no one knows where he is. If he was in town, we would have found him by now. And Charlie, he's lost his mom and might lose his brother too. What can I even say to him? What? I turned around and saw Charlie standing at the door.
You've been telling me all along the police will find him. You said you were sure.
No, I'm sure he's fine, Charlie. I was just...
Stop lying! Why do all grown-ups lie so much? I hate you! All of you!
And Charlie just ran out of the house. Dad said he'd go after him, and as I was sitting in the kitchen in despair, the phone suddenly rang. It was the police, saying they'd found Arthur in a hospital close to town. I rushed to the location and texted Dad on the way. The doctors at the hospital told me that Arthur was brought in a few days back by the forest rangers. Apparently, he went on a hike and got injured, and since then, he'd been in a coma. I was sitting next to him when Charlie walked in with Dad.
How is he?
He hit his head, but he's out of danger. Doctors say there's a very good chance he'll be just fine. Charlie, promise me, no matter what happens, you and I will never fight again.
I promise. I will never scream again, and I will always be a good brother. He will wake up, right?
What do you think?
Hi, my name is Janie, and I'm the only child. My parents couldn't have any other children after me. They loved me too much and were always worried about me. One day, when I was in the 2nd grade, a masked robber broke into our house and started yelling at us. Mom immediately hugged me. Please, don't hurt our daughter. Where is the money? Where is it? Oh, no, take that gun away. Okay, we will give you everything. Just don't hurt my daughter. And then, while Mom hugged me, Dad started helping the thief pack our stuff. Honey, don't forget about the gold watch that your dad gave you before he passed away. Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Oh, and also your diamond necklace. Where did you keep it?
Dad, we can't give him everything. Just call the police.
No, be quiet, honey. He's a thief. He knows what he's doing. We can't interfere. We need to keep you safe. Yeah, shut up, kid, and go to your room and get me something precious. Yes, honey, you heard Uncle Thief. Go now.
Yeah, of course. Just wait for me, please.
I went to my room and took out my phone and called 911. Minutes later, the police came and took the thief, who was having dinner with Dad by then. Yes, well, meet my parents. They were stupidly in love with me and worshipped me. Life went on like that until my 15th birthday. That's when they gave me the deadliest gift on the planet. It was something that changed my life forever. But before I continue, like and subscribe to this video because My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. As I got home from school that day, I was surprised to see a strange pair of shoes outside the door. The old sneakers were ratty and had holes in the side. I barged in. Mom, whose shoes are Who was that? Sitting at the kitchen table were my mom and Dad and a girl with messy, curly hair. Janie, this is Susie. She's your new sister. We adopted her because we knew you were feeling lonely, and we wanted to make you happier. She's my what? Sister, happy birthday! Who are you? What's going on? Darling, as your mom said, she's your sister. I'm excited to see you guys doing all the crazy things sisters do. Come on, don't be shy. Hug her. I can see you're happy. Happy? How is this supposed to make me happy? Dad threw up his hands in despair. Kids these days. When my dad got me Oliver, I was thrilled. So was he. Dad, Oliver was your lizard. He looked at me with confusion. So? We were very close. We used to share the same toothbrush. I'm human? This is not the same. Oh, Pooh. Just talk to your mother. I don't understand you girls. This is getting complicated. But Mom didn't seem like she would be of any help. She was busy braiding the girl's hair and telling her they'd have pajama parties and sleepovers. I couldn't believe that my parents had adopted a kid without even asking me. They had me. Why would they want another kid? Then Mom told me to take my new sister upstairs. I rolled my eyes and led the girl out. She looked kind of sad, which made me feel a bit guilty. Hey, look, about what I said in there. It's not like I hate you. I just don't want a sister. I hope you understand. She turned her big sad eyes towards me, and for a moment, I thought she'd cry. But instead, she burst into a manic laughter. Thanks, Lucky. I don't want a sister either. That's good. So just tell Mom and Dad to take you back, right? Take me back? Why? Aren't I a human like you and deserve a family? I felt guilty immediately and was about to hug her when she said, yeah, I deserve more than a family. I deserve your life, and I'm going to take it. With that, she plopped onto my bed and went to sleep. What just happened? At dinner, my parents barely said a word to me. They only talked to Susie, asking her questions about her old school, her teachers, and a bunch of other boring stuff. She seemed so happy with all the attention she was getting. So annoying. Suddenly she said, from now on, I'll celebrate my birthday today because that's when I started living with you all. Right, sis? I was so shocked I dropped the bowl of spaghetti I was holding. But Mom and Dad just started clapping and crying and singing happy birthday. This was turning out to be the worst birthday ever. After that, things just went downhill. At breakfast the next morning, Susie came down in my lovely LV top. Hey, take that off. My boyfriend gave that to me last year. Don't you think you should ask? Besides, you can't wear that top with those horrible stinky sneakers. Oh, you have one boyfriend? You look like the kind of girl who can have 3 boyfriends. What is that supposed to mean? Just take it off. Immediately, Mom jumped to her defense. Janie, behave. She looks great. She has our eyes, doesn't she? Mom, we have green eyes. Hers are blue. Just go to school, you two. Susie passed me the evilest grin before turning to Mom with the biggest puppy dog eyes on the planet. It's okay, Mom. I'll just change. After all, I am just a foster kid, not her real sister. With that, she turned and walked out. What just happened? But clearly, her magic was working because Mom started to cry. Oh, Janie, how could you? To your own sister! She came back wearing her old hoodie. Then she handed Mom a paper. Look, Mom, look at what I've been drawing since I got home. It was a painting of Mom and Dad and me with Susie. And on top, in big letters, she'd written, My Happy Family. I rolled my eyes. What was she, 5? But Mom totally started to cry and said, That's beautiful, sweetie. Oh, Janie, why can't you be nicer to your sister? I couldn't believe this madhouse and walked out. I thought maybe at least she would leave me alone at school. But boy, was I wrong. At lunch, I got to the cafeteria and found her having lunch with all my friends. I pushed her tray aside and sat down. I've been looking all over for you guys. But before she could say anything, Susie jumped up, holding her nose. Ew! What's that awful smell? It smells like dirty socks. Then she looked right at me and said, It was fine until... All the girls immediately said they weren't wearing any socks. No one was, except me. They grabbed their trays and one by one moved away. I couldn't believe she'd done that. After everyone left, Susie got to her feet and said, Say goodbye to your social life, sis. Don't ever call me sis! I hate you! I left my tray and stormed to my next class. As soon as the teacher started the class, the door opened and someone walked in. Oh no. Not again. It was Susie. She so badly wanted to take over my life that she even signed up for all my classes. She grinned at me as she sat behind me. I gulped, afraid of what problems she might cause here. The English teacher hated kids who were late. So naturally, as soon as Susie came in, the teacher ended up calling on her to read. Susie looked horrified. Me? But I'm new. Yeah, but not blind. Susie turned red in the face and everyone snickered. I almost felt bad for her. This teacher could be a real meanie. Now hurry up. I don't have all day, princess. Slowly, Susie began to read. One of the girls from the back whispered loudly, She's not blind, just dumb. Was Susie really struggling to read the word black? Or was she just messing with the teacher? But to my surprise, Susie's eyes were full of tears. She really couldn't read. She caught my eye, and immediately her expression turned to anger. She threw down her book and yelled at the teacher, I don't have to do anything a big ugly toad like you says. I'm out of here. With that, she ran out of the room. That evening at dinner, Mom and Dad asked Susie how her day was. She immediately looked at me. Maybe she was afraid I would tell them she was dyslexic. It was fine. Can we talk about something else? Dad didn't seem to have heard her. How were your classes? Did you make any new friends? Suddenly, Susie jumped out of her seat and ran to our room. Mom called after her, but she wouldn't listen. I knew I should have been glad to have found her weakness, but I couldn't forget the image of Susie with big tears in her eyes as she tried to read. I felt sorry for her, so I came up with a plan. Come on, Suze. I'll teach you how to read. Susie glared at me. Her jaw clenched as she said, Who asked you for your help? Do you think I want to learn how to read? I'm so beautiful I can make money by being an influencer. It's ugly people like you who need to read. With that, she pushed me off the bed and rolled over to sleep. All night, I tried to think about what I could do to make her feel better. I knew she wasn't good to me, but maybe if I started treating her nicely, things would get better. The next day, I had a brilliant idea. I threw her old dirty sneakers into the trash and put out a fresh new pair from my Louis Vuitton collection. I waited for her to wake up and see them. Sure, she would be really happy, but I was so wrong. She threw a huge fit. I can't find them! Where are they? My sneakers! I threw them. Look, I got you a new pair. But Susie was anything but excited. She burst into tears and said, Why? Why did you do that to me? With that, she grabbed her bag and ran out of the house, while Mom and Dad called after her. Then Mom turned to me, and for the first time in my life, she yelled at me. How could you be so mean, Janie? To hurt the poor child like that? I thought I raised you better. Me? She's the drama queen. I did something nice for her, and she's acting like that. You go after her right now and bring her back. And why would I do that? She's just been awful to me since she arrived here. Mom looked at me with sad eyes and said, You threw away the shoes her real mom gave her. Oh no, I couldn't believe what I'd done. I went running off like a cheetah to the garbage and started looking through it frantically. Thank God the shoes were still there. I quickly cleaned them and used a bit of my shoes to repair the damage. Then I set out to find Susie. I found her at the train station, hugging a picture and crying. As soon as she saw me, she got up to leave, but I rushed to her and said, I'm sorry, Susie. I didn't know your mom brought them. Then I showed her the shoes I'd fixed. She looked shocked for a moment. I fixed them for you. I know they're not the best, but you'll find them more comfortable, and they'll last longer. I know you hate me, but I never meant to hurt you. I was just scared you were taking my mom and dad away from me. I'm sorry. Please come home. She still didn't reply. So I got up and started to walk away. I was almost at the exit when suddenly I heard her yell, Are you going to help me with my bag, sis? I turned around to see her running towards me. On her feet were the sneakers I just fixed. That's when I knew everything would be all right after all.
They were everywhere, and we were completely surrounded. It seemed that all hope was lost. But then I remembered the phrase that my grandma had taught me so many years ago. I said it, and then my powers kicked in. Yes, I know what you're thinking. An MSA fantasy story. This is the best day of my life. But before you get to witness me kicking bad guys' butts with my super cool powers, you have to know the full story. So, once upon a time, in a not-so-magical place...
She has trust issues.
Trust issues? How can I trust someone who forgets my birthday and uses my toothbrush for fixing his eyebrows? He even tricked me into marrying him. I was so naive back then.
Yeah, naive. I've seen that. Remember the vending machine incident? You knocked it over because your coin got stuck and then blamed me. And what about when you babysat our neighbor's kid? You gave him cough syrup to make him sleep. And don't even get me started on the time you decided to wash the vacuum motor in the sink.
Okay, maybe I wasn't thinking clearly with the vending machine. And the kid needed to nap, right? As for the vacuum, it did say washable filter. How was I supposed to know the motor wasn't part of that? I'm just thorough. Okay, time out. Let's take a deep breath and think of 5 reasons why you chose each other in the first place.
We didn't.
Why don't we start from the beginning? Kiara, you go first. Okay. Hi, my name is Kiara, and I'm from...
We already know that.
Let her talk. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe.
Like what? Subscribe where? What are you talking about?
Stop interrupting me! Nicholas?
Okay, my bad. Please keep going, honey.
I had a happy life and grew up in a ginormous family in the countryside of Macedonia. Our house was tiny and packed. Living under one roof were Mom, Dad, my uncle, his wife, their 3 kids, my mom's sister, Dad's stepsister, my sister, and Grandma. Oh, right, and our dog Bruno, 3 cats, 2 iguanas, and even a dragon. My bad. That was just my nephew Marcos. You try having some privacy living with all these people. We were still happy. Okay, chaotic, but happy. We were so poor that everybody had to chip in. While my parents and uncles worked, I joined my grandmother at the town fair. She ran a healing stall, selling herbs and homemade remedies. A dash of this, and your headache will take a head hike. Since I was a kid, I loved learning from my gran. She was so wise, and doing potions with her was so fun. I felt like a real wizard. Still, at first, I was pretty bad at it. It was like watching a monkey or a millionaire trying to make an omelet. Only 2 drops of Butolaki's essence. This is impossible. Be patient. Whenever you feel that there is no hope, just remember these words. Well, to be honest, guys, I don't remember the exact words. My grandmother was always teaching me different words and phrases in her old language, even though I had no clue what those meant. Angelo plenus mea cusevetrilo? What is it, some kind of mantra or prayer? No, just the new Wi-Fi password. She used to tell me that she learned everything from her great-grandmother, who was the best healer in the region. You are just like me and her. You too have the gift. When I was 12 and going through aggressive puberty, some kid told me that I stank after gym class. I'll show you who stinks. So I created my first potion, which made sweat smell like a bouquet of jasmine. This is the Jasmine Whiff Potion. Because who needs deodorant when you can have a magical garden in your armpits? Side effects may include dizziness, depression, hair loss, body fatigue, extreme hair growth, temporary blindness, and bad odor. Okay, it wasn't perfect, but don't be so harsh. It was my first potion, and my Grammy was really proud of me. That same night, she gave me something really special, her necklace. This family heirloom has been in our family for generations. Now, it's your turn to carry it. Put it on. Do you like it? Not really. It's like ancient and old and too ugly for me. Definitely not my style. Oh, what's wrong with you? Well, that's a big question. I don't know why I blurted it out. It seems like I didn't care about the impact of my words, but I really did. I still love it, Grandma. More coming from you. I love you. Over the years, I didn't get any better at holding my truth vomit. It was like I was a professional snitch. Whenever I saw any wrongdoing, I would report it. Like the time Marcos tried to hide the couch by turning the cushion over. What's that smell? Marcos peed on the couch. Oops. You see, I can't help it. That day, my sister had her first date. Mom covered the smell with talcum powder, but he sat right there.
Is your sister ready? It's kinda damp here.
Oh, just water. No, that's actually Marcus's pee, and she is almost ready. She's just finishing stuffing her bra. Kiara! I'm gonna kill you! My life was just that of a regular teenage alchemist, you know? But then, when I turned 16, it took a wild turn. A royal envoy visited my village, and my school organized a talent fair in their honor. I know, what an honor to watch a bunch of clumsy teens trying to perform. I'm not talking about him. That was awesome. He's my favorite so far. While most of the girls sang or danced, I did a potion show. I was like a true wizard, creating something absolutely revolutionary. This potion can transform anybody into an amazing dancer. I need a volunteer, one that's a really horrible dancer. Come on, Principal Pandev, drink the potion and feel the music. He drank my potion and then started dancing like he was in a K-pop group. After such a display of magic, I obviously won the contest. However, the prize was more than I had asked for. Turns out, the royal envoys were not just there to admire our talents.
On behalf of the royal court, we would like to ask you for your hand in marriage. For the Count. It is tradition that the Count marries the most talented girl in all the land.
Wait, what? Did I just win a marriage proposal? And if you think this is very Cinderella or another Disney princess, it's because I'm like a Disney princess. Don't you dare say another word. Like I was saying, I was just like a Disney princess. I didn't want to marry some count I didn't even know. What is this, the 10th century? I was more than ready to say no, but we had been poor for so long. My father had been fired recently, and my uncle had an accident. Don't worry, he's fine. He just fell from his hammock when he was sleeping and snoring, and he broke like 4 ribs. My grandmother's stand wasn't doing so well either. Apparently, modern people prefer conventional medicine. I'll give it a B for boring, and boo! I knew that marrying a count would be a game changer for us, like going from, so I did it for my family, under the condition that we wouldn't get married until I was 18. Still, I had to go to the Count's castle, known as the Dracon Castle. Well, the place was absolutely huge, like a super mansion. It had rooms on rooms on rooms on rooms, but almost all of them were completely empty. Then I met my mother-in-law. If this were a Disney movie, she would be the wicked stepmother. Let's just say we didn't start with the right foot. I must say, you have a massive place. Imagine losing your remote control here. You would have to call a rescue team to find it. Or you'd need a GPS. By the way, I have a potion for removing wrinkles. I can see that you really need it. Stop talking, Kiara. I beg you. We'll have the engagement party tonight. Get ready. Tonight? But my family isn't here. That's a shame, but this isn't the kind of party for people like your family anyway. I wanted to punch her, but before I knew it, I had already been captured by the maids who did my hair, makeup, and dressed me. The final result was horrible! I look so horrible! My hair looks like Marie Antoinette's, and this dress is the ugliest one I've ever seen! That's the dress I and my mother and my grandmother got engaged in. Well, I guess not everybody has the class to pull it off. The class? You mean the big hips, right? Oh, I'm so sorry. I meant, I'm just more of a pants girl. Yes, I can tell that. The night came, and it was a giant masquerade ball. Everybody was so uptight that if they were noodles, they'd be straight up spaghetti sticks. I felt so out of place that I took the first opportunity to sneak out of there. While I was trying to get back to my room, I got lost and ended up in their greenhouse. The place was full of weird and exotic herbs and plants. Bingo! I started taking various plants and putting them inside my dress when someone caught me red-handed. Or should I say dirt-handed.
Are you stealing plants?
Even with the mask on, you could tell the guy was ridiculously good-looking. He also had a really cool dragon tattoo on his neck and chest. I'm not stealing them, I'm just borrowing them. I'll return them later.
Right. What are you gonna do with those anyway? Sell them on eBay?
No, for your information, I'm a healer, an alchemist.
Is that so? Then show me.
I was about to tell him that I wasn't some circus monkey ready to perform tricks on command, but he seemed genuinely interested, and again, he was ridiculously good-looking. Hey, don't judge me, guys. Okay, just a small potion. We sneaked into the kitchen, and I started mixing some ingredients, and soon, bubbles of all colors started pouring out and dancing in the air.
Wow, that's really impressive.
I turned around, and he was right behind me. We stood facing each other, just inches apart. Okay, now you can judge me. It's my engagement party, and I'm about to kiss a random guy. We came back to the ballroom, and right then, cue the creepy thunder, my soon-to-be mother-in-law entered. When she saw us, she smiled. Ah, so you two have officially met. Wait, what? You're Nicholas? My future husband? Nicholas smiled, but he didn't look as surprised as me. I was expecting my future husband to be a nasty old man, but Nicholas was so dreamy. Maybe this arranged marriage isn't such a bad idea. Over the next few years, we spent all our time together. He taught me how to behave like royalty, while I showed him how to do some simple potions. Or at least how to try to do simple potions. In no time, we two fell completely in love. Once, he returned from horseback riding with a small cut near his neck from a branch. While I was applying the potion to his neck, what's the thing with the dragon tattoo? Aren't you too young to have a tattoo?
A long time ago, our region was separated between 3 houses. So I got it from my father's house, the House of Draco, also known as the House of Warriors.
And why does your mother have a tattoo of a crow?
That's the House of Valthor, the most traditional and ambitious people. Royalty of the royalty.
Right. And what about the third house? Who belongs there?
Nobody. That's the House of Zoria. That was the house for people of the darkness. That's why it was portrayed with an owl. But that one disappeared centuries ago. Nobody belongs to the House of Zoria anymore.
I didn't say anything back then, but it was clear why his mother's house was represented with a crow, because she was as creepy and mean as one. Really, she was so controlling and overbearing. She separated me from my family after sending them a TV and some monthly tributes. It was like they had bought me. Not only could I not visit them, but I couldn't even speak to them. They favored letters. You know, the traditional way. I just want to tell her that Master Chef is on right now. This will take weeks to reach her.
My house, my rules.
Your rules make as much sense as your interior decor style. 0. A big fat flashy 0 with a capital Z.
Babe, I know she can be difficult sometimes, but she wasn't always like this. After we lost my dad, she became scared of losing those she loves. That's why she's so controlling. Back then, we only had each other. Now, we have you too. So I really hope our love can endure this. What do you say?
How can I say no to that? Of course, babe. What can I say? Love is my only weakness. Oh, and doing potions. Oh, and the truth. Oh, and those videos of dads giving their kids new puppies. Those are so emotional. Soon, I turned 18, and we had the biggest wedding of the century. I had never felt happier. But after that, things really went downhill. My mother-in-law got worse. She had servants follow me around, even when I went to the garden. Well, granted, the garden is about 1,000 acres. More than once, I tried to lose them, but there always seemed to be a pair of extra eyes on me. It was as if she was afraid that I would run away. But run away from what? From my handsome husband or from my new castle? Something is off here. The next night, I sneaked into the reading room while they did their Shakespeare reading hour. I settled under a desk. For the first 45 minutes, they just read, but I remained fully focused on my mission. Finally, they started talking.
The time to do the ritual is here.
Ritual?
Mother, how come you are so sure that the witch is Kiara's great-great-great-grandmother?
Witch?
She has the necklace.
My necklace?
That moronic little girl is the key to lifting our curse.
Moronic? I mean, curse? My head was spinning. Oh my god, these people are completely insane. I couldn't believe that Nicholas had used me like that and was planning to betray me. I felt devastated. I need to escape right away. Before I left, just to show Nicholas how angry I was, I snuck into his room, transformed his underpants into origami, and spread red chili on all of his wardrobes. Then, I jumped out of my window and tried to sneak through the garden, but one guard spotted me. Soon, I was surrounded by guards. However, I had an ace up my sleeve, my explosive powder. I just grabbed some and boom! I started running, but the guards soon caught up with me. This time, led by her. Leave me alone, you monster-in-law! At that moment, Nicholas, driving a sports car, came to my rescue.
Come with me!
I got in the car and we drove away, but as soon as the castle disappeared from sight, I reached into my bag to grab something to get him talking, but all I got was mint leaves. These aren't just any herbs. I just have to rub it on your head and poof! You'll go bald forever. Now start talking, you liar, coward, deceitful snake!
Okay, please calm down.
It turned out Nicholas believed I descended from an ancient witch who had cursed his great-great-great-grandfather after he stole her magic necklace. This one?
Yes. It was supposed to make him a fair and just ruler, but he took it by force, and that unleashed a curse on my family. He tried to return it, and when that didn't work, he spread the word that your great-great-great-grandmother and her families were witches to exile them.
His great-great-great-grandfather doesn't sound so great.
Still, the curse stood. From then on, all the males in my family died prematurely, like my dad. So my mom groomed me all my life to marry the witch's descendant, the new necklace's owner, to break the curse. That was my whole purpose in life. But then I met you, and I completely fell in love.
Everything sounded completely mental, but somehow I knew he wasn't lying.
After watching how stubborn you are, my mom realized you would never give us the necklace voluntarily and planned a horrific ritual to force you to do so. I just couldn't let that happen. I'd rather have a short life with you by my side than a long one without you.
Aww, trust me, these are all tales and you're not cursed. I feel it. That is an ending worthy of a romantic fantasy, right? Unfortunately, things in real life are not that simple. After escaping from there, Nicholas and I lay low for months, traveling non-stop to escape his mother. Eventually, we settled in a big city to go unnoticed and start a new life. I tried to leave the past behind, but I just couldn't. I felt Nicholas wasn't trustworthy. And when I hit a vending machine, the police got involved and seeing our fight there, they advised us to see a therapist.
So that's why we're here. No matter how much I do to show her that I really love her.
Nicholas, I want to believe you, I really do. But how can I trust someone who lied for years and was about to sacrifice me as a pawn?
If you want my professional opinion, Nicholas is absolutely right. I don't think you're supposed to take sides. Kiara, you need to let go of the past and trust people.
And how can I do that?
Let's start with something simple. Give me the necklace.
What?
Just for a moment, show us that you can trust.
No, I'm not giving you my necklace.
Okay, so we are gonna have to do things the hard way.
Mom? What the?
That's right, don't try anything. You're surrounded. Guards came out from everywhere and captured us. Soon, they dragged us to an abandoned factory.
Mom, stop! Let her go!
Shut up! Bring my son to me. The guards grabbed Nicholas.
I know you'll never give me that necklace, so let's try something different. If you don't give it to me this instant, Nicholas will be the one paying for it.
Mom!
Shut up, you traitor. I'm gonna count to 3. 1.
Don't do it, Kiara!
2. Okay, you win. Just have it, but don't hurt him.
After so much time, finally, I have the necklace and his power.
How could you use me like that? Would you have done it?
I would do anything for supreme power. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted to say. What just happened?
So there wasn't a curse to begin with? Is Kiara's ancestor a real witch?
Of course not. I made that up just to control you because I couldn't take the necklace by force alone. There was no curse, and Kiara's family were not witches, but healers. Our ancestors said that to make people exile them and steal their castles and wealth.
So their castle belongs to my family? And all this time we've been living in a mouse house?
Why do I keep telling the truth?
And that's when it hit me. The necklace has real powers, but it isn't blowing people up or firing laser beams. Oh my gosh, that is the real power of the necklace. To be a true, fair ruler, the wearer can never tell a lie. No wonder I couldn't stop telling the truth and snitching on people when I got the necklace.
I'm gonna end you two right now.
She raised her arms and began to gather strength. The earth seemed to move, and lightning began to fall from the sky. However, when she tried to use her powers, nothing happened. What's wrong? The legend says this should give real power to its owner. You're not the real owner of the necklace. You're right, I'm not. Not as long as you are still alive. Guards, do it yourself. So this is where we were in the beginning. The guards were everywhere, and we were completely surrounded. It seemed that all hope was lost. Then I remembered my grandma's words.
Whenever you feel that there is no hope, just remember these words. Still, I couldn't remember the words. What the hell was it?
I just started shouting everything that came to my mind. Carpe diem, Avada Kedavra, Hakuna Matata, say hello to my little friend. Nothing worked, and the guards were almost on us. Nicholas put himself in front of me to protect me. The thought of losing him opened something inside me, and as if I was possessed, I screamed, Agape Facilive! After that, everything went haywire. The necklace flew off my mother-in-law's neck into mine. When I had it with me again, I felt a violent current of energy run through my body. It's hard to explain, but it was as if I was part of the earth, part of the air, and I could control it. As the guards lunged at us, a mere flick of my wrists sent them hurling through the air. Soon, I found myself suspended in midair, while lightning bolts crackled around me. Nicholas grabbed a sword and helped me defeat them. Not that I needed much help, honestly. When all the guards were either defeated or had escaped, I went back to normal. Nicholas ran to me and hugged me with a smile.
Remind me to never make you mad.
My mother-in-law was crawling to get away, but we caught her before she did. Disagreements are normal in any family, right? Yeah, right. We put her in prison so that she would never hurt anyone again. And then we moved to our castle. Of course, my family came along. There were so many of us that even there we were cramped. But we didn't care. You know what they say. True happiness is about being close to the people you love.
Hi, I'm Alice from Sweden, and my story is really crazy. But before I begin, please like and subscribe to For Eve. I lived in a creepy old house with my parents. It used to belong to my grandma, who was a very odd woman. She studied tribes in Africa and the Amazon forest and brought back crates full of strange masks and knickknacks. And most people around thought our house was haunted.
Walk faster, or Ghost Girl will catch you.
Just then, I leapt out from behind a bush wearing a scary mask.
Ah!
I was just trying to be funny, but people thought I was the weird girl who lived in the scary house, and no one wanted to be my friend. And my parents never had much time for me either because they were always working.
This old house is a money pit. I need to work 2 jobs to keep it.
Please, go to your room, Alice. I'm in a meeting. I wanted to help out, so I started giving ghost tours of the property when my parents were away. I loved telling made-up stories about the freaky things I'd seen around the house. I even made up a murder or 2 and sold Mom's dresses with ketchup stains as souvenirs. I made a killing on Halloween. But when Mom and Dad found out, they were furious. What's wrong with you, Alice? Why can't you be sweet and well-behaved like other kids? They took all my money and I was grounded for a month. I was so lonely and wished I had a sibling to play with. Then one day when I was 12, I got the biggest surprise of my life. I went looking for a snack in the kitchen when I found a thin, pale boy my age instead. Who are you and what are you doing in our pantry?
I'm Damien, your brother. Didn't your parents tell you they were adopting me?
What the flip? My parents had adopted a whole human and hadn't even bothered to tell me? Typical. I don't believe you. What proof do you have? He waved some official-looking papers in my face. They looked legit. My parents might have adopted you, but you still need to pass a few tests if you want to be my brother.
Bring it on.
We stood on our heads to see who could do it the longest, ate the hottest chilies for lunch, and for the final task, we caught the fattest, slimiest frogs and balanced them on our heads while we stood on one leg on the fence. Damien was great at it all. Congratulations! You are officially my brother. I was over the moon to finally have someone to play with, but my parents had to ruin that too.
You can't play with Damien anymore.
Why not? Didn't you adopt him so I'd have company?
We've decided it isn't a good idea. You can't play with him and that's that.
But why?
Because we said so. And we're sending him away.
It was so unfair. I felt angrier than I'd ever felt before, and I smashed the toy I was playing with into the wall.
but suddenly I felt dizzy, and moments later I blacked out. When I opened my eyes, I was in a hospital bed with a bald doctor and my worried-looking parents next to me.
Alice's blood pressure shot up suddenly and she fainted. She's fine for now, but try to keep her as calm as possible. I'd also suggest you homeschool her for now.
Mom and Dad took me home. They were being very nice to me, which was suspicious. Now they said I could play with Damien as much as I wanted. But when I ran to his room to tell him the good news, he was glaring at me angrily. What's wrong? Aren't you happy we can be friends again?
Friends? I just found out that your parents didn't adopt me because they wanted to love me or give me a nice home. They just brought me here for you, like I'm some kind of toy. And they might just send me away at any time. I hate you, and I'm gonna make your parents hate you too. They'll realize they're better off having me as a kid. Trust me, I'm not going anywhere.
Damien, don't be like that. I've always wanted a brother.
I'm not your brother.
I was both angry and heartbroken by his changed attitude, but I hoped he'd change over time. But it was the complete opposite. Damien kept messing with my parents. He dropped the pearl earrings I borrowed from Mom down the drain, smashed Dad's laptop, and put dye in their body wash. They had shocking pink skin for weeks. And somehow, my parents were always upset with me and thought I was acting out. They never seemed convinced when I said it was all Damien. Was he really turning my parents against me? Stop being a jerk. These things cost money and Mom and Dad work really hard. And stop making them think I'm doing all this.
Then just give up and go away yourself. There's only space for one of us here.
I'm not going anywhere, pal. But then the most terrible thing happened. A few days after my 13th birthday, we were visited by some people from the museum. They wanted to use Grandma's tribal masks and vases for a display, and they said they'd pay us a lot of money if we allowed them to borrow it for a few weeks. Mom and Dad were over the moon that the dirty junk around the house was worth something.
We can buy a new car and replace the laptop Alice trashed.
We can pay off the mortgage and finally be debt-free. This could change our lives for the better. But minutes before the people from the museum arrived to collect the things, I heard a huge crash from the basement. I went running to see all the masks and clay pots smashed and broken on the floor, and Damien standing in the middle with a stick.
Oops, I'm so sorry. I was just looking at them.
This time, he had gone too far. I slapped him hard. You did that on purpose, you jerk! Just then, my parents came running in and looked at the mess in horror. And then they looked at me like I was the crazy one. Why are you looking at me like I did this? He's ruined everything and you're still gonna have him around? Why don't you send him away?
You want us to send your brother away? You got so upset before.
I was wrong about him, okay? He's not my brother. He's crazy and he's dangerous. Mom and Dad exchanged a weird, long glance and nodded.
Fine. We'll send him to a special facility so he can get better.
That night, I locked my door, but I could still hear Damien screaming and crying in his room. The next day, he was gone. Mom and Dad looked sad and broken. They tried to be nice to me, but I saw right through them. They were sad because Damien had left, and I could never make them happy. In the fall, the doctor said it would be good for me to restart regular high school. Things were going really well on my first day until...
Hey, watch out, it's Ghost Girl. I'm so scared.
Dude, grow up. That wasn't all. In my very first class, I met the most bonkers girl.
I heard you were the ghost girl.
What's it to you? I'm Tara. I just moved here from Ireland. Is it true your house is haunted?
I'd love to meet a real-life ghost. I've dreamed of it my whole life.
Are you nuts? Who has creepy dreams like that?
You haven't read Dead Love Doesn't Die?
It's the most romantic book ever. Are there handsome ghosts in your house? Are they single? Girl, you need help. No, I need a ghostly boyfriend with ice-cold lips and dreamy eyes who can transport me to his time and give me a million ghostly kisses, and he'll take me away to... Was there something wrong with me? First Damien and now Tara? Was I a weirdo magnet? For the next few weeks, she stuck to me like glue. At first, I acted indifferent because I wasn't sure she'd even stick around for too long. But she did, and I slowly started to enjoy having a friend.
Look, there's Ghost Girl and her vampire girlfriend.
What in the twilight? Tara hissed and bit the jerk on his arm. You're absolutely crazy.
Hey, no one messes with my friend. Yuck, he tasted disgusting.
Let's go get candy. How about I make you a sandwich at my place? You mean it? Tara instantly fell in love with the place. This place is fantastic. Can you imagine the paranormal romances that could take place here? I just laughed and went to the kitchen to get the sandwiches. But there was already someone in there. Damien, what are you doing here?
I'm back. Of course, Mom and Dad didn't tell you. You would have forced them to keep me away.
It would be for their own good after the mess you made last time. What kind of facility allows home visits?
Ha! I'm not at a facility. They sent me on vacation to Bali to prove how much they loved me and wanted me in the family. I'm back now, and I'll make sure you end up in the facility soon.
I couldn't believe this was happening. I made some excuse and sent Tara home before Damien did something to her. When my parents got home, I confronted them. You lied to me. He's dangerous and out to get me, but you still allowed him in our home? Mom started to cry and Dad glared at me.
You're upsetting your mother, Alice. How long will this go on?
You don't even care that I'm upset too? You guys are the most selfish parents ever. I'm going to stay at my friend's house because I don't feel safe here.
You can't leave. We should call the doctor. I told you we shouldn't have sent her back to school.
Dad locked me in my room. I could hear Damien laughing under my door. He was evil. I had to get out of here. I called Tara and told her what was up. Within minutes, she was outside my window.
Come on, ghost girl. Let's get you to safety.
Tara's house was so normal. It was awesome. She pulled out a mattress for me to sleep in her room, then brushed my hair to calm me down as I told her everything.
Wow, your parents sound like a piece of work. And I finally get why you're so weird about being friends.
I can't trust anyone. My parents ignored me for so long and thought things would be different for me once Damien came, but he's the worst. And ever since he came, my parents treat me like I'm some lunatic when he's the crazy one. He really scares me, Tara.
Don't worry, you're safe here. I'll punch his lights out if he tries to mess with you.
Suddenly, I heard a loud tap on the window, and he was standing outside. I screamed and jumped up. It's him! Damien's here! He was holding rocks in his hand and wore the evilest grin.
Where? I don't see anything.
Damien threw the first rock. It slammed against the window hard, leaving a deep crack. Are you blind? He's right there.
Alice? Are you sure you don't, see ghosts or something? Because I can't see anyone.
Didn't you hear the rock hit the window? Look, it's left a crack.
What are you talking about?
What? Why was Tara suddenly lying to me? Suddenly, the door slammed open, and my parents were standing there looking worried. How did you find me? Did you tell them I was here, Tara? I thought you were my friend.
No, Alice. Tara didn't tell us. We saw you sneaking out of the house and followed you. Let's go home.
No, you're just gonna lock me up in my room again. What's going on? Tara says she can't see Damien. Is she lying? Or am I crazy? The saddest look crossed my mom's face, and she broke down crying and hugged me.
No, Alice, you're not crazy.
That's when they told me how they'd never adopted a boy named Damien.
We thought he was just a harmless imaginary friend, but when you started seeing him all the time, we tried to stop it by saying we'd send him away. The doctor said you had created Damien to help with your feelings of being alone and we should play along, so we agreed. But then you started acting out and blaming it on Damien.
We were so glad when you finally sent him away yourself. We thought things were gonna be okay now, but then you said you saw him again and we just can't see you like this, sweetie. And it's all our fault. We should have given you more time when you were a kid. I was in utter shock. So, everything Damien did, the earrings, the laptop, the masks?
It was all you, but we weren't mad about any of it. We were just worried about you.
But if Damien was the friend I made up, why was he suddenly so mean to me? Your doctor said you suffered from low self-esteem. In your mind, no one wants to be friends with you for long.
Oh yeah, it took me ages to get her to call me a friend.
Are you real? Can you guys see Tara?
I could pinch you.
Ouch! Okay, you're real.
Don't worry, dear. We talked to your doctor and he says we can start therapy sessions now. You'll be fine.
And we'll be with you all the way.
Me too.
They all took me in a big bear hug, and suddenly, I didn't feel alone at all. Hey, I'm Anna, and I have a crazy story to tell you. But before I do, please like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up in an orphanage, and ever since I was little, I was surrounded with people who loved me. They said I had the prettiest blue eyes, and my smile could brighten up a room.
I'm sure you'll get adopted by someone amazing, and you'll live like a princess. I wish, but I don't want to leave you guys too.
I loved my life there, but I wanted a real family too. My wish came true when I turned 5, and a rich supermodel, Clara, adopted me. She traveled a lot for work, and I became her favorite travel buddy. When I turned 16, I started a YouTube channel documenting all my travels, and within 2 years, it had more than 20 million subscribers. Life was great, but then one day, everything changed. I was in the cafeteria when my best friend Candace came running to me. We'd been friends ever since I got featured on her channel where she pranked people. You've got to see this, Anna. There's a girl who looks exactly like you. Candy, is this another one of your dumb pranks? I still haven't forgiven you for stuffing fake spiders in my locker. Girl, I'm not fooling around. Trust me. Now get up. Just then, a girl swooshed past the crowd and hugged me. And when I saw her face, I almost passed out. We were identical. Holy mother of toads. Told ya. It's really you, Anna? Yeah, but who the heck are you? And why do you look like me? The girl told me her name was Jamie, and she was my twin sister. My head spun in 1,000 directions as I pulled her to the side to talk. Okay, tell me everything. Our parents are from Hawaii, and that's where I grew up. It's a beautiful place. You should visit. Oh, wait, I'm sure you've already been there since you've been everywhere. Get to the point, Jamie. Sorry. So I didn't know I had a sister till I saw your videos. I am so happy to have found you. How are you so sure I'm your sister? Maybe we're just two people who look exactly like each other. When I saw you, I confronted our parents, and they told me that they gave you up because they couldn't afford 2 kids. That makes no sense. Listen, I get it. I look like a homeless person, and you're, well, a queen. I know it's difficult to trust me, but we can get a DNA test to confirm it. And we did take the test. When the results came out, I was shocked. She really was my sister. I was happy and hurt at the same time. The next few days, Jamie and I hung out a lot. She told me she was here on scholarship and was living in some shabby hostel. So I asked Clara if she could live with us. I don't know. I mean, please, you're so busy these days, and I could use some company. But you hardly know her. She is my sister. Clara eventually caved, and Jamie moved in. We set up a room and stayed up all night talking. Slowly, we got close, and Jamie even helped me shoot my videos. One day, we were shooting in the schoolyard when Liam, the hottest guy in school, walked up to me.
Wow, and here I thought you couldn't look prettier.
Yeah, says the guy who has the whole town drooling over his looks. Did you get a new haircut?
She noticed.
As Liam left, Jamie smirked at me. You totally like him. No, I don't. I mean, he's cute and all, but I don't know. We've been friends for so long. Okay, that was a total lie. I've had the biggest crush on Liam, but I wasn't sure if he liked me that way. So I kept my feelings to myself till I found a good time. The next few weeks, I took Jamie with me everywhere, and Candace wasn't too thrilled. She's always around. It's annoying. Give her some time. You'll warm up to her. Now let's get this video started. Our fans are waiting. Just then, Jamie walked in with drinks, tripped on the cords, and sent the soda splashing all over the computer screens. Get off me! You ruined everything! Do you know how much money went into the system? I'm sorry. Please don't be mad. I slipped. Just tell me what you want me to do. I'll get a job and replace all of this. Should I sell my phone? I'll even sell my hair. Oh shoot, Jeez, Jamie, chill out. Accidents happen. Candy, I'll replace your stuff. Let's not make a big deal out of this. Candace left angrily, and Jamie cried all day until I took her out for ice cream, and she finally shut up. We even decided to stay home that weekend because Jamie was so bummed out. But then Liam invited me for a party, and I couldn't say no. I asked Jamie to tag along, and she reluctantly agreed. But my jaw dropped when I saw her dressed up. Wow, you look, well, like me. It's nice, right? I wanted to make an impression as your sister. Can't let your reputation stink just because I do. Don't say that. You look great. We were having a blast at the party, and thankfully, Candace was in a good mood, and she and Jamie made up. I was getting some drinks when Liam tapped on my shoulder.
I'm glad you showed up.
How could I not? It's your party.
Listen, I've been wanting to tell you something, but I was waiting for the right time. I like you, Anna. Like, a lot. And something tells me you like me too.
Liam, Anna, we have to... Oh my god, I'm interrupting something, right? I'm so stupid. Are you mad at me? I think you are. Maybe I should leave. Or no, wait, I don't have a car or money for a cab. It's okay. I'll hitchhike with some stranger. Hopefully he won't be a kidnapper or a weirdo. Oh my god, Jamie. You know what? Let's just leave together. I'll talk to you in school, Liam. We left, and I couldn't help feeling annoyed with Jamie. But when we reached home, Jamie's phone rang and she went to take the call. But when she came back, I could tell she was crying. What's wrong? Our parents want me to pull out of school and come back home immediately. You know, Anna, I've never had a friend because Mom and Dad just wouldn't let me leave the house. I hate them. They're crazy. It can't be that bad, Jamie. They chose you over me, so I